Part 7, Chapter 1 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 7, Chapter 1. Saith Dr. Luther, when I saw Dr. Goad begin to tell his puddings hanging in the chimney, I told him he would not live long. I wish I had copied that passage from The Table Talk in large round hand, and set it before my father at breakfast, the morn preceding that fatal eve in which Uncle Jack persuaded him to tell his puddings. Yet, now I think of it, Uncle Jack hung the puddings in the chimney, but he did not persuade my father to tell them. Beyond a vague surmise that half the suspended Temecula would furnish a breakfast to Uncle Jack, and that the youthful appetite of Pisistratus would dispatch the rest, my father did not give a thought to the nutritious properties of the puddings. In other words, to the 2,000 pounds which, thanks to Mr. Tibbets, dangled down the chimney. So far as the great work was concerned, my father only cared for its publication, not its profits. I will not say that he might not hunger for praise, but I am quite sure that he did not care a button for pudding. Nevertheless, it was an infauste and sinister augury for Austin Caxton, the very appearance, the very suspension and danglement of any puddings whatsoever, right over his inglenook, when those puddings were made by the sleek hands of Uncle Jack. None of the puddings which he, poor man, had all his life been stringing, whether from his own chimneys or the chimneys of other people, had turned out to be real puddings. They had always been the idola, the Erscheinungen, the phantoms and semblances of puddings. I question if Uncle Jack knew much about Democritus of Abdera, but he was certainly tainted with the philosophy of that fanciful sage. He peopled the air with images of colossal stature, which impressed all his dreams and divinations, and from whose influences came his very sensations and thoughts. His whole being, asleep or waking, was thus but the reflection of great phantom puddings. As soon as Mr. Tibbets had possessed himself of the 2 volumes of the History of Human Error, he had necessarily established that hold upon my father which hitherto those lubricant hands of his had failed to effect. He had found what he had so long sighed for in vain, his point d'appui, wherein to fix the Archimedean screw. He fixed it tight in the History of Human Error, and moved the Caxtonian world. A day or two after the conversation recorded in my last chapter, I saw Uncle Jack coming out of the mahogany doors of my father's banker, and from that time there seemed no reason why Mr. Tibbets should not visit his relations on weekdays as well as Sundays. Not a day, indeed, passed but what he held long conversations with my fathers. He had much to report of his interviews with the publishers. In these conversations he naturally recurred to that grand idea of the literary times, which had so dazzled my poor father's imagination, and, having heated the iron, Uncle Jack was too knowing a man not to strike while it was hot. When I think of the simplicity my wise father exhibited in this crisis of his life, I must own that I am less moved by pity than admiration for that poor, great-hearted student. We have seen that out of the learned indolence of 20 years, the ambition which is the instinct of a man of genius had emerged. The serious preparation of the great book for the perusal of the world had insensibly restored the claims of that noisy world on the silent individual. And therewith came a noble remorse that he had hitherto done so little for his species. Was it enough to write quartos upon the past history of human error? Was it not his duty, when the occasion was fairly presented, to enter upon that present, daily, hourly war with error, which is the sworn chivalry of knowledge? St. George did not dissect dead dragons, he fought the live one. And London, with that magnetic atmosphere which in great capitals fills the breath of life with stimulating particles, had its share in quickening the slow pulse of the student. In the country he read but his old authors, and lived with them through the gone ages. In the city, my father, during the intervals of repose from the great book, and still more now that the great book had come to a pause, inspected the literature of his own time. It had a prodigious effect upon him. He was unlike the ordinary run of scholars, and indeed of readers, for that matter, who, in their superstitious homage to the dead, are always willing enough to sacrifice the living. He did justice to the marvelous fertility of intellect which characterizes the authorship of the present age. By the present age, I do not only mean the present day. I commence with the century. What, said my father one day in dispute with Trevanion, what characterizes the literature of our time is its human interest. It is true that we do not see scholars addressing scholars, but men addressing men. Not that scholars are fewer, but that the reading public is more large. Authors in all ages address themselves to what interests their readers. The same things do not interest the vast community which interested half a score of monks or bookworms. The literary polis was once an oligarchy. It is now a republic. It is the general brilliancy of the atmosphere which prevents you noticing the size of any particular star. Do you not see that with the cultivation of the masses has awakened the literature of the affections? Every sentiment finds an expositor, every feeling an oracle. Like Epimenides, I have been sleeping in a cave, and waking, I see those whom I left children are bearded men, and towns have sprung up in the landscapes which I left as solitary wastes. Thence the reader may perceive the causes of the change which had come over my father. As Robert Hall says, I think of Dr. Kippis. He had laid so many books at the top of his head that the brains could not move. But the electricity had now penetrated the heart, and the quickened vigor of that noble organ enabled the brain to stir. Meanwhile, I leave my father to those influences, and to the continuous conversations of Uncle Jack, and proceed with the thread of my own egotism. Thanks to Mr. Trevanion, my habits were not those which favor friendships with the idle, but I formed some acquaintances amongst young men a few years older than myself, who held subordinate situations in the public offices or were keeping their terms for the bar. There was no want of ability amongst these gentlemen, but they had not yet settled into the stern prose of life. Their busy hours only made them more disposed to enjoy the hours of relaxation. And when we got together, a very gay, light-hearted set we were. We had neither money enough to be very extravagant, nor leisure enough to be very dissipated, but we amused ourselves notwithstanding. My new friends were wonderfully erudite in all matters connected with the theatres. From an opera to a ballet, from Hamlet to the last farce from the French, they had the literature of the stage at the finger ends of their straw-colored gloves. They had a pretty large acquaintance with actors and actresses, and were perfect Walpolati in the minor scandals of the day. To do them justice, however, they were not indifferent to the more masculine knowledge necessary in this wrong world. They talked as familiarly of the real actors of life as of the sham ones. They could adjust to a hair the rival pretensions of a contending statesman. They did not profess to be deep in the mysteries of foreign cabinets, with the exception of one young gentleman connected with the Foreign Office, who prided himself on knowing exactly what the Russians meant to do with India, when they got it. But, to make amends, the majority of them had penetrated the closest secrets of our own. It is true that, according to a proper subdivision of labor, each took some particular member of the government for his own special observation, just as the most skillful surgeons, however profoundly versed in the general structure of our frame, rest their anatomical fame on the light they throw on particular parts of it. One man taking the brain, another the duodenum, a third the spinal cord, while the fourth, perhaps, is a master of all the symptoms indicated by a pencil finger. Accordingly, one of my friends appropriated to himself the home department, another the colonies, and a third, whom we all regarded as a future Talleyrand, or de Retz at least, had devoted himself to the special study of Sir Robert Peel, and knew, by the way in which that profound and inscrutable statesman threw open his coat, every thought that was passing in his breast. Whether lawyers or officials, they all had a great idea of themselves, high notions of what they were to be, rather than what they were to do some day. As the king of modern fine gentlemen said to himself, and paraphrased of Voltaire, they had letters in their pockets addressed to posterity, which the chances were, however, that they might forget to deliver. Somewhat priggish most of them might be, but, on the whole, they were far more interesting than mere idle men of pleasure. There was about them, as features of a general family likeness, a redundant activity of life, a gay exuberance of ambition, a light-hearted earnestness when at work, a schoolboy's enjoyment of the hours of play. A great contrast to these young men was Sir Sedley Boudizet, who was pointedly kind to me, and whose bachelor's house was always open to me afternoon. Sir Sedley was visible to no one but his valet before that hour. A perfect bachelor's house it was, too, with its windows opening on the park, and sofas nicked into the windows, on which you might loll at your ease, like the philosopher in Lucretius. Despicere uniceus alios, passimque videre errare. And see the gay crowds ride to and fro Rotten Row, without the fatigue of joining them, especially if the wind was in the east. There was no affectation of costliness about the rooms, but a wonderful accumulation of comfort. Every patent chair that pre-offered a variety in the art of lounging found its place there, and near every chair a little table, on which you might deposit your book or your coffee cup without the trouble of moving more than your hand. In winter, Nothing warmer than the quilted curtains and Axminster carpets can be conceived. In summer, nothing airier and cooler than the muslin draperies and the Indian mattings. And I defy a man to know to what perfection dinner may be brought, unless he has dined with Sir Sedley Boothby's. Certainly, if that distinguished personage had been but an egotist, he had been the happiest of men. But, unfortunately for him, he was singularly amiable and kind-hearted. He had the bon digestion, but not the other requisite for worldly felicity, the mauvais cœur. He felt a sincere pity for everyone else who lived in rooms without patent chairs and little coffee tables, whose windows did not look on the park, with sofas niched into their recesses. As Henry IV wished every man to have his pot au feu, so Sir Sedley Boudizer, if he could have had his way, would have every man served with an early cucumber for his fish, and a carafe of iced water by the side of his bread and cheese. He thus evinced on politics a naive simplicity which delightfully contrasted his acuteness on matters of taste. I remember his saying, in a discussion on the beer bill, "The poor ought not to be allowed to drink beer. It is so particularly rheumatic. The best drink in hard work is dry champagne, not monsieur's. I found that out when I used to shoot on the moors." Indolent as Sir Sedley was, he had contrived to open an extraordinary number of drains on his wealth. First, as a landed proprietor, there was no end to applications from distressed farmers, aged poor, benefit societies, and poachers he had thrown out of employment by giving up his preserves to please his tenants. Next, as a man of pleasure, the whole race of womankind had legitimate demands on him, from a distressed duchess whose picture lay perdu under a secret spring of his snuff-box, to a decayed laundress to whom he might have paid a compliment on the perfect involutions of a frill. It was quite sufficient to be a daughter of Eve to establish a just claim on Sir Sedley's inheritance from Adam. Again, as an amateur of art and a respectful servant of every muse, all who the public had failed to patronize, painter, actor, poet, musician, turned, like dying sunflowers to the sun, towards the pitying smile of Sir Sedley Boudizer. Add to these the general miscellaneous multitude who had heard of Sir Sedley's high character for benevolence, and one may well suppose what a very costly reputation he had set up. In fact, though Sir Sedley could not spend on what might fairly be called himself a fifth part of his very handsome income, I have no doubt that he found it difficult to make both ends meet at the close of the year. That he did so, he owed perhaps to two rules which his philosophy had peremptorily adopted. He never made debts, and he never gambled. For both these admirable aberrations from the ordinary routine of fine gentlemen, I believe he was indebted to the softness of his disposition. He had a great compassion for a wretch who was dunned. "Poor fellow," he would say, "it must be so painful to him to pass his life in saying no." So little did he know about that class of promisers. As if a man dunned ever said no. As Beau Brummel, when asked if he was fond of vegetables, owned that he had once eat a pea, so Sir Sedley Boudizer owned that he had once played high at piquet. "I was so unlucky as to win," said he, referring to that indiscretion, "and I shall never forget the anguish on the face of the man who paid me. Unless I could always lose, it would be a perfect purgatory to play." Now nothing could be more different in their kinds of benevolence than Sir Sedley and Mr. Trevanion. Mr. Trevanion had a great contempt for individual charity. He rarely put his hand into his purse. He drew a great check on his bankers. Was a congregation without a church, or a village without a school, or a river without a bridge, Mr. Trevanion set to work on calculations, found out the exact sum required by an algebraic XY, and paid it as he would have paid his butcher. It must be owned that the distress of a man whom he allowed to be deserving did not appeal to him in vain. But it is astonishing how little he spent in that way, for it was hard indeed to convince Mr. Trevanion that a deserving man ever was in such distress as to want charity. That Trevanion, nevertheless, did infinitely more real good than Sir Sedley, I believe. But he did it as a mental operation, by no means as an impulse from the heart. I am sorry to say that the main difference was this. Distress always seemed to accumulate round Sir Sedley, and vanish from the presence of Trevanion. Where the last came, with his busy, active, searching mind, energy woke, improvement sprang up. Where the first came, with his warm, kind heart, a kind of torpor spread under its rays. People lay down and basked in the liberal sunshine. Nature in one broke forth like a brisk, sturdy winter, in the other like a lazy Italian summer. Winter is an excellent invigorator, no doubt, but we all love summer better. Now, it is a proof how lovable Sir Sedley was, that I loved him, and yet was jealous of him. Of all the satellites round my fair Cynthia, Fanny Trevanion, I dreaded most this amiable luminary. It was in vain for me to say, with the insolence of youth, that Sir Sedley Boudesert was of the same age as Fanny's father. To see them together, he might have passed for Trevanion's son. No one amongst the younger generation was half so handsome as Sedley Boudesert. He might be eclipsed at first sight by the showy effect of more redundant locks and more brilliant bloom, but he had but to speak, to smile, in order to throw a whole cohort of dandies into the shade. It was the expression of his countenance that was so bewitching. There was something so kindly in its easy candor, its benign good nature. And he understood women so well. He flattered their foibles so insensibly. He commanded their affection with so gracious a dignity. Above all, what with his accomplishments, his peculiar reputation, his long celibacy, and the soft melancholy of his sentiments, he always contrived to interest them. There was not a charming woman by whom this charming man did not seem just on the point of being caught. It was like the sight of a splendid trout in a transparent stream, sailing pensively to and fro your fly, in a will and a won't sort of way. Such a trout! It would be 1,000 pities to leave him, when evidently so well disposed. That trout, fair maid or gentle widow, would have kept you whipping up the stream and dragging the fly, from morning to dewy eve. Certainly, I don't wish worse to my bitterest foe of 25 than such a rival as Sedley Boudesert at 47. Fanny, indeed, perplexed me horribly. Sometimes I fancied she liked me, but the fancy scarce thrilled me with delight, before it vanished in the frost of a careless look or the cold beam of a sarcastic laugh. Spoiled darling of the world as she was, she seemed so innocent in her exuberant happiness that one forgot all her faults in that atmosphere of joy which she diffused around her. And despite her pretty insolence, she had so kind a woman's heart below the surface. When she once saw that she had pained you, she was so soft, so winning, so humble, till she had healed the wound. But then, if she saw she had pleased you too much, the little witch was never easy till she had plagued you again. As heiress to so rich a father, or rather perhaps mother, for the fortune came from Lady Eleanor, she was naturally surrounded with admirers not wholly disinterested. She did right to plague them, but me! Poor boy that I was, why should I seem more disinterested than others? How should she perceive all that lay hid in my young deep heart? Was I not in all worldly pretensions the least worthy of her admirers, and might I not seem, therefore, the most mercenary? I, who never thought of her fortune, or if that thought did come across me, it was to make me start and turn pale? And then it vanished at her first glance, as a ghost from the dawn. How hard it is to convince youth, that sees all the world of the future before it, and covers that future with golden palaces, of the inequalities of life! In my fantastic and sublime romance, I looked out into that great beyond, saw myself orator, statesman, minister, ambassador, heaven knows what, laying laurels, which I mistook for rent rolls, at Fanny's feet. Whatever Fanny might have discovered as to the stake of my heart, it seemed an abyss not worth prying into by either Trevanion or Lady Eleanor. The first, indeed, as may be supposed, was too busy to think of such trifles, and Lady Eleanor treated me as a mere boy, almost like a boy of her own, she was so kind to me. But she did not notice much the things that lay immediately around her. In brilliant conversation with poets, wits, and statesmen, in sympathy with the toils of her husband, or proud schemes for his aggrandizement, Lady Eleanor lived a life of excitement. Those large, eager, shining eyes of hers, bright with some feverish discontent, looked far abroad, as if for new worlds to conquer. The world at her feet escaped from her vision. She loved her daughter. She was proud of her, trusted in her with a superb repose. She did not watch over her. Lady Eleanor stood alone on a mountain and amidst a cloud. End of chapter 1. Part 7, Chapter 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 7, Chapter 2. One day the Trevanians had all gone into the country on a visit to a retired minister distantly related to Lady Eleanor, and who was one of the few persons Trevanion himself condescended to consult. I had almost a holiday. I went to call on Sir Sedley Boudesert. I had always longed to sound him on one subject, and had never dared. This time I resolved to pluck up courage. "Ah, my young friend," said he, rising from the contemplation of a villainous picture by a young artist, which he had just benevolently purchased. "I was thinking of you this morning. Wait a moment, Summers," this to the valet. "Be so good as to take this picture. Let it be packed up and go down into the country. It is a sort of picture," he added, turning to me, "that requires a large house. I have an old gallery with little casements that let in no light. It is astonishing how convenient I have found it." As soon as the picture was gone, Sir Sedley drew a long breath, as if relieved, and resumed more gaily. "Yes, I was thinking of you, and if you will forgive my interference in your affairs, from your father's old friend, I should be greatly honored by your permission to ask Trevanion what he supposes is to be the ultimate benefit of the horrible labor he inflicts upon you. But, my dear Sir Sedley, I like the labors. I am perfectly contented, not to remain always secretary to one who, if there were no business to be done among men, would set about teaching the ants to build hills upon better architectural principles. My dear sir, Trevanion is an awful man, a stupendous man. One catches fatigue if one is in the same room with him 3 minutes. At your age, an age that ought to be so happy," continued Sir Sedley, with a compassion perfectly angelically, "it is sad to see so little enjoyment. But, Sir Sedley, I assure you that you are mistaken. I thoroughly enjoy myself. And have I not even heard you confess that one may be idle and not happy?" "I did not confess that till I was on the wrong side of 40, said Sir Sedley, with a slight shade on his brow. "Nobody would ever think you were on the wrong side of 40, said I, with artful flattery, winding into my subject. "Miss Trevanion, for instance?" I paused. Sir Sedley looked hard at me, from his bright dark blue eyes. "Well, Miss Trevanion, for instance. Miss Trevanion, who has all the best-looking fellows in London round her, evidently prefers you to any of them." I said this with a great gulp. I was obstinately bent on plumbing the depth of my own fears. Sir Sedley rose. He laid his hand kindly on mine, and said, "Do not let Fanny Trevanion torment you even more than her father does." "I don't understand you, Sir Sedley." "But if I understand you, that is more to the purpose. A girl like Miss Trevanion is cruel till she discovers she has a heart. It is not safe to risk one's own with any woman till she has ceased to be a coquette. My dear young friend, if you took life less in earnest, I should spare you the pain of these hints. Some men sow flowers, some plant trees. You are planting a tree under which you will soon find that no flower will grow. Well and good if the tree could last to bear fruit and give shade, but beware lest you have to tear it up one day or other, for then, what then? Why, you will find your whole life plucked away with its roots." Sir Sedley said these last words with so serious an emphasis that I was startled from the confusion I had felt at the former part of his address. He paused long, tapped his snuff-box, inhaled a pinch slowly, and continued, with his more accustomed sprightliness, "Go as much as you can into the world. Again, I say, enjoy yourself. And again I ask, what is all this labor to do for you? On some men, far less eminent than Trevanion, it would impose a duty to aid you in a practical career, to secure you a public employment. Not so on him. He would not mortgage an inch of his independence by asking a favor from a minister. He so thinks occupation the delight of life that he occupies you out of pure affection. He does not trouble his head about your future. He supposes your father will provide for that, and does not consider that meanwhile your work leads to nothing. Think over all this. I have not bored you enough." I was bewildered. I was dumb. These practical men of the world, how they take us by surprise. Here had I come to sound Sir Sedley, and here was I plumbed, gauged, measured, turned inside out, without having got an inch beyond the surface of that smiling, debonair, unruffled ease. Yet, with his invariable delicacy, in spite of all this horrible frankness, Sir Sedley had not said a word to wound what he might think the more sensitive part of my amour propre. Not a word as to the inadequacy of my pretensions to think seriously of Fanny Trevanion. Had we been the Celadon and Chloe of a country village, he could not have regarded us as more equal so far as the world went. And for the rest, he rather insinuated that poor Fanny, the great heiress, was not worthy of me, than that I was not worthy of Fanny. I felt that there was no wisdom in stammering and blushing out denials and equivocations, so I stretched my hand to Sir Sedley, took up my hat, and went. Instinctively, I bent my way to my father's house. I had not been there for many days. Not only had I had a great deal to do in the way of business, but I am ashamed to say that pleasure itself had so entangled my leisure hours, and Miss Trevanion especially so absorbed them, that, without even easy foreboding, I had left my father fluttering his wings more feebly and feebly in the web of Uncle Jack. When I arrived in Russell Street, I found the fly and the spider cheek by jowl together. Uncle Jack sprang up at my entrance and cried, "Congratulate your father! Congratulate him! No, congratulate the world!" "What, uncle?" said I, with a dismal effort at sympathizing liveliness. "Is the Literary Times launched at last?" "Oh, that is all settled long since. Here's a specimen of the type we have chosen for the leaders." And Uncle Jack, whose pocket was never without a wet sheet of some kind or other, drew forth a steaming papyrus monster, which in point of size was to the Political Times as a mammoth may be to an elephant. "That is all settled. We are only preparing our contributors, and shall put out our program next week or the week after. No, Pisistratus, I mean the great work." "My dear father, I am so glad. What, is it really sold then?" Said my father. "Sold!" burst forth Uncle Jack. "Sold! No, sir, we would not sell it. No, if all the booksellers fell down on their knees to us, as they will some day, that book should not be sold. Sir, that book is a revolution. It is an era. It is the emancipator of genius from mercenary thraldom. That book!" I looked inquiringly from uncle to father, and mentally retracted my congratulations. Then Mr. Caxton, slightly blushing and shyly rubbing his spectacles, said, "You see, Pisistratus, that though poor Jack has devoted uncommon pains to induce the publishers to recognize the merit he has discovered in the history of human error, he has failed to do so." "Not a bit of it. They all acknowledge its miraculous learning. It's very true, but they don't think it will sell, and therefore most selfishly refuse to buy it. One bookseller, indeed, offered to treat for it if I would leave out all about the Hottentots and Caffreys, the Greek philosophers and Egyptian priests, and confining myself solely to polite society, entitle the work Anecdotes of the Courts of Europe, Ancient and Modern." "The wretch!" groaned Uncle Jack. Another thought it might be cut up into little essays, leaving out the quotations, entitled Men and Manners. A third was kind enough to observe that though this kind of work was quite unsaleable, yet, as I appeared to have some historical information, he should be happy to undertake a historical romance from my graphic pen. That was the phrase, was it not, Jack? Jack was too full to speak. Provided I would introduce a proper love plot, and make it into 3 volumes past octavo, 23 lines in a page, neither more nor less. One honest fellow, at last, was found who seemed to give me a very respectable, and indeed, enterprising person. And after going through a list of calculations, which showed that no possible profit could arise, he generously offered to give me half of those no profits, provided I would guarantee half the very visible expenses. I was just meditating the prudence of accepting this proposal, when your uncle was seized with a sublime idea, which has whisked up my book in a whirlwind of expectation. "And that idea?" said I, despondently. "That idea," quoth Uncle Jack, recovering himself, "is simply and shortly this. From time immemorial, authors have been the prey of the publishers. Sir, authors have lived in garrets, nay, have been choked in the street by an unexpected crumb of bread, like the man who wrote the play, poor fellow." "Otway," said my father, "the story is not true. No matter. Milton, sir, as everybody knows, sold Paradise Lost for £10. £10, sir! In short, instances of a like nature are too numerous to quote. But the booksellers, sir, they are leviathans. They roll in seas of gold. They subsist upon authors as vampires upon little children. But at last, endurance has reached its limit. The fiat has gone forth. The tocsin of liberty has resounded. Authors have burst their fetters. And we have just inaugurated the institution of the Grand Anti-Publisher Confederate Authors Society, by which, Pisistratus, by which, mark you, every author is to be his own publisher. That is, every author who joins the society. No more submission of immortal works to mercenary calculators to sordid tastes. No more hard bargains and broken hearts. No more crumbs of bread choking great tragic poets in the streets. No more Paradise is Lost sold at £10 apiece. The author brings his book. to a select committee appointed for the purpose. Men of delicacy, education, and refinement, authors themselves. They read it, the society publish, and after a modest deduction, which goes towards the funds of the society, the treasurer hands over the profits to the author. So that, in fact, uncle, every author who can't find a publisher anywhere else will of course come to the society. The fraternity will be numerous, it will indeed, and the speculation ruinous. Ruinous? Why? Because in all mercantile negotiations it is ruinous to invest capital in supplies which fail of demand. You undertake to publish books that booksellers will not publish. Why? Because booksellers can't sell them. It's just probable that you'll not sell them any better than the booksellers. Ergo, the more your business, the larger your deficit, and the more numerous your society, the more disastrous your condition. QED. Pooh! The select committee will decide what books are to be published. Then where the deuce is the advantage to the authors? I would as lief submit my work to a publisher as I would to a select committee of authors. At all events, the publisher is not my rival, and I suspect he is the best judge, after all, of a book, as an accoucheur ought to be of a baby. Upon my word, nephew, you pay a bad compliment to your father's great work, which the booksellers will have nothing to do with. That was artfully said, and I was posed. When Mr. Caxton observed, with an apologetic smile, "The fact is, my dear Pisistratus, that I want my book published without diminishing the little fortune I keep for you some day. Uncle Jack starts a society so to publish it. Health and long life to Uncle Jack's society. One can't look a gift horse in the mouth." Here my mother entered, rosy from a shopping expedition with Mrs. Primmins, and in her joy at hearing that I could stay to dinner, all else was forgotten. By a wonder, which I did not regret, Uncle Jack really was engaged to dine out. He had other irons in the fire besides the Literary Times and the Confederate Authors' Society. He was deep in a scheme for making housetops of felt, which, under other hands, has, I believe, since succeeded. And he found a rich man, I suppose a hatter, who seemed well inclined to the project, and had actually asked him to dine and expound his views. End of chapter 2. Part 7, Chapters 3 and 4 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 7, Chapter 3. Here we three are, seated around the open window, after dinner, familiar as in the old happy time, and my mother is talking low, that she may not disturb my father, who seems in thought. I feel it! I have it! Where? What? Where? Knock it down! Brush it off! For heaven's sake, see to it! There, here, in my hair, in my sleeve, in my ear! I say solemnly, and on the word of a Christian, that as I sat down to begin this chapter, being somewhat in a brown study, the pen insensibly slipped from my hand, and leaning back in my chair, I fell to gazing in the fire. It is the end of June, and a remarkably cold evening, even for that time of year. And while I was so gazing, I felt something crawling just by the nape of the neck, ma'am. Instinctively and mechanically, and still musing, I put my hand there, and drew forth... what? That what it is which perplexes me. It was a thing. A dark thing. A much bigger thing than I had expected. And the sight took me so by surprise that I gave my hand a violent shake, and the thing went. Where, I know not. The what and the where are the knotty points in the whole question. No sooner had it gone than I was seized with repentance not to have examined it more closely, not to have ascertained what the creature was. It might have been an earwig. A very large, motherly earwig. An earwig far gone in that way in which earwigs wish to be who love their lords. I have a profound horror of earwigs. I firmly believe that they do get into the ear. That is a subject on which it is useless to argue with me upon philosophical grounds. I have a vivid recollection of a story told me by Mrs. Primmins, how a lady for many years suffered under the most excruciating headaches, how, as the tombstones say, physicians were in vain, how she died, and how her head was opened, and how such a nest of earwigs, ma'am, such a nest. Earwigs are the prolificest things, and so fond of their offspring. They sit on their eggs like hens, and the young, as soon as they are born, creep under them for protection, quite touchingly. Imagine such an establishment domesticated at one's tympanum. but the creature was certainly larger than an earwig. It might have been one of that genus in the family of Forficulidae called Labradora, monsters who in tannae have 30 joints. There is a species of this creature in England, but to the great grief of naturalists, and to the great honor of Providence, very rarely found, infinitely larger than the common earwig, or Forficulida auriculana. Could it have been an early hornet? It had certainly a black head and great feelers. I have a greater horror of hornets, if possible, than I have of earwigs. 2 hornets will kill a man, and 3 a carriage horse 16 hands high. However, the creature was gone. Yes, but where? Where had I so rashly thrown it? It might have got into a fold of my dressing gown, or into my slippers, or, in short, look upon the carpet, the rug, the chair under the fender. It is non-inventus. I barbarously hope it is frizzing behind that great black coal in the grate. I pluck up courage. I prudently remove to the other end of the room. I take up my pen. I begin my chapter. Very nicely, too, I think upon the whole. I am just getting into my subject, when crawl, crawl, creep, creep, creep. Exactly, my dear ma'am, in the same place it was before. Oh, by the powers! I forgot all my scientific regrets at not having scrutinized its genus before, whether Forficulida or Labradora. I made a desperate lunge with both hands. Something between thrust and cut, ma'am. The beast is gone. Yes, but again, where? I say that where is a very horrible question. Having come twice, in spite of all my precautions, and exactly on the same spot, too. It shows a confirmed disposition to habituate itself to its quarters, to effect a parochial settlement upon me. There is something awful and preternatural in it. I assure you that there is not a part of me that has not gone that has not crept, crawled, and forficulated ever since. And I put it to you what sort of a chapter I can make after such a... My good little girl, will you just take the candle and look carefully under the table? That's a dear. Yes, my love. Very black indeed, with 2 horns, and inclined to be corpulent. Gentlemen and ladies who have cultivated an acquaintance with the Phoenician language are aware that Beelzebub, examined etymologically and entomologically, is nothing more nor less than Basilbub, the Jupiter fly, an emblem of the destroying attribute, which attribute, indeed, is found in all the insect tribes more or less. Wherefore, as Mr. Payne Knight, in his inquiry into symbolical languages, hath observed, the Egyptian priests shave their whole bodies, even to their eyebrows, lest unaware that they should harbor any of the minor zebubs of the great Baal. If I were the least bit more persuaded that that black were about me still, and that the sacrifice of my eyebrows would deprive him of shelter, by the souls of the Ptolemies I would, and I will too. Ring the bell, my little dear. John, my cigar box. There is not a in the world that can abide the fumes of the Havana. Pshaw! Sir, I am not the only man who lets his first thoughts upon cold steel end, like this chapter in... Chapter 4. Everything in this world is of use, even a black thing crawling over the nape of one's neck. Grim unknown, I shall make of thee a simile. I think, ma'am, you will allow that if an incident such as I have described had befallen yourself, and you had a proper and ladylike horror of earwigs, however motherly and fond of their offspring, and also of early hornets, and indeed of all unknown things of the insect tribe with black heads and 2 great horns, or feelers or forceps, just by your ear, I think, ma'am, you will allow that you would find it difficult to settle back to your former placidity of mood and innocent stitch-work. You would feel a something that grated on your nerves and all over you like, as the children say. And the worst is that you would be ashamed to say it. You would feel obliged to look pleased and join in the conversation, and not fidget too much, nor always be shaking your flounces and looking into a dark corner of your apron. Thus it is with many other things in life besides black insects. One has a secret care, an abstraction, a something between the memory and the feeling, of a dark crawling which one has never dared to analyze. So I sat by my mother, trying to smile and talk, as in the old time, but longing to move about, and look around, and escape to my own solitude, and take the clothes off my mind, and see what it was that had so troubled and terrified me, for trouble and terror were upon me. And my mother, who was always, heaven bless her, inquisitive enough in all that concerned her darling anachronism, was especially inquisitive that evening. She made me say where I had been, and what I had done, and how I had spent my time. And Fanny Trevanion, whom she had seen, by the way, 3 or 4 times, and whom she thought the prettiest person in the world. Oh, she must know exactly what I thought of Fanny Trevanion. And all this while my father seemed in thought. And so, with my arm over my mother's chair, and my hand in hers, I answered my mother's questions, sometimes by a stammer, sometimes by a violent effort at volubility. When at some interrogatory that went tingling right to my heart, I turned uneasily, and there were my father's eyes fixed on mine, fixed as they had been when, and none knew why, I pined and languished, and my father said he must go to school, fixed with quiet, watchful tenderness. Ah, no! His thoughts had not been on the great work. He had been deep in the pages of that less worthy one, for which he had yet more an author's paternal care. I met those eyes and yearned to throw myself on his heart and tell him all. Tell him what? Ma'am, I no more knew what to tell him than I knew what that black thing was which has so worried me all this blessed evening. Pisistratus, said my father softly, I fear you have forgotten the saffron bag. No, indeed, sir, said I, smiling. He, resumed my father, he who wears the saffron bag has more cheerful, settled spirits than you seem to have, my poor boy. My dear Austin, his spirits are very good, I think, said my mother, anxiously. My father shook his head. Then he took 2 or 3 turns about the room. Shall I ring for candles, sir? It is getting dark. You will wish to read. No, Pisistratus, it is you who shall read. And this hour of twilight best suits the book I am about to open to you. So saying, he drew a chair between me and my mother, and seated himself gravely, looking down a long time in silence, then turning his eyes to each of us alternately. My dear wife, said he, at length, almost solemnly, I am going to speak of myself as I was before I knew you. Even in the twilight I saw that my mother's countenance changed. You have respected my secrets, Catherine, tenderly, honestly. Now the time has come when I can tell them to you and to our son. End of chapter 4.
Part 7, Chapter 5 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 7, Chapter 5. My Father's First Love. I lost my mother early. My father, a good man, but who was so indolent that he rarely stirred from his chair, and who often passed whole days without speaking like an Indian dervish, left Roland and myself to educate ourselves much according to our own tastes. Roland shot and hunted and fished, read all the poetry and books of chivalry to be found in my father's collection, which was rich in such matters, and made a great many copies of the old pedigree, the only thing in which my father ever evinced much vital interest. Early in life I conceived a passion for graver studies, and by good luck I found a tutor in Mr. Tibbets, who, but for his modesty Kitty, would have rivaled Porson. He was a second Budæus for industry, and, by the way, he said exactly the same thing that Budæus did, namely, that the only lost day in his life was that in which he married, for on that day he had only had 6 hours for reading. Under such a master, I could not fail to be a scholar. I came from the university with such distinction as led me to look sanguinely on my career in the world. I returned to my father's quiet rectory to pause and consider what path I should take to fame. The rectory was just at the foot of the hill, on the brow of which were the ruins of the castle Roland has since purchased. And though I did not feel for the ruins the same romantic veneration as my dear brother, for my daydreams were more colored by classic than feudal recollections, I yet loved to climb the hill, book in hand, and built my castles in the air amidst the wrecks of that which time had shattered on the earth. One day, entering the old weed-grown court, I saw a lady seated on my favorite spot sketching the ruins. The lady was young, more beautiful than any woman I had yet seen, at least to my eyes. In a word, I was fascinated, and as the trite phrase goes, spellbound. I seated myself at a little distance, and contemplated her without desiring to speak. By and by, from another part of the ruins which were then uninhabited, came a tall, imposing, elderly gentleman with a benignant aspect and a little dog. The dog ran up to me barking. This drew the attention of both lady and gentleman to me. The gentleman approached, called off the dog, and apologized with much politeness. Surveying me somewhat curiously, he then began to ask questions about the old place and the family it had belonged to, with the name and antecedents of which he was well acquainted. By degrees it came out that I was the descendant of that family, and the younger son of the humble rector who was now its representative. The gentleman then introduced himself to me as the Earl of Rainsforth, the principal proprietor in the neighbourhood, but who had so rarely visited the country during my childhood and earlier youth that I had never before seen him. His only son, however, a young man of great promise, had been at the same college with me in my first year at the university. The young lord was a reading man and a scholar, and we had become slightly acquainted when he left for his travels. Now, on hearing my name, Lord Rainsforth took my hand cordially and led me to his daughter, said, "Think, Eleanor, how fortunate! This is the Mr. Caxton whom your brother so often spoke of." In short, my dear Pisistratus, the ice was broken, the acquaintance made, and Lord Rainsforth, saying he was come to atone for his long absence from the county, and to reside at Compton the greater part of the year, pressed me to visit him. I did so. Lord Rainsforth's liking to me increased. I went there often. My father paused, and seeing my mother had fixed her eyes upon him with a sort of mournful earnestness, and had pressed her hands very tightly together, he bent down and kissed her forehead. "There is no cause, my child," said he. It was the only time I ever heard him address my mother so parentally. But then I never heard him before so grave and solemn, not a quotation too. It was incredible. It was not my father that was speaking, it was another man. Yes, I went there often. Lord Rainsforth was a remarkable person. Shyness that was wholly without pride, which is rare, and a love for quiet literary pursuits had prevented his taking that personal part in public life for which he was richly qualified. But his reputation for sense and honor, and his personal popularity, had given him no inconsiderable influence, even I believe, in the formation of cabinets, and he had once been prevailed upon to fill a high diplomatic situation abroad, in which I have no doubt that he was as miserable as a good man can be under any infliction. He was now pleased to retire from the world and look at it through the loopholes of retreat. Lord Rainsforth had a great respect for talent and a warm interest in such of the young as seemed to him to possess it. By talent, indeed, his family had risen, and was strikingly characterized. His ancestor, the first peer, had been a distinguished lawyer. His father had been celebrated for scientific attainments. His children, Eleanor and Lord Pendarvis, were highly accomplished. Thus the family identified themselves with the aristocracy of intellect, and seemed unconscious of their claims to the lower aristocracy of rank. You must bear this in mind throughout my story. Lady Eleanor shared her father's tastes and habits of thought. She was not then an heiress. Lord Rainsforth talked to me of my career. It was a time when the French Revolution had made statesmen look round with some anxiety to strengthen the existing order of things, by alliance with all in the rising generation who evinced such ability as might influence their contemporaries. University distinction is or was formerly among the popular passports to public life. By degrees, Lord Rainsforth liked me so well as to suggest to me a seat in the House of Commons. A member of Parliament might rise to anything, and Lord Rainsforth had sufficient influence to effect my return. Dazzling prospect this to a young scholar fresh from Thucydides, and with Demosthenes fresh at his tongue's end. My dear boy, I was not then, you see, quite what I am now. In a word, I loved Eleanor Compton, and therefore I was ambitious. You know how ambitious she is still. But I could not mold my ambition to hers. I could not contemplate entering the Senate of my country as a dependent on a party or a patron, as a man who must make his fortune there, as a man who, in every vote, must consider how much nearer he advanced himself to emolument. I was not even certain that Lord Rainsforth's views on politics were the same as mine would be. How could the politics of an experienced man of the world be those of an ardent young student? But they had been identical. I felt that I could not so creep into equality with the patron's daughter. No, I was ready to abandon my own more scholastic predilections, to strain every energy at the bar, to carve or force my own way to the fortune, and if I arrived at independence, then, what then? Why, the right to speak of love and aim at power. This was not the view of Eleanor Compton. The law seemed to her a tedious, needless drudgery. There was nothing in it to captivate her imagination. She listened to me with that charm which she yet retains, and by which she seems to identify herself with those who speak to her. She would turn to me with a pleading look when her father dilated on the brilliant prospects of a parliamentary success, for he, not having gained it, yet having lived with those who had, overvalued it, and seemed ever to wish to enjoy it through some other. But when I, in turn, spoke of independence of the bar, Eleanor's face grew overcast. The world was with her, and the ambition of the world, which is always for power or effect. A part of the house lay exposed to the east wind. "Plant halfway down the hill," said I one day. "Plant!" cried Lady Eleanor. "It will be 20 years before the trees grow up." "No, my dear father, build a wall and cover it with creepers." That was an illustration of her whole character. She could not wait till trees had time to grow. A dead wall would be so much more quickly thrown up, and parasite creepers would give it a prettier effect. Nevertheless, she was a grand and noble creature, and I, in love, not so discouraged as you may suppose, for Lord Rainsforth often hinted encouragement which even I could scarcely misconstrue. Not caring for rank, and not wishing for fortune beyond competence for his daughter, he saw in me all he required, a gentleman of ancient birth, and one in whom his own active mind could prosecute that kind of mental ambition which overflowed in him, and yet had never had its vent. And Eleanor! Heaven forbid I should say she loved me, but something made me think she could do so. Under these notions, suppressing all my hopes, I made a bold effort to master the influences round me and to adopt that career I thought worthiest of us all. I went to London to read for the bar. "The bar! Is it possible?" cried I. My father smiled sadly. Everything seemed possible to me then. I read some months. I began to see my way even in that short time, began to comprehend what would be the difficulties before me, and to feel there was that within me which could master them. I took a holiday and returned to Cumberland, for I found Roland there on my return. Always of a roving, adventurous temper, though he had not then entered the army, he had, for more than 2 years, been wandering over Great Britain and Ireland on foot. It was a young knight-errant whom I embraced, and who overwhelmed me with reproaches that I should be reading for the law. There had never been a lawyer in the family. It was about that time, I think, that I petrified him with the discovery of the printer. I knew not exactly wherefore, whether from jealousy, fear, foreboding, but it certainly was a pain that seized me when I learned from Roland that he had become intimate at Compton Hall. Roland and Lord Rainsforth had met at the house of a neighbouring gentleman, and Lord Rainsforth had welcomed his acquaintance, at first perhaps for my sake, afterwards for his own. "I could not for the life of me," continued my father, "ask Roland if he admired Eleanor, but when I found that he did not put that question to me, I trembled. We went to Compton together, speaking little by the way. We stayed there some days." My father here thrust his hand into his waistcoat. All men have their little ways, which denote much, and when my father thrust his hand into his waistcoat, it was always a sign of some mental effort. He was going to prove or to argue, to moralize or to preach. Therefore, though I was listening before with all my ears, I believe I had, speaking magnetically and mesmerically, an extra pair of ears, a new sense supplied to me, when my father put his hand into his waistcoat. End of chapter number 5. Part 7, Chapter 6 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, a Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 7, Chapter 6. There is not a mystical creation, type, symbol, or poetical invention for meanings abstruse, recondite, and incomprehensible, which is not represented by the female gender, said my father, having his hand quite buried in his waistcoat. For instance, the Sphinx and Isis, whose veil no man had ever lifted, were both ladies, Kitty, and so was Persephone, who must be always either in heaven or hell, and Hecate, who is one thing by night and another by day. The Sibyls were females, and so were the Gorgons, the Harpies, the Furies, the Fates, and the Teutonic Valkyries, Nornias, and Hela herself. In short, all representations of ideas obscure, inscrutable, and portentous are nouns feminine. Heaven bless my father! Augustine Caxton was himself again. I began to fear that this story had slipped away from him, lost in that labyrinth of learning. But luckily, as he paused for breath, his look fell on those limpid blue eyes of my mother, and that honest open brow of hers, which had certainly nothing in common with sphinxes, fates, furies, and valkyries, and whether his heart smote him, or his reason made him own that he had fallen into a very disingenuous and unsound train of assertion, I know not, but his front relaxed, and with a smile he resumed, Eleanor was the last person in the world to deceive anyone willingly. Did she deceive me and Roland, that we both, though not conceited men, fancied that if we had dared to speak openly of love, we had not so dared in vain? Or do you think, Kitty, that a woman really can love, not much perhaps, but somewhat, 2 or 3 or half a dozen at a time? Impossible, cried my mother, and as for this Lady Eleanor, I am shocked at her. I don't know what to call it. Nor I either, my dear, said my father, slowly taking his hand from his waistcoat, as if the effort were too much for him, and the problem were insoluble. But this, begging your pardon, I do think, that before a young woman does really, truly, and cordially centre her affections on one object, she suffers fancy, imagination, the desire of power, curiosity, or heaven knows what, to stimulate, even to her own mind, pale reflections of the luminary not yet risen, parhelia that precede the sun. Don't judge of Roland as you see him now, Pisistratus, grim and grey and formal. Imagine a nature soaring high amongst daring thoughts, or exuberant with the nameless poetry of youthful life, with a frame matchless for bounding elasticity, an eye bright with haughty fire, a heart from which noble sentiments sprang like sparks from an anvil. Lady Eleanor had an ardent, inquisitive imagination. This bold, fiery nature must have moved her interest. On the other hand, she had an instructed, full, and eager mind. Am I vain if I say, now, after the lapse of so many years, that in my mind her intellect felt companionship? When a woman loves and marries and settles, why then she becomes a one whole, completed being. But a girl like Eleanor has in her many women. Various herself, all varieties please her. I do believe that if either of us had spoken the word boldly, Lady Eleanor would have shrunk back to her own heart, examined it, tasked it, and given a frank and generous answer, and he who had spoken first might have had the better chance not to receive a no. But neither of us spoke, and perhaps she was rather curious to know if she had made an impression than anxious to create it. It was not that she willingly deceived us, but her whole atmosphere was delusion. Mists come before the sunrise. However this be, Roland and I were not long in detecting each other, and hence arose first coldness, then jealousy, then quarrel. Oh, my father, your love must have been indeed powerful to have made a breach between the hearts of 2 such brothers. Yes, said my father. It was amidst the old ruins of the castle, there where I had first seen Eleanor, that, winding my arm round Roland's neck as I found him seated amongst the weeds and stones, his face buried in his hands, it was there that I said, Brother, we both love this woman. My nature is the calmer of the 2. I shall feel the loss less. Brother, shake hands, and God speed you, for I go. Austin, murmured my mother, sinking her head on my father's breast. And therewith we quarrelled, for it was Roland who insisted, while the tears rolled down his eyes and he stamped his foot on the ground, that he was the intruder, the interloper, that he had no hope, that he had been a fool and a madman, and that it was for him to go. Now, while we were disputing, and words began to run high, my father's old servant entered the desolate place with a note from Lady Eleanor to me, asking for the loan of some book I had praised. Roland saw the handwriting, and while I turned the note over and over irresolutely before I broke the seal, he vanished. He did not return to my father's house. We did not know what had become of him. But I, thinking over that impulsive volcanic nature, took quick alarm, and I went in search of him, came on his track at last, and after many days found him in a miserable cottage amongst the most dreary of the dreary wastes which form so large a part of Cumberland. He was so altered I scarcely knew him. To be brief, we came at last to a compromise. We would go back to Compton. This suspense was intolerable. One of us at least should take courage and learn his fate. But who should learn it first? We drew lots, and the lot fell on me. And now that I was really to pass the Rubicon, now that I was to impart that secret hope which had animated me so long, bend to me a new life, what were my sensations? My dear boy, depend on it that that age is the happiest when such feelings as I felt then can agitate us no more. There are mistakes in the serene order of that majestic life which heaven meant for thoughtful man. Our souls should be as stars on earth, not as meteors and tortured comets. What could I offer to Eleanor, to her father? What but a future of patient labor? And in either answer, what alternative of misery? My own existence shattered, or Roland's noble heart? Well, we went to Compton. In our former visits, we had been almost the only guests. Lord Rainsforth did not much affect the intercourse of country squires, less educated then than now, and an excuse for Eleanor and for us, we were almost the only men of our own age she had seen in that large dull house. But now the London season had broken up, the house was filled, there was no longer that familiar or constant approach to the mistress of the hall which had made us one like family. Great ladies, fine people were around her. A look, a smile, a passing word were as much as I had a right to expect. And the talk, too, how different! Before I could speak on books, I was at home there. Roland could pour forth his dreams, his chivalrous love for the past, his bold defiance of the unknown future. And Eleanor, cultivated and fanciful, could sympathize with both. And her father, scholar and gentleman, could sympathize too. But now... End of chapter 6. Part 7, Chapter 7 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 7, Chapter 7. It is no use in the world, said my father, to know all the languages expounded in grammars and splintered up into lexicons if we don't learn the language of the world. It is a talk apart, Kitty, cried my father, warming up. It is an anaglyph, a spoken anaglyph, my dear. If all the hieroglyphs of the ancient Egyptians had been ABC to you, still, if you did not know the anaglyph, you would know nothing of the true mysteries of the priests. Neither Roland nor I knew one symbol letter of the anaglyph. Talk on persons we had never heard of, things we never cared for. All we thought of importance, puerile or pedantic trifles. All we thought so trite and childish, the grand momentous business of life. If you found a little schoolboy on his half-holiday fishing for minnows with a crooked pin, and you began to tell him of all the wonders of the deep, the laws of the tides, and the antediluvian relies of Iguanodon and Ichthyosaurus, nay, if you spoke but of pearl fisheries and coral banks, or water kelpies and naiads, would not the little boy cry out peevishly, "Don't tease me with all that nonsense. Let me fish in peace for my minnows." I think the little boy is right after his own way. It was to fish for minnows that he came out, poor child, not to hear about iguanodons and water kelpies. So the company fished for minnows, and not a word could we say about our pearl fisheries and coral banks. And as for fishing for minnows ourselves, my dear boy, we should have been less bewildered if you had asked us to fish for a mermaid. Do you see, now, one reason why I have let you go thus early into the world? Well, but amongst these minnow fishers there was one who fished with an air that made the minnows look larger than salmons. Trevanion had been at Cambridge with me. We were even intimate. He was a young man like myself, with his way to make in the world. Poor as I, of a family upon a par with mine, old enough but decayed. There was, however, this difference between us. He had connections in the great world, I had none. Like me, his chief pecuniary resource was a college fellowship. Now, Trevanion had established a high reputation at the university, but less as a scholar, though a pretty fair one, than as a man to rise in life. Every faculty he had was an energy. He aimed at everything, lost some things, gained others. He was a great speaker in a debating society, a member of some politico-economical club. He was an eternal talker, brilliant, various, paradoxical, florid, different from what he is now, for, dreading fancy, his career has been one effort to curb it. But all his mind attached itself to something that we Englishmen call solid. It was a large mind, not, my dear Kitty, like a fine whale sailing through knowledge from the pleasure of sailing, but like a polypus that puts forth all its feelers for the purpose of catching hold of something. Trevanion had gone at once to London from the university. His reputation and his talk dazzled his connections not unjustly. They made an effort, they got him into Parliament. He had spoken, he had succeeded. He came to Compton in the flush of his virgin fame. I cannot convey to you who know him now, with his careworn face and abrupt, dry manner, reduced by perpetual gladiatorship to the skin and bone of his former self, what that man was when he first stepped into the arena of my life. You see, my listeners, that you have to recollect that we middle-aged folks were young then. That is to say, we were as different from what we are now as the green bough of summer is from the dry wood out of which we make a ship or a gate-post. Neither man nor wood comes to the uses of life till the green leaves are stripped and the sap gone. And then the uses of life transform us into strange things with other names. The tree is a tree no more, it is a gate or a ship. The youth is a youth no more, but a one-legged soldier, a hollow-eyed statesman, a scholar spectacled and slippered. When Michaelis, here the hand slides into the waistcoat again, when Michaelis, said my father, asked the cock that had once been Pythagoras if the affair of Troy was really as Homer told it, the cock replied scornfully, how could Homer know anything about it? At that time he was a camel in Bactria. Pisistratus, according to the doctrine of metempsychosis, you might have been a Bactrian camel when that which to my life was the siege of Troy saw Roland and Trevanion before the walls. Handsome you can see that Trevanion has been, but the beauty of his countenance then was in its perpetual play, its intellectual eagerness, and his conversation was so discursive, so various, so animated, and above all, so full of the things of the day. If he had been a priest of Serapis for 50 years, he could not have known the anaglyph better. Therefore he filled up every crevice and pore of that hollow society with his broken, inquisitive, petulant light. Therefore he was admired, talked of, listened to, and everybody said, Trevanion is a rising man. Yet I did not do him the justice I have done since, for we students and abstract thinkers are apt too much in our first youth to look to the depth of a man's mind or knowledge, and not enough to the surface it may cover. There may be more water in a flowing stream only 4 feet deep, and certainly more force and more health, than in a sullen pool 30 yards to the bottom. I did not do Trevanion justice. I did not see how naturally he realized Lady Eleanor's ideal. I have said that she was like many women in one. Trevanion was 1,000 men in one. He had learning to please her mind, eloquence to dazzle her fancy, beauty to please her eye, reputation precisely of the kind to allure her vanity, honor and conscientious purpose to satisfy her judgment, and, above all, he was ambitious. Ambitious not as I, not as Roland was, but ambitious as Eleanor was. ambitious not to realize some grand ideal in the silent heart, but to grasp the practical positive substances that lay without. Eleanor was a child of the great world, and so was he. I saw not all this, nor did Roland, and Trevanion seemed to pay no particular court to Eleanor. But the time approached when I ought to speak. The house began to thin, Lord Rainsforth had leisure to resume his easy conferences with me, and one day, walking in his garden, he gave me the opportunity, for I need not say Pisistratus, said my father, looking at me earnestly, that before any man of honour, if of inferior worldly pretensions, will open his heart seriously to the daughter, it is his duty to speak first to the parent, whose confidence has imposed that trust. I bowed my head and coloured. I knew not how it was, continued my father, but Lord Rainsforth turned the conversation on Eleanor. After speaking of his expectations in his son, who was returning home, he said, but he will, of course, enter public life. Will, I trust, soon marry, have a separate establishment, and I shall see but little of him. My Eleanor! I cannot bear the thought of parting wholly with her, and that, to say the selfish truth, is one reason why I have never wished her to marry a rich man, and so leave me forever. I could hope that she will give herself to one who may be contented to reside at least great part of the year with me, who may bless me with another son, not steal from me a daughter. I do not mean that he should waste his life in the country. His occupations would probably lead him to London. I care not where my house is. All I want is to keep my home. You know, he added, with a smile that I thought meaning, how often have I implied to you that I have no vulgar ambition for Eleanor. Her portion must be very small, for my estate is strictly entailed, and I have lived too much up to my income all my life to hope to save much now. But her tastes do not require expense, and while I live, at least, there need be no change. She can only prefer a man whose talents, congenial to hers, will win their own career, and ere I die that career may be made. Lord Rainsforth paused, and then, how, in what words I know not, but out all burst, my long-suppressed, timid, anxious, doubtful, fearful love. The strange energy it had given to a nature till then so retiring and calm, my recent devotion to the law, my confidence that, with such a prize, I could succeed. It was but a transfer of labour from one study to another. Labour could conquer all things, and custom sweetened them in the conquest. The bar was a less brilliant career than a senate, but the first aim of the poor man should be independence. In short, Pisistratus, wretched egotist that I was, I forgot Roland in that moment, and I spoke as one who felt his life was in his words. Lord Rainsforth looked at me, when I had done, with a countenance full of affection, but it was not cheerful. My dear Caxton, said he tremulously, I own that I once wished this, wished it from the hour I knew you, but why did you so long? I never suspected that, nor am I sure, did Eleanor. He stopped short and added quickly, however, go and speak as you have spoken to me to Eleanor. Go, it may not yet be too late, and yet, but go. Too late! What meant those words? Lord Rainsforth had turned hastily down another walk and left me alone to ponder over an answer which concealed a riddle. Slowly I took my way towards the house and saw Lady Eleanor, half hoping, half dreading to find her alone. There was a little room communicating with the conservatory, where she usually sat in the morning. Thither I took my course. That room, I see it still. The walls covered with pictures from her very own hand. Many were sketches of the haunts we had visited together, the simple ornaments, womanly but not effeminate, the very books on the table that had been made familiar by dear associations. Yes, there the Tasso, in which we had read together the episode of Clorinda, there the Aeschylus, in which I translated to her the Prometheus. Pedantries these might seem to some, pedantries perhaps they were, but they were proofs of that congeniality which had knit the man of books to the daughter of the world. That room, it was the home of my heart. Such, in my vanity of spirit, methought would be the air round a home to come. I looked about me, troubled and confused, and halting timidly, I saw Eleanor before me, leaning her face on her hand, her cheek more flushed than usual, and tears in her eyes. I approached in silence, and as I drew my chair to the table, my eye fell to a glove on the floor. It was a man's glove. "Do you know," said my father, "that once, when I was very young, I saw a Dutch picture called The Glove, and the subject was of murder? There was a weed-grown, marshy pool, a desolate, dismal landscape that of itself inspired thoughts of ill deeds and terror. And two men, as if walking by chance, came to this pool. The finger of one pointed to a blood-stained glove, and the eyes of both were fixed on each other, as if there were no need of words. That glove told its tale. The picture had long haunted me in my boyhood, but it never gave me so uneasy and fearful a feeling as did that real glove upon the floor. Why? My dear Pisistratus, the theory of forebodings involves one of those questions on which we may ask why forever. More chilled than I had been in speaking to her father, I took heart at last and spoke to Eleanor. My father stopped short. The moon had risen and was shining full into the room and on his face, and by that light the face was changed. Young emotions had brought back youth. My father looked a young man. But what pain was there? If the memory alone could raise what, after all, was but the ghost of suffering, what had been its living reality? Involuntarily I seized his hand. My father pressed it convulsively and said with a deep breath, "It was too late. Trevanion was Lady Eleanor's accepted, plighted, happy lover. My dear Catherine, I do not envy him now. Look up, sweet wife, look up." End of Part 7, Chapter 7. Part 7, Chapters 8 and 9 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 7, Chapter 8. Eleanor, let me do her justice, was shocked at my silent emotion. No human lip could utter more tender sympathy, more noble self-reproach, but that was no balm to my wound. So I left the house, so I never returned to the law, so all impetus, all motive for exertion, seemed taken from my being. So I went back into books, and so a moping, despondent, worthless mourner might I have been to the end of my days, but that heaven, in its mercy, sent thy mother, Pisistratus, across my path, and day and night I bless God in her, for I have been, and am, oh, indeed, I am a happy man. My mother threw herself on my father's breast, sobbing violently, and then turned from the room without a word. My father's eye, swimming in tears, followed her, and then, after pacing the room for some moments in silence, he came up to me, and leaning his arm on my shoulder, whispered, "Can you guess why I have now told you all this, my son?" "Yes, partly. Thank you, father." I faltered and sat down, for I felt faint. "Some sons," said my father, seating himself beside me, "would find in their father's follies and errors an excuse for their own. Not so will you, Pisistratus." "I see no folly, no error, sir, only nature and sorrow." "Pause ere you thus think," said my father. "Great was the folly and great the error of indulging imagination that has no basis, of linking the whole usefulness of my life to the will of a human creature like myself. Heaven did not design the passion of love to be this tyrant, nor is it so with the mass and multitude of human life. We dreamers, solitary students like me, or half-poets like poor Roland, make our own disease. How many years, even after I had regained serenity, as your mother gave me a home long not appreciated, have I wasted? The mainspring of my existence was snapped. I took no note of time, and therefore now you see, late in life, Nemesis wakes. I look back with great regret at powers neglected, opportunities gone. Galvanically, I brace up energies half palsied by disuse, and you see me, rather than rest quiet and good for nothing, talked into what, I dare say, are sad follies by an Uncle Jack. And now I behold Eleanor again, and I say in wonder, all this agony, all this torpor, for that. Ah, continued my father, with a sigh, it would not have been so if at your age I had found out the secret of the saffron bag. Chapter number 9. And Roland, sir, said I, how did he take it? With all the indignation of a proud, unreasonable man, more indignant, poor fellow, for me than himself. And so did he wound and gall me by what he said of Eleanor, and so did he rage against me because I would not share his rage, that again we quarrelled. We parted and did not meet for many years. We came into sudden possession of our little fortunes. His he devoted, as you may know, to the purchase of the old runes and the commission in the army, which had always been his dream, and so went his way, wrathful. My share gave me an excuse for indolence. It satisfied all my wants, and when my old tutor died, and his young child became my ward, and somehow or other from my ward my wife, it allowed me to resign my fellowship and live amongst my books, still as a book myself. One comfort, somewhat before my marriage, I had conceived, and that, too, Roland has since said was comfort to him. Eleanor became an heiress. Her poor brother died, and all of the estate that did not pass in the male line devolved on her. That fortune made a gulf between us almost as wide as her marriage. For Eleanor, poor and portionless in spite of her rank, I could have worked, striven, slaved. But Eleanor rich! It would have crushed me. This was a comfort, but still the past, that perpetual aching sense of something that had seemed the essential of life, withdrawn from life evermore, evermore. What was left was not sorrow, it was a void. Had I lived with more men and less with dreams and books, I should have made my nature large enough to bear the loss of a single passion. But in solitude we shrink up. No plant so much as man needs the sun and the air. I comprehend now why most of our best and wisest men have lived in capitals, and therefore, again I say, that one scholar in a family is enough. Confiding in your sound heart and strong honor, I turn you thus betimes on the world. Have I done wrong? Prove that I have not, my child. Do you know what a very good man has said? Listen and follow my precept, not example. The state of the world is such, and so much depends on action, that everything seems to say aloud to every man, do something. Do it. Do it. I was profoundly touched, and I rose refreshed and hopeful, when suddenly the door opened, and who or what in the world should come in, but certainly he, she, it, or they shall not come into this chapter. On that point I am resolved. No, my dear young lady, I am extremely flattered. I feel for your curiosity, but really not a peep, not one. And yet, well then, if you will have it and look so coaxingly, who, or what, I say, should come in, abrupt, unexpected, taking away one's breath, not giving one time to say, by your leave, or with your leave, but making one's mouth stand open with surprise, and one's eyes fix in a big, round, stupid stare. But... End of chapter number 9. Part 8, Chapter 1 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 8, Chapter 1. There entered, in the front drawing-room of my father's house in Russell Street, an elf, clad in white, small, delicate, with curls of jet over her shoulders, with eyes so large and so lustrous that they shone through the room as no eyes merely human could possibly shine. The elf approached and stood facing us. The sight was so unexpected and the apparition so strange that we remained for some moments in startled silence. At length my father, as the bolder and wiser man of the two, and the more fitted to deal with the eerie things of another world, had the audacity to step close up to the little creature, and, bending down to examine its face, said, "What do you want, my pretty child?" Pretty child? Was it only a pretty child after all? Alas, It would be well if all we mistake for fairies at the first glance could resolve themselves only into pretty children. "Come," answered the child with a foreign accent, and taking my father by the lappet of his coat. "Come, poor papa is so ill. I am frightened. Come and save him." "Certainly," exclaimed my father, quickly. "Where's my hat, Sisty? Certainly, my child, we will go and save papa." "But who is papa?" asked Pisistratus, a question that would never have occurred to my father. He never asked who or what the sick papas of poor children were when the children pulled him by the lappet of his coat. "Who is papa?" The child looked hard at me, and the big tears rolled from those large luminous eyes, but quite silently. At this moment a full-grown figure filled up the threshold, and, emerging from the shadow, presented to us the aspect of a stout, well-favored young woman. She dropped a courtesy, and then said mincingly, "Oh, miss, you ought to have waited for me and not alarmed the gentlefolks by running upstairs in that way. If you please, sir, I was dealing with the cabman, and he was so imperent. Them low fellows always are, when they have only us poor women to deal with, sir, and—" "But what is the matter?" cried I, for my father had taken the child in his arms soothingly, and she was now weeping on his breast. "Why, you see, sir," another courtesy, "the gent only arrived last night at our hotel, sir, the Lamb, close by London Bridge, and he was taken ill, and he's not quite in his right mind like, so we sent for the doctor, and the doctor looked at the brass plate on the gent's carpet bag, sir, and then he looked into the court guide, and he said, 'There is a Mr. Caxton in Great Russell Street. Is he any relation?' And this young lady said, 'That's my papa's brother, and we were going there.' And so, sir, as the boots was out, I got into a cab, and miss would come with me, and—" "Roland ill! Quick, quick, quick!" cried my father, and with the child still in his arms he ran down the stairs. I followed with his hat, which of course he had forgotten. A cab, by good luck, was passing our very door, but the chambermaid would not let us enter it till she had satisfied herself that it was not the same she had dismissed. This preliminary investigation completed, we entered and drove to the Lamb. The chambermaid, who sat opposite, passed the time in ineffectual overtures to relieve my father of the little girl, who still clung nestling to his breast, in a long, epic, much broken into episodes, of the causes which had led to her dismissal of the late cabman, who, to swell his fare, had thought proper to take a circumbendibus, and with occasional tugs at her cap and smoothing downs of her gown, and apologies for being such a figure, especially when her eyes rested on my satin cravat or drooped on my shining boots. Arrived at the Lamb, the chambermaid, with conscious dignity, led us up a large staircase, which seemed interminable. As she mounted the region above the third story, she paused to take breath and inform us apologetically that the house was full, but that if the gent stayed over Friday, he would be moved into number 54, with a lookout and a chimbley. My little cousin now slipped from my father's arms, and running up the stairs, beckoned to us to follow. We did so, and were led to a door, at which the child stopped and listened. Then, taking off her shoes, she stole in on tiptoe. We entered after her. By the light of a single candle, we saw my poor uncle's face. It was flushed with fever, and the eyes had that bright, vacant stare which it is so terrible to meet. Less terrible is it to find the body wasted, the features sharp with the great life struggle, than to look on the face from which the mind is gone, the eyes in which there is no recognition. Such a sight is a startling shock to the unconscious habitual materialism with which we are apt familiarly to regard those we love, for in thus missing the mind, the heart, the affection that sprang to ours, we are suddenly made aware that it was the something within the form, and not the form itself, that was so dear to us. The form itself is still, perhaps, little altered, but that lip which smiles no welcome, that eye which wanders over us as strangers, that ear which distinguishes no more our voices, the friend we sought is not there. Even our own love is chilled back, grows a kind of vague, superstitious terror. Yes, it was not the matter, still present to us, which had conciliated all those subtle, nameless sentiments which are classed and fused in the word affection. It was the airy, intangible, electric something, the absence of which now appalls us. I stood speechless. My father crept on and took the hand that returned no pressure. The child only did not seem to share our emotions, but clambering on the bed, laid her cheek on the breast and was still. "Pisistratus," whispered my father at last, and I stole near, hushing my breath. "Pisistratus, if your mother were here." I nodded. The same thought had struck us both. His deep wisdom, my active youth, both felt their nothingness then and there. In the sick chamber, both turned helplessly to miss the woman. So I stole out, descended the stairs, and stood in the open air in a sort of stunned amaze. Then the tramp of feet and the roll of wheels and the great London roar revived me. That contagion of practical life which lulls the heart and stimulates the brain, what an intellectual mystery there is in its common atmosphere! In another moment I had singled out, like an inspiration, from a long file of those ministrants of our trivia, the cab of the lightest shape and with the strongest horse, and was on my way, not to my mother's, but to Dr. M.H., Manchester Square, whom I knew as the medical adviser to the Trevanians. Fortunately, that kind and able physician was at home, and he promised to be with the sufferer before I myself could join him. I then drove to Russell Street and broke to my mother, as cautiously as I could, the intelligence with which I was charged. When we arrived at the Lamb, we found the doctor already writing his prescription and injunctions. The activity of the treatment announced the clangor. I flew for the surgeon who had been before called in. Happy those who are strange to that indescribable silent bustle which the sick-room at times presents, that conflict which seems almost hand-to-hand between life and death, when all the poor, unresisting, unconscious frame is given up to the war against its terrible enemy, the dark blood flowing, the hand on the pulse, the hushed suspense, every look on the physician's bended brow, then the sinapisms to the feet, and the ice to the head, and now and then, through the lull of the low whispers, the incoherent voice of the sufferer, babbling, perhaps, of green fields and fairyland, while your hearts are breaking. Then, at length, the sleep, in the sleep, perhaps, the crisis, the breathless watch, the slow waking, the first sane words, the old smile again, only fainter, your gushing tears, your low, "Thank God, thank God." Picture all this. It is past. Roland has spoken, his sense has returned. My mother is leaning over him, his child's small hands are clasped around his neck. The surgeon, who has been there 6 hours, has taken up his hat, and smiles gaily as he nods farewell, and my father is leaning against the wall, his face covered with his hands. End of Part 8, Chapter 1. Part 8, Chapter 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 8, Chapter 2. All this had been so sudden that, to use the trite phrase, for no other is so expressive, it was like a dream. I felt an absolute and imperious want of solitude, of the open air. The swell of gratitude almost stifled me. The room did not seem large enough for my big heart. In early youth, if we find it difficult to control our feelings, so we find it difficult to vent them in the presence of others. On the spring side of 20, if anything affects us, we rush to lock ourselves up in our room or get away into the streets and fields. In our earlier years, we are still the savages of nature, and we do as the poor brute does. The wounded stag leaves the herd, and if there is anything on a dog's faithful heart, he slinks away into a corner. Accordingly, I stole out of the hotel and wandered through the streets, which were quite deserted. It was about the first hour of dawn, the most comfortless hour there is, especially in London. But I only felt freshness in the raw air and soothing in the desolate stillness. The love my uncle inspired was very remarkable in its nature. It was not like that quiet affection with which those advanced in life must usually content themselves, but connected with the more vivid interest that youth awakens. There was in him still so much of viva, city, and fire, in his errors and crotchets so much of the self-delusion of youth, that one could scarce fancy him other than young. Those quixotic, exaggerated notions of honor, that romance of sentiment which no hardship, care, grief, disappointment could wear away, singular, in a period when, at 22, young men declare themselves blasés, seemed to leave him all the charm of boyhood. A season in London had made me more a man of the world, older in heart than he was. Then, the sorrow that gnawed him with such sternness. No, Captain Roland was one of those men who seize hold of your thoughts, who mix themselves up with your lives. The idea that Roland should die with the load at his heart unlightened, was one that seemed to take a spring out of the wheels of nature, all object out of the aims of life, of my life at least, for I had made it one towards the end of my existence to bring back the son to the father, and restore the smile that must have been gay once to the downward curve of that iron lip. But Roland was now out of danger, and yet, like one who has escaped shipwreck, I trembled to look back on the danger past. The voice of the devouring deep still boomed in my ears. While wrapped in my reveries, I stopped mechanically to hear a clock strike 4, and, looking round, I perceived that I had wandered from the heart of the city and was in one of the streets that led out of the Strand. Immediately before me, on the doorsteps of a large shop whose closed shutters were as obstinate a stillness as if they had guarded the secrets of 17 centuries in a street in Pompeii, reclined a form fast asleep, the arm propped on the hard stone supporting the head, and the limbs uneasily strewn over the stairs. The dress of the slumberer was travel-stained, tattered, yet with the remains of a certain pretense. An air of faded, shabby, penniless gentility made poverty more painful, because it seemed to indicate unfitness to grapple with it. The face of this person was hollow and pale, but its expression, even in sleep, was fierce and hard. I drew near and nearer. I recognized the countenance, the regular features, the raven hair, even a peculiar gracefulness of posture. The young man whom I had met at the inn by the wayside, and who had left me alone with the Savoyard and his mice in the churchyard, was before me. I remained behind the shadow of one of the columns of the porch, leaning against the area rails, and irresolute whether or not so slight an acquaintance justified me in waking the sleeper, when a policeman, suddenly emerging from an angle in the street, terminated my deliberations with the decision of his practical profession, for he laid hold of the young man's arm and shook it roughly. "You must not lie here. Get up and go home." The sleeper woke with a quick start, rubbed his eyes, looked around, and fixed them upon the policeman so haughtily that that discriminating functionary probably thought it was not from sheer necessity that so improper a couch had been selected, and with an air of greater respect he said, "You have been drinking, young man. Can you find your way home?" "Yes," said the youth, resettling himself. "You see, I have found it." "By the Lord Harry," muttered the policeman, "if he bain't going to sleep again, come, walk on, or I must walk you off." My old acquaintance turned round. "Policeman," said he with a strange sort of smile, "what do you think this lodging is worth? I don't say for the night, for you see that is over, but for the next 2 hours. This lodging is primitive, but it suits me. I should think a shilling would be a fair price for it, eh?" "You love your joke, sir," said the policeman with the brow much relaxed and opening his hand mechanically. "Say a shilling, then. It is a bargain. I hire it of you upon credit. Good night, and call me at 6 o'clock." With that the young man settled himself so resolutely, and the policeman's face exhibited such bewilderment, that I burst out laughing and came from my hiding-place. The policeman looked at me. "Do you know this gentleman?" said I gravely. "Yes, you may leave him to me." And I slipped the price of the lodging into the policeman's hand. He looked at the shilling, he looked at me, he looked up the street and down the street, shook his head, and walked off. I then approached the youth, touched him, and said, "Can you remember me, sir, and what you have done with Mr. Peacock?" Stranger, after a pause, "I remember you. Your name is Caxton." Pisistratus. "And yours?" Stranger, "Poor devil, if you ask my pockets, which are the symbols of man, daredevil. If you ask my heart, surveying me from head to foot, the world seems to have smiled on you, Mr. Caxton. Are you not ashamed to speak to a wretch lying on the stones? But to be sure, no one sees you." Pisistratus sententiously, "Had I lived in the last century, I might have found Samuel Johnson lying on the stones." Stranger, rising, "You have spoilt my sleep. You had a right, since you paid for the lodging. Let me walk with you a few paces. You need not fear. I do not pick pockets. Yet. Pisistratus. You say the world has smiled on me. I fear it has frowned on you. I don't say courage, for you seem to have enough of that, but I say patience, which is the rarer quality of the two. Stranger. Ahem. Again looking at me keenly. Why is it that you stop to speak to me, one of whom you know nothing, or worse than nothing? Pisistratus. Because I have often thought of you, because you interest me, because, pardon me, I would help you if I can. That is, if you want help. Stranger. Want? I am one want. I want sleep, I want food. I want the patience you recommend. Patience to starve and rot. I have traveled from Paris to Boulogne on foot with 12 sous in my pocket. Out of those 12 sous in my pocket, I saved 4. With the 4 I went to a billiard room at Boulogne. I won just enough to pay my passage and buy 3 rolls. You see, I only require capital in order to make a fortune. If with 4 sous I can win 10 francs in a night, what could I win with a capital of 4 sovereigns and in the course of a year? That is an application of the rule of 3 which my head aches too much to calculate just at present. Well, those 3 rolls have lasted me 3 days. The last crumb went for supper last night. Therefore, take care how you offer me money, for that is what men mean by help. You see, I have no option but to take it, but I warn you, don't expect gratitude. I have none in me. Pisistratus. You are not so bad as you paint yourself. I would do something more for you, if I can, than lend you the little I have to offer. Will you be frank with me? Stranger. That depends. I have been frank enough hitherto, I think. Pisistratus. True. So I proceed without scruple. Don't tell me your name or your condition, if you object to such confidence, but tell me if you have relations to whom you can apply. You shake your head. Well then, are you willing to work for yourself? Or is it only at the billiard table, pardon me, that you can try to make 4 sous produce 10 francs? Stranger, musing. I understand you. I have never worked yet. I abhor work. But I have no objection to try if it is in me. Pisistratus. It is in you. A man who can walk from Paris to Boulogne with 12 sous in his pocket and save 4 for a purpose, who can stake those 4 on the cool confidence in his own skill, even at billiards, who can subsist for 3 days on 3 rolls, and who, on the 4th day, can wake from the stones of a capital with an eye and a spirit as proud as yours, has in him all the requisites to subdue fortune. Stranger. Do you work? You. Pisistratus. Yes, and hard. Stranger. I am ready to work then. Pisistratus. Good. Now what can you do? Stranger, with his odd smile. Many things useful. I can split a bullet on a penknife. I know the secret tears of Cleon, the fencing master. I can speak 2 languages, besides English, like a native, even to their own slang. I know every game in the cards. I can act comedy, tragedy, farce. I can drink down Bacchus himself. I can make any woman I please in love with me. That is, any woman good for nothing. Can I earn a handsome livelihood out of all this? Wear kid gloves and set up a cabriolet? You see, my wishes are modest. Pisistratus. You speak 2 languages, you say, like a native. French, I suppose, is one of them. Stranger. Yes. Pisistratus. Will you teach it? Stranger. Haughtily. Non, je suis gentilhomme, which means more or less than a gentleman. Gentilhomme means well-born, because free-born. Teachers are slaves. Pisistratus. Unconsciously imitating Mr. Trevanion. Stuff. Stranger. Looks angry and then laughs. Very true. Stilts don't suit shoes like these. But I cannot teach. Heaven help those I should teach. Anything else? Pisistratus. Anything else? You leave me a wide margin. You know French thoroughly, to write it as well as speak. That is much. Give me some address where I can find you, or will you call on me? Stranger. No. Any evening at dusk I will meet you. I have no address to give, and I cannot show these rags at another man's door. Pisistratus. At 9 in the evening, then, and here in the Strand on Thursday next. I may then have found something that will suit you. Meanwhile, slides his purse into the stranger's hand, N.B. Purse not very full. Stranger, with the air of one conferring a favor, pockets the purse, and there is something so striking in the very absence of all emotion at so accidental a rescue from starvation that Pisistratus exclaims, "I don't know why I should have taken this fancy to you, Mr. Daredevil, if that be the name that pleases you best. The wood you are made of seems cross-grained and full of knots, and yet, in the hands of a skilful carver, I think it would be worth much." Stranger, startled, Do you? None, I believe, ever thought that before. But the same wood, I suppose, that makes the gibbet could make the mast of a man-of-war. I tell you, however, why you have taken this fancy to me. The strong sympathize with the strong. You, too, could subdue fortune. Pisistratus. Stop. If there is congeniality between us, then liking should be reciprocal. Come, say that, for half my chance of helping you is in my power to touch your heart. Stranger, evidently softened. If I were as great a rogue as I ought to be, my answer would be easy enough. As it is, I delay it. Adieu. On Thursday. Stranger vanishes in the labyrinth of alleys around Leicester Square. End of Part 8, Chapter 2. Part 8, Chapter 3 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 8, Chapter 3. On my return to the Lamb, I found that my uncle was in a soft sleep, and after a morning visit from the surgeon, and his assurance that the fever was fast subsiding and all cause for alarm was gone, I thought it necessary to go back to Trevanion's house and explain the reason for my night's absence. But the family had not returned from the country. Trevanion himself came up for a few hours in the afternoon, and seemed to feel much for my poor uncle's illness. Though, as usual, very busy, he accompanied me to the Lamb to see my father and cheer him up. Roland still continued to mend, as the surgeon phrased it, and as we went back to St. James's Square, Trevanion had the consideration to release me from my oar in his galley for the next few days. My mind, relieved from my anxiety for Roland, now turned to my new friend. It had not been without an object that I had questioned the young man as to his knowledge of French. Trevanion had a large correspondence in foreign countries, which was carried on in that language, and here I could be but of little help to him. He himself, though he spoke and wrote French with fluency and grammatical correctness, wanted that intimate knowledge of the most delicate and diplomatic of all languages to satisfy his classical purism. For Trevanion was a terrible word-weigher. His taste was the plague of my life and his own. His prepared speeches, or rather perorations, were the most finished pieces of cold diction that could be conceived under the marble portico of the Stoics, so filed and turned, trimmed and tamed, that they never admitted a sentence that could warm the heart, or one that could offend the ear. He had so great a horror of a vulgarism that, like Canning, he would have made a periphrasis of a couple of lines to avoid using the word cat. It was only in extempore speaking that a ray of his real genius could indiscreetly betray itself. One may judge what labors such a super-refinement of taste would inflict upon a man writing in a language not his own, to some distinguished statesman or some literary institution, knowing that language is just well enough to recognize all the native elegances he failed to attain. Trevanion, at that very moment, was employed upon a statistical document intended as a communication to a society at Copenhagen, of which he was an honorary member. It had been for 3 weeks the torment of the whole house, especially of poor Fanny, whose French was the best at our joint disposal. But Trevanion had found her phraseology too mincing, too effeminate, too much that of the boudoir. Here, then, was an opportunity to introduce my new friend and test the capacities that I fancied he possessed. I therefore, though with some hesitation, led the subject to Remarks on the Mineral Treasures of Great Britain and Ireland. Such was the title of the work intended to enlighten the savants of Denmark. And by certain ingenious circumlocutions known to all able applicants, I introduced my acquaintance with a young gentleman who possessed the most familiar and intimate knowledge of French, and who might be of use in revising the manuscript. I knew enough of Trevanion to feel that I could not reveal the circumstances under which I had formed that acquaintance, for he was much too practical a man not to have been frightened out of his wits at the idea of submitting so classical a performance to so disreputable a scapegrace. As it was, however, Trevanion, whose mind at that moment was full of 1,000 other things, caught at my suggestion, with very little cross-questioning on the subject, and before he left London consigned the manuscript to my charge. "My friend is poor," said I, timidly. "Oh, as to that," cried Trevanion hastily, "if it may be a matter of charity, I put my purse in your hands, but don't put my manuscript in his. If it be a matter of business, it is another affair, and I must judge of his work before I can say how much it is worth. Perhaps nothing." So ungracious was this excellent man in his very virtues. "Nay," said I, "it is a matter of business, and so we will consider it." "In that case," said Trevanion, concluding the matter and buttoning his pockets, "if I dislike his work, nothing. If I like it, 20 guineas. Where are the evening papers?" And in another moment the Member of Parliament had forgotten the statist, and was pishing and tutting over the Globe or the Sun. On Thursday my uncle was well enough to be moved into our house, and on the same evening I went forth to keep my appointment with the stranger. The clock struck 9 as we met. The palm of punctuality might be divided between us. He had profited by the interval, since our last meeting, to repair the more obvious deficiencies of his wardrobe, and though there was still something wild, dissolute, outlandish about his whole appearance, yet in the elastic energy of his step, and the resolute assurance of his bearing, there is that which nature gives to her own aristocracy. For, as far as my observation goes, what has been called the grand air, and which is wholly distinct from the polish of manner or the urbane grace of high breeding, is always accompanied, and perhaps produced by two qualities, courage and the desire of command. It is more common to a half-savage nature than to one wholly civilized. The Arab has it, so has the American Indian, and I suspect that it was more frequent among the knights and barons of the Middle Ages than it is among the polished gentlemen of the modern drawing-room. We shook hands and walked on a few moments in silence. At length thus commenced the stranger: "You have found it more difficult, I fear, than you imagined, to make the empty sack stand upright. Considering that at least 1/3 of those born to work cannot find it, why should I?" Pisistratus. "I am hard-hearted enough to believe that work never fails to those who seek it in good earnest. It was said of some man, famous for keeping his word, that if he had promised you an acorn and all the oaks in England failed to produce one, he would have sent to Norway for an acorn. If I wanted work, and there was none to be had in the old world, I would find my way to the new. But to the point. I have found something for you, which I do not think your taste will oppose, and which may open to you the means of an honorable independence. But I cannot well explain it in the streets. Where shall we go?" Stranger, after some hesitation. "I have a lodging near here, which I need not blush to take you to. I mean, that it is not among rogues and castaways." Pisistratus, much pleased, and taking the stranger's arm. "Come, then." Pisistratus and the stranger pass over Waterloo Bridge and pause before a small house of respectable appearance. Stranger admits them both with a latchkey, leads the way to the 3rd story, strikes a light, and does the honors to a small chamber, clean and orderly. Pisistratus explains the task to be done, and opens the manuscript. The stranger draws his chair deliberately towards the light, and runs his eye rapidly over the pages. Pisistratus trembles to see him pause before a long array of figures and calculations. Certainly, it does not look inviting, but, pshaw, it is scarcely a part of the task, which limits itself to the mere correction of words. Stranger, briefly, "There must be a mistake here. Stay, I see—" He turns back a few pages and corrects with rapid precision an error in a somewhat complicated and abstruse calculation. Pisistratus, surprised: "You seem a notable arithmetician." Stranger, "Did I not tell you that I was skilful in all games of mingled skill and chance? It requires an arithmetical head for that. A first-rate card-player is a financier spoilt. I am certain that you could never find a man fortunate on the turf or at the gaming-table who had not an excellent head for figures." Well, this French is good enough, apparently. There are but a few idioms here and there that, strictly speaking, are more English than French. But the whole work is a work scarce worth paying for. Pisistratus. The work of the head fetches a price not proportioned to the quantity, but the quality. When shall I call for this? Stranger. Tomorrow. And he puts the manuscript away in a drawer. We then conversed on various matters for nearly an hour, and my impression of this young man's natural ability was confirmed and heightened. But it was an ability as wrong and perverse in its directions or instincts as a French novelist's. He seemed to have, to a high degree, the harder portion of the reasoning faculty, but to be almost wholly without that arch beautifier of character, that sweet purifier of mere intellect, the imagination, for though we are too much taught to be on our guard against imagination, I hold it, with Captain Roland, to be the divinest kind of reason we possess, and the one that leads us the least astray. In youth, indeed, it occasions errors, but they are not of a sordid or debasing nature. Newton says that one final effect of the comet is to recruit the seas and the planets by condensation of the vapors and exhalations therein, and so even the erratic flashes of an imagination, really healthful and vigorous, deepen our knowledge and brighten our lights. They recruit our seas and our stars. Of such flashes my new friend was as innocent as the sternest matter-of-fact person could be. Fancies he had in profusion, and very bad ones, but of imagination not a scintilla. His mind was one of those which lives in a prison of logic, and cannot or will not see beyond the bars. Such a nature is at once positive and skeptical. This boy had thought proper to decide at once on the numberless complexities of the social world from his own harsh experience. With him, the whole system was a war and a cheat. If the universe were entirely composed of knaves, he would be sure to have made his way. Now this bias of mind, alike shrewd and unamiable, might be safe enough if accompanied by a lethargic temper, but it threatened to become terrible and dangerous in one who, in default of imagination, possessed abundance of passion, and this was the case with the young outcast. Passion, in him, comprehended many of the worst emotions which militate against human happiness. You could not contradict him, but you raised quick choler. You could not speak of wealth, but the cheek paled with gnawing envy. The astonishing natural advantages of this poor boy, his beauty, his readiness, the daring spirit that breathed around him like a fiery atmosphere, had raised his constitutional self-confidence into an arrogance that turned his very claims to admiration into prejudices against him. Irascible, envious, arrogant, bad enough, but not the worst, for these salient angles were all varnished over with a cold, repellent cynicism. His passions vented themselves in sneers. There seemed in him no moral susceptibility, and, what was more remarkable in a proud nature, little or nothing of the true point of honor. He had, to a morbid excess, that desire to rise which is vulgarly called ambition, but no apparent wish for fame or esteem or the love of his species, only the hard wish to succeed, not shine, not serve, succeed, that he might have the right to despise a world which galled his self-conceit and enjoy the pleasures which the redundant nervous life in him seemed to crave. Such were the more patent attributes of a character that, ominous as it was, yet interested me, and yet appeared to me to be redeemable, nay, to have it in the rude elements of a certain greatness. Ought we not to make something great out of a youth under 20, who has, in the highest degree, quickness to conceive and courage to execute? On the other hand, all faculties that can make greatness contain those that can attain goodness. In the savage Scandinavian or the ruthless Frank lay the germs of a Sidney or a Bayard. What would the best of us be if he were suddenly placed at war with the whole world? And this fierce spirit was at war with the whole world. A war self-sought, perhaps, but it was war, not the less. You must surround the savage with peace, if you want the virtues of peace. I cannot say that it was in a single interview and conference that I came to these convictions, but I am rather summing up the impressions which I received as I saw more of this person, whose destiny I presumed to take under my charge. In going away, I said, "But at all events you have a name in your lodgings. Whom am I to ask for when I call tomorrow?" "Oh, you may know my name now," said he, smiling. "It is Vivian, Francis Vivian." End of chapter 3.
Part 8, Chapter 4 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Charlotte Rose. The Caxtons, A Family Picture, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 8, Chapter 4. I remember one morning, when a boy, loitering by an old wall to watch the operations of a garden spider whose web seemed to be in great request. When I first stopped, she was engaged very quietly with a fly of the domestic species, whom she managed with ease and dignity. But just when she was most interested in that absorbing employment came a couple of mayflies, and then a gnat, and then a bluebottle, all at different angles of the web. Never was a poor spider so distracted by her good fortune. She evidently did not know which God sent to take first. The aboriginal victim being released, she slid halfway towards the mayflies. Then one of her 8 eyes caught sight of the bluebottle, and she shot off in that direction, when the hum of the gnat again diverted her. And in the middle of this perplexity, pounce came a young wasp in a violent passion. Then the spider evidently lost her presence of mind. She became clean demented. And after standing, stupid and stock still, in the middle of her meshes for a minute or two, she ran off to her hole as fast as she could run, and left her guests to shift for themselves. I confess that I am somewhat in the dilemma of the attractive and amiable insect I have just described. I got on well enough while I had only my domestic fly to see after. But now that there is something fluttering at every end of my net, and especially since the advent of that passionate young wasp who is fuming and buzzing in the nearest corner, I am fairly at loss which I should first grapple with. And alas! Unlike the spider, I have no hole where I can hide myself, and let the web do the weaver's work. But I will imitate the spider as far as I can, and while the rest hum and struggle away their impatient, unnoticed hour, I will retreat into the inner labyrinth of my own life. The illness of my uncle and my renewed acquaintance with Vivian had naturally sufficed to draw my thoughts from the rash and unpropitious love I had conceived for Fanny Trevanion. During the absence of the family from London, and they stayed some time longer than had been expected, I had leisure, however, to recall my father's touching history and the moral it had so obviously preached to me. And I formed so many good resolutions that it was with an untrembling hand that I welcomed Miss Trevanion at last to London, and with a firm heart that I avoided, as much as possible, the fatal charm of her society. The slow convalescence of my uncle gave me a just excuse to discontinue our rides. What time Trevanion spurred me, it was natural that I should spend with my family. I went to no balls nor parties. I even absented myself from Trevanion's periodical dinners. Miss Trevanion at first rallied me on my seclusion, but with her usual lively malice. But I continued worthily to complete my martyrdom. I took care that no reproachful look at the gaiety that wrung my soul should betray my secret. Then Fanny seemed either hurt or disdainful, and avoided altogether entering her father's study. All at once she changed her tactics, and was seized with a strange desire for knowledge, which brought her into the room to look for a book, or ask a question 10 times a day. I was proof to all. But, to speak truth, I was profoundly wretched. Looking back now, I am dismayed at the remembrance of my own sufferings. My health became seriously affected. I dreaded alike the trial of the day and the anguish of the night. My only distractions were in my visits to Vivian and my escape to the dear circle of home. And that home was my safeguard and preservative in that crisis of my life. Its atmosphere of unpretended honor and serene virtue strengthened all my resolutions. It braced me for my struggles against the strongest passion which youth admits, and counteracted the evil vapors of that air in which Vivian's envenomed spirit breathed and moved. Without the influence of such a home, if I had succeeded in the conduct that probity enjoined towards those in whose house I was a trusted guest, I do not think I could have resisted the contagion of that malign and morbid bitterness against fate and the world which love, thwarted by fortune, is too inclined of itself to conceive, and in the expression of which Vivian was not without the eloquence that belongs to earnestness, whether in truth or falsehood. But, somehow or other, I never left the little room that contained the grand suffering in the face of the veteran soldier, whose lip, often quivering with anguish, was never heard to murmur, and the tranquil wisdom which had succeeded my father's early trials like my own, and the loving smile on my mother's tender face, and the innocent childhood of Blanche, by which name the elf had familiarized herself to us, whom I already loved as a sister, without feeling that those four walls contained enough to sweeten the world, had it been filled to its capacious brim with gall and hyssop. Trevanion had been more than satisfied with Vivian's performance. He had been struck with it. For though the corrections in the mere phraseology had been very limited, they went beyond verbal amendments. They suggested such words as improved the thoughts. And besides that notable correction of an arithmetical error which Trevanion's mind was formed to over-appreciate, one or two brief annotations on the margin were boldly hazarded, prompting some stronger link in a chain of reasoning, or indicating the necessity for some further evidence in the assertion of a statement. And all this from the mere natural and naked logic of an acute mind, unaided by the smallest knowledge of the subject treated of. Trevanion threw quite enough work into Vivian's hands, and at a remuneration sufficiently liberal to realize my promise of an independence. And more than once he asked me to introduce to him my friend. But this I continued to elude. Heaven knows, not from jealousy, but simply because I feared that Vivian's manner and way of talk would singularly displease one who detested presumption, and understood no eccentricities but his own. Still, Vivian, whose industry was of a strong wing, but only for short flights, had not enough to employ more than a few hours of the day, and I dreaded lest he should, from very idleness, fall back into old habits and re-seek old friendships. His cynical candor allowed that both were sufficiently disreputable to justify grave apprehensions of such a result. Accordingly, I contrived to find leisure in my evenings to lessen his ennui, by accompanying him in rambles through the gaslit streets, or occasionally, for an hour or so, to one of the theatres. Vivian's first care, on finding himself rich enough, had been bestowed on his person, and those two faculties of observation and imitation which minds so ready always eminently possess, had enabled him to achieve that graceful neatness of costume peculiar to the English gentleman. For the first few days of his metamorphosis, traces indeed of a constitutional love of show or vulgar companionship were noticeable, but one by one they disappeared. First went a gaudy neckcloth, with collars turned down, then a pair of spurs vanished, and lastly a diabolical instrument that he called a cane, but which by means of a running bullet could serve as a bludgeon at one end and concealed a dagger in the other, subsided into the ordinary walking stick adapted to our peaceable metropolis. A similar change, though in a less degree, gradually took place in his manner and his conversation. He grew less abrupt in the one, and more calm, perhaps more cheerful, in the other. It was evident that he was not insensible to the elevated pleasure of providing for himself by praiseworthy exertion, of feeling for the first time that his intellect was of use to him creditably. A new world, though still dim, seen through the mist and fog, began to dawn upon him. Such is the vanity of us poor mortals that my interest in Vivian was probably increased, and my aversion to much in him materially softened, by observing that I had gained a sort of ascendancy over his savage nature. When we had first met by the roadside, and afterwards conversed in the churchyard, the ascendancy was certainly not on my side. But I now came from a larger sphere of society than that in which he had yet moved. I had seen and listened to the first men in England. What had then dazzled me only, now moved my pity. On the other hand, his active mind could not but observe the change in me, and whether from envy or a better feeling, he was willing to learn from me how to eclipse me and resume his earlier superiority. Not to be superior chafed him. Thus he listened to me with docility when I pointed out the books which connected themselves with the various subjects incidental to the miscellaneous matters on which he was employed. Though he had less of the literary turn of mind than anyone equally clever I had ever met, and he read little, considering the quantity of thought he had acquired and the show he made of the few works with which he had voluntarily made himself familiar, he yet resolutely sat himself down to study. And though it was clearly against the grain, I augured the more favorably from tokens of a determination to do what was at the present irksome for a purpose in the future. Yet whether I should have approved the purpose had I thoroughly understood it, is another question. There were abysses, both in his past life and in his character, which I could not penetrate. There was in him both a reckless frankness and a vigilant reserve. His frankness was apparent in his talk on all matters immediately before us, in the utter absence of all effort to make himself seem better than he was. His reserve was equally shown in the ingenious evasion of every species of confidence that could admit me into such secrets of his life as he chose to conceal where he had been born, reared, and educated, how he came to be thrown on his own resources, how he had contrived, how he had subsisted, were all matters on which he had seemed to take an oath to Harpocrates, the god of silence. And yet he was full of anecdotes of what he had seen, of strange companions whom he never named, but with whom he had been thrown. And, to do him justice, I remarked that though his precocious experience seemed to have been gathered from the holes and corners, the sewers and drains of life, and though he seemed wholly without dislike to dishonesty, and to regard virtue or vice with as serene an indifference as some grand poet who views them both merely as ministrants to his art, yet he never betrayed any positive breach of honesty in himself. He could laugh over the story of some ingenious fraud that he had witnessed, and seem insensible to its turpitude, but he spoke of it in the tone of an approving witness, not of an actual accomplice. As we grew more intimate, he felt gradually, however, that pudor, or instinctive shame, which the contact with minds habituated to the distinctions between wrong and right unconsciously produces, and such stories ceased. He never but once mentioned his family, and that was in the following odd and abrupt manner. "Ah!" cried he one day, stopping suddenly before a print shop. "How that reminds me of my dear, dear mother!" "Which?" said I eagerly, puzzled between an engraving of Raphael's Madonna and another of the Brigand's Wife. Vivian did not satisfy my curiosity, but drew me on in spite of my reluctance. "You loved your mother, then?" said I, after a pause. "Yes, as a whelp may a tigress." "That's a strange comparison." "Or a bulldog may the prize-fighter, his master. Do you like that better?" "Not much. Is it a comparison your mother would like?" "Like? She is dead," said he, rather falteringly. I pressed his arm closer to mine. "I understand you," said he with his cynic, repellent smile. "But you do wrong to feel for my loss. I feel for it. but no one who cares for me should sympathize with my grief. Why? Because my mother was not what the world would call a good woman. I did not love her the less for that. And now let us change the subject. Nay, since you have said so much, Vivian, let me coax you to say on. Is not your father living? Is not the monument standing? I suppose so. What of that? Why, it matters very little to either of us, and my question answers yours. I could not get on after this, and I never did get on a step further. I must own that if Vivian did not impart his confidence liberally, neither did he seek confidence inquisitively from me. He listened with interest if I spoke of Trevanion, for I told him frankly of my connection with that personage, though you may be sure that I said nothing of Fanny, and of the brilliant world that my residence with one so distinguished opened to me. But if ever, in the fullness of my heart, I began to speak of my parents, of my home, he evinced either so impertinent an ennui, or assumed so chilling a sneer, that I usually hurried away from him, as well as the subject, in indignant disgust. Once especially, when I asked him to let me introduce him to my father, a point on which I was really anxious, for I thought it impossible but that the devil within him would be softened by that contact, he said, with his low, scornful laugh, "My dear Caxton, when I was a child I was so bored with Telemachus that, in order to endure it, I turned it into travesty." Well? Are you not afraid that the same wicked disposition might make a caricature of your Ulysses? I did not see Mr. Vivian for 3 days after that speech, and I should not have seen him then, only we met, by accident, under the colonnade of the opera house. Vivian was leaning against one of the columns, and watching the long procession which swept to the only temple in vogue that art has retained in the English Babel. Coaches and chariots blazoned with arms and coronets, cabriolets, the brougham had not then replaced them, of sober hue but exquisite appointment, with gigantic horses and pygmy tigers, dashed on and rolled off before him. Fair women and gay dresses, stars and ribbons, the rank and the beauty of the patrician world, passed him by. And I could not resist the compassion with which this lonely, friendless, eager, discontented spirit inspired me, gazing on that gorgeous existence in which it fancied itself formed to shine, with the ardor of desire and the despair of exclusion. By one glimpse of that dark countenance, I read what was passing within the yet darker heart. The emotion might not be amiable, nor the thoughts wise, yet were they unnatural? I had experienced something of them, not at the sight of gay-dressed people, of wealth and idleness, pleasure and fashion, but when, at the doors of Parliament, men who have won noble names, and whose word had weight on the destinies of glorious England, brushed heedlessly by to their grand arena. Or when, amidst the holiday crowd of ignoble pomp, I had heard the murmur of fame buzz and gather round some lordly labourer in art or letters. That contrast between glory so near and yet so far, and one's own obscurity, of course I had felt it. Who has not? Alas, many a youth not fated to be a Themistocles will yet feel that the trophies of a Miltiades will not suffer him to sleep. So I went up to Vivian and laid my hand on his shoulder. "Ah," said he, more gently than usual, "I am glad to see you, and to apologize. I offended you the other day, but you would not get very gracious answers from souls in purgatory if you talked to them of the happiness of heaven. Never speak to me about homes and fathers. Enough. I see you forgive me. Why are you not going to the opera? You can. And you too, if you so please. A ticket is shamefully dear, to be sure. Still, if you are fond of music, it is a luxury you can afford. Oh, you flatter me if you fancy the prudence of saving withholds me. I did go the other night, but I shall not go again. Music! When you go to the opera, is it for the music? Only partially, I own. The lights, the scene, the pageant attract me quite as much. But I do not think the opera a very profitable pleasure for either of us. For rich idle people, I dare say, it may be as innocent an amusement as any other, but I find it a sad enervator. And I just the reverse, a horrible stimulant. Caxton, do you know that, ungracious as it will sound to you, I am growing impatient of this honorable independence? What does it lead to? Board, clothes, and lodging. Can it ever bring me anything more? At first, Vivian, you limited your aspirations to kid gloves and a cabriolet. It has brought the kid gloves already. By and by it will bring the cabriolet. Our wishes grow by what they feed on. You live in the great world. You can have excitement if you please it. I want excitement. I want the world. I want room for my mind, man. Do you understand me? Perfectly, and sympathize with you, my poor Vivian. But it will all come. Patience, as I preached to you while dawn rose so comfortless over the streets of London. You are not losing time. Fill your mind, read, study, fit yourself for ambition. Why wish to fly till you have got your wings? Live in books now. After all, they are splendid palaces, and open to us all, rich and poor. Books, books. Ah, you are the son of a bookman. It is not by books that men get on in the world, and enjoy life in the meanwhile. I don't know that. But, my good fellow, you want to do both. Get on in the world as fast as labor can, and enjoy life as pleasantly as indolence may. You want to live like the butterfly, and yet have all the honey of the bee. And, what is the very deuce of the whole, even as the butterfly, you ask every flower to grow up in a moment. And, as a bee, the whole hive must be stored in a quarter of an hour. Patience, patience, patience! Vivian sighed a fierce sigh. I suppose, said he after an unquiet pause, that the vagrant and the outlaw are strong in me, for I long to run back to my old existence, which was all action, and therefore allowed no thought. While he thus said, we had wandered round the colonnade, and were in that narrow passage in which is situated the more private entrance to the opera. Close by the doors of that entrance, 2 or 3 young men were lounging. As Vivian ceased, the voice of one of these loungers came laughingly to our ears. "Oh," it said, apparently in answer to some question, "I have a much quicker way to fortune than that. I mean to marry an heiress." Vivian started and looked at the speaker. He was a very good-looking fellow. Vivian continued to look at him, and deliberately, from head to foot. He then turned away with a satisfied and thoughtful smile. "Certainly," said I gravely, construing the smile. "You are right there. You are even better looking than that heiress hunter." Vivian colored. But before he could answer, one of the loungers, as the group recovered from the gay laugh which their companion's easy coxcombry had excited, said, "Then, by the way, if you want an heiress, here comes one of the greatest in England. But instead of being a younger son, with 3 good lives between you and an Irish peerage, one ought to be an earl at least to aspire to Fanny Trevanion." The name thrilled through me. I felt myself tremble. And looking up, I saw Lady Eleanor and Miss Trevanion as they hurried from their carriage towards the entrance of the opera. They both recognized me, and Fanny cried, "You here! How fortunate! You must see us into the box, even if you run away the moment after." But I am not dressed for the opera, said I, embarrassed. And why not? Asked Miss Trevanion. Then, dropping her voice, she added, Why do you desert us so wilfully? And, leaning her hand on my arm, I was drawn irresistibly into the lobby. The young loungers at the door made way for us, and eyed me, no doubt, with envy. Nay, said I, affecting to laugh, as I saw Miss Trevanion waited for my reply. You forget how little time I have for such amusements now, and my uncle— Oh, but Mamma and I have been to see your uncle today, and he is nearly well, is he not, Mamma? I cannot tell you how I like and admire him. He is just what I fancy a Douglas of the old day. But Mamma is impatient. Well, you must dine with us tomorrow, promise! Not adieu, but au revoir. And Fanny glided to her mother's arm. Lady Eleanor, always kind and courteous to me, had good-naturedly lingered till this dialogue, or rather monologue, was over. On returning to the passage, I found Vivian walking to and through. He had lighted his cigar, and was smoking energetically. So this great heiress, said he, smiling, who, as far as I could see, under her hood, seems no less fair than rich, is the daughter, I presume, of the Mr. Trevanion, whose effusions you so kindly submit to me. He is very rich, then. You never said so, yet I ought to have known it. But you see, I know nothing of your beau monde. Not even that Miss Trevanion is one of the greatest heiresses in England. Yes, Mr. Trevanion is rich, said I, repressing a sigh. Very rich. And you are his secretary. My dear friend, you may well offer me patience, for a large stock of yours will, I hope, be superfluous to you. I don't understand you. Yet you heard that young gentleman, as well as myself, and you are in the same house as the heiress. Vivian! Well, what have I said so monstrous? Pooh! Since you refer to the young gentleman, you heard, too, what his companion told him. One ought to be an earl, at least, to aspire to Fanny Trevanion. Tut, as well say that one ought to be a millionaire to aspire to a million. Yet I believe those who make millions generally begin with pence. That belief should be a comfort and encouragement to you, Vivian. And now good night. I have much to do. Good night, then, said Vivian, and we parted. I made my way to Mr. Trevanion's house and to the study. There was a formidable arrear of business waiting for me, and I sat down to it at first resolutely. But by degrees I found my thoughts wandering from the eternal blue books, and the pen slipped from my hand in the midst of an extract from a report on Sierra Leone. My pulse beat loud and quick. I was in that state of nervous fever which only emotion can occasion. The sweet voice of Fanny rang in my ears. Her eyes, as I had last met them, unusually gentle, almost beseeching, gazed upon me wherever I turned. And then, as in mockery, I heard again those words. One ought to be an earl at least to aspire to— Oh! Did I aspire? Was I vain fool so frantic, household traitor so consummate? No, no! Then what did I under the same roof? Why stay to imbibe the sweet poison that was corroding the very springs of my life? At that self-question, which, had I been put a year or two older, I should have asked long before, a mortal terror seized me. The blood rushed from my heart and left me cold, icy cold. To leave the house, leave Fanny! Never again to see those eyes, never to hear that voice! Better die of the sweet poison than of the desolate exile! I rose. I opened the windows. I walked to and through the room. I could decide nothing, think of nothing. All my mind was in an uproar. With a violent effort at self-mastery, I approached the table again. I resolved to force myself to my task, if it were only to recollect my faculties and enable them to bear my own torture. I turned over the books impatiently, when lo! Buried amongst them, what met my eye? Archly, yet reproachfully, the face of Fanny herself! Her miniature was there. It had been, I knew, taken a few days before by a young artist whom Trevanion patronized. I suppose he had carried it into his study to examine it, and so left it there carelessly. The painter had seized her peculiar expression, her ineffable smile, so charming, so malicious, even her favorite posture, the small head turned over the rounded Hebe-like shoulder, the eye glancing up from under the hair. I know not what change in my madness came over me, but I sank on my knees, and, kissing the miniature again and again, burst into tears. Such tears! I did not hear the door open. I did not see the shadow steal over the floor. A light hand rested on my shoulder, trembling as it rested. I started. Fanny herself was bending over me. "What is the matter?" she asked tenderly. "What has happened? Your uncle, your family, all well? Why are you weeping?" I could not answer, but I kept my hands clasped over the miniature, that she might not see what they contained. "Will you not answer? Am I not your friend, almost your sister? Come, shall I call mamma?" Yes, go, go." "No, I will not go yet. What have you there? What are you hiding?" And innocently and sister-like those hands took mine. And so, the picture became visible. There was a dead silence. I looked up from my tears. Fanny had recoiled some steps, and her cheek was very flushed, her eyes downcast. I felt as if I had committed a crime, as if dishonor clung to me. And yet I repressed, yes, thank heaven, I repressed the cry that swelled from my heart and rushed to my lips. "Pity me, for I love you." I repressed it, and only a groan escaped me. The wail of my lost happiness! Then, rising, I laid the miniature on the table, and said, in a voice that I believe was firm, "Miss Trevanion, you have been as kind as a sister to me, and therefore I was bidding a brother's farewell to your likeness. It is so like you, this." "Farewell!" echoed Fanny, still not looking up. "Farewell, sister. There, I have boldly said the word, for I hurried to the door, and there turning, added, with what I meant to be a smile, "For they say at home that I am not well. Too much for me this. You know, mothers will be foolish. And I am to speak to your father tomorrow. And good night. God bless you, Miss Trevanion." End of chapter 4.
Part 9, Chapter 1 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 9, Chapter 1. And my father pushed aside his books. O young reader, whoever thou art, or reader at least who hast been young, canst thou not remember some time when, with thy wild troubles and sorrows as yet born in secret, thou hast come back from that hard stern world which opens on thee when thou puttest thy foot out of the threshold of home, come back to the four quiet walls wherein thine elders sit in peace, and seen, with a sort of sad amaze, how calm and undisturbed all is there? That generation which has gone before thee in the path of the passions, the generation of thy parents, not so many years, perchance, remote from thine own, How immovably far off in its still repose it seems from thy turbulent youth. It has in it a stillness as of a classic age, antique as the statues of the Greeks, that tranquil monotony of routine into which those lives that preceded thee have merged, the occupations that they have found sufficing for their happiness by the fireside, in the armchair and corner appropriated to each, how strangely they contrast thine own feverish excitement! And they make room for thee, and bid thee welcome, and then resettle to their hushed pursuits as if nothing had happened. Nothing had happened, while in thy heart, perhaps, the whole world seems to have shot from its axis, all the elements to be at war, and you sit down, crushed by that quiet happiness which you can share no more, and smile mechanically and look into the fire, and 10 to 1 you say nothing till the time comes for bed, and you take up your candle and creep miserably to your lonely room. Now, if in a stage-coach in the depth of winter, when 3 passengers are warm and snug, a 4th, all besnowed and frozen, descends from the outside and takes place amongst them, straightway all the 3 passengers shift their places, uneasily pull up their cloak collars, rearrange their comforters, feel indignantly a sensible loss of caloric. The intruder has at least made a sensation. But if you had all the snows of the Grampians in your heart, you might enter unnoticed, take care not to tread on the toes of your opposite neighbor, and not a soul is disturbed, not a comforter stirs an inch. I had not slept a wink. I had not even lain down all that night, the night in which I had said farewell to Fanny Trevanion, and the next morning, when the sun rose, I wandered out, where I know not. I have a dim recollection of long, grey, solitary streets, of the river that seemed flowing in dull, sullen silence, away, far away, into some invisible eternity, trees and turf, and the gay voices of children. I must have gone from one end of the great Babel to the other, for my memory only became clear and distinct when I knocked, somewhere before noon, at the door of my father's house, and, passing heavily up the stairs, came into the drawing-room, which was the rendezvous of the little family, for since we had been in London, my father had ceased to have his study apart, and contented himself with what he called a corner wide enough to contain 2 tables and a dumb-waiter, with chairs at discretion all littered with books. On the opposite side of this capacious corner sat my uncle, now nearly convalescent, and he was jotting down in his stiff military hand certain figures in a little red account book, for you know already that my uncle Roland was, in his expenses, the most methodical of men. My father's face was more benign than usual, for before him lay a proof, the first proof of his first work, his one work, the great book. Yes, it had positively found a press. And the first proof of your first work, ask any author what that is. My mother was out with the faithful Mrs. Primmins, shopping or marketing, no doubt, so, while the brothers were thus engaged, it was natural that my entrance should not make as much noise as if it had been a bomb, or a singer, or a clap of thunder, or the last great novel of the season, or anything else that made a noise in those days. For what makes a noise now, when the most astonishing thing of all is our easy familiarity with things astounding, when we say listlessly, another revolution at Paris, or, by the by, there's the deuce to do at Vienna, when de Joinville is catching fish in the ponds at Clermont, and you hardly turn back to look at Metternich on the pier at Brighton. My uncle nodded and growled indistinctly. My father put aside his books. You have told us that already. Sir, you are very much mistaken. It was not then that he put aside his books, for he was not then engaged in them. He was reading his proof, and he smiled and pointed to it, the proof, I mean, pathetically, and with a kind of humour, as much as to say, "What can you expect, Pisistratus? My new baby in short clothes or long primer, which is all the same thing." I took a chair between the two, and looked first at one, then at the other. Heaven forgive me. I felt a rebellious, ungrateful spite against both. The bitterness of my soul must have been deep indeed to have overflowed in that direction. But it did. The grief of youth is an abominable egotist, and that is the truth. I got up from my chair and walked towards the window. It was open, and outside the window was Mrs. Primmins's canary in its cage. London air had agreed with it, and it was singing lustily. Now, when the canary saw me standing opposite to its cage and regarding it seriously, and, I have no doubt, with a very somber aspect, the creature stopped short and hung its head on one side, looking at me obliquely and suspiciously. Finding that I did it no harm, it began to hazard a few broken notes, timidly and interrogatively, as it were, pausing between each, and at length, as I made no reply, it evidently thought it had solved the doubt, and ascertained that I was more to be pitied than feared, for it stole gradually into so soft and silvery a strain that I verily believe it did it on purpose to comfort me, its old friend, whom it had unjustly suspected. Never did any music touch me so home as did that long, plaintive cadence. And when the bird ceased, it perched itself close to the bars of the cage and looked at me steadily with its bright, intelligent eyes. I felt mine water, and I turned back and stood in the center of the room, irresolute what to do, where to go. My father had done with the proof, and was deep in his folios. Roland had clasped his red account book, restored it to his pocket, wiped his pen carefully, and now watched me from under those great beetle brows. Suddenly he rose, and stamping on the hearth with his cork leg, explained, "Look up from those cursed books, Brother Austin. What is there in your son's face? Construe that, if you can." End of Part 9, Chapter 1. Part 9, Chapter 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 9, Chapter 2. And my father pushed aside his books and rose hastily. He took off his spectacles and rubbed them mechanically, but he said nothing, and my uncle, staring at him for a moment, in surprise at his silence, burst out, "Oh, I see. He has been getting into some scrape, and you are angry. Fie, young blood will have its way, Austin. It will. I don't blame that. It is only when— Come here, sisty. Zounds, man, come here." My father gently brushed off the captain's hand, and advancing towards me, opened his arms. The next moment I was sobbing on his breast. "But what is the matter?" cried Captain Roland. "Will nobody say what is the matter? Money, I suppose. Money, you confounded, extravagant young dog. Luckily, you have got an uncle who has more than he knows what to do with. How much? 50? 100? 200? How can I write the check if you're not to speak? Hush, brother, it is no money you can give that will set this right. My poor boy, have I guessed truly? Did I guess truly the other evening, when— Yes, sir, yes, I have been so wretched, but I am better now, I can tell you all." My uncle moved slowly towards the door. His fine sense of delicacy made him think that even he was out of place in the confidence between son and father. "No, uncle," I said, holding my hand out to him. "Stay. You too can advise me, strengthen me. I have kept my honor yet. Help me to keep it still." At the sound of the word honor, Captain Roland stood mute, and raised his head quickly. So I told all, incoherently enough at first, but clearly and manfully as I went on. Now I know that it is not the custom of lovers to confide in fathers and uncles. Judging by those mirrors of life, plays, and novels, they choose better. Valets and chambermaids, and friends whom they have picked up in the street, as I had picked up poor Francis Vivian. To these they make clean breasts of their troubles. But fathers and uncles, to them they are close, impregnable, buttoned to the chin. The Caxtons were an eccentric family, and never did anything like other people. When I ended, I lifted up my eyes and said pleadingly, "Now tell me, is there no hope? None?" "Why should there be none?" cried Captain Roland hastily. "The de Caxtons are as good a family as the Trevanians, and as for yourself, all I will say is, that the young lady might choose worse for her own happiness." I wrung my uncle's hand, and turned to my father in anxious fear, for I knew that, in spite of his secluded habits, few men ever formed a sounder judgment on worldly matters when he was fairly drawn to look at them. A thing wonderful is that plain wisdom which scholars and poets often have for others, though they rarely deign to use it for themselves. And how on earth do they get at it? I looked at my father, and the vague hope Roland had excited fell as I looked. "Brother," he said slowly and shaking his head, "the world, which gives us codes and laws to those who live in it, does not care much for a pedigree, unless it goes with the title deed to estates. Trevanion was not richer than Pisistratus when he married Lady Eleanor," said my uncle. "True, but Lady Eleanor was not then an heiress, and her father viewed these matters as no other peer in England perhaps would. As for Trevanion himself, I dare say he has no prejudices about station, but he is strong in common sense. He values himself on being a practical man. It would be folly to talk to him of love and the affections of a youth. He would see in the son of Austin Caxton, living on the interest of some 15 or 16,000 pounds, such a match for his daughter as no prudent man in his position could approve. And as for Lady Eleanor, she owes us much, Austin," exclaimed Roland, his face darkening. "Lady Eleanor is now what? If we had known her better, she promised to always be the ambitious, brilliant, scheming woman of the world. Is it not so, Pisistratus?" I said nothing. I felt too much. "And does the girl like you? But I think it is clear she does," exclaimed Roland. "Fate, fate. It has been a fatal family to us." "Zounds! Austin, it was your fault. Why did you let him go there?" "My son is now a man, at least in heart, if not in years. Can man be shut from danger and trial?" "They found me in the old parsonage, brother," said my father mildly. My uncle walked, or rather stumped, 3 times up and down the room, and he then stopped short, folded his arms, and came to a decision. "If the girl likes you, your duty is doubly clear. You can't take advantage of it. You have done right to leave the house, for the temptation might be too strong." "But what excuse shall I make to Mr. Trevanion?" said I feebly. "What story can I invent? So careless as he is while he trusts, so penetrating at once if he suspects, he will see through all my subterfuges, and it is as plain as a pikestaff," said my uncle abruptly, "and there need be no subterfuge in the matter. I must leave you, Mr. Trevanion." "Why?" says he. "Don't ask me," he insists. "Well then, sir, if you must know, I love your daughter. I have nothing, she is a great heiress, you will not approve of that love, and therefore I leave you. That is the course that becomes an English gentleman, eh, Austin?" "You are never wrong when your instincts speak, Roland," said my father. "Can you say this, Pisistratus, or shall I say it for you?" "Let him say it himself," said Roland, "and let him judge himself of the answer. He is young, he is clever, he may make a figure in the world. Trevanion may answer, 'Win the lady after you have won the laurel, like the knights of old.' At all events, you will hear the worst." "I will go," said I firmly, and I took my hat and left the room. As I was passing the landing place, a light step stole down the upper flight of stairs, and a little hand seized my own. I turned quickly, and met the full, dark, seriously sweet eyes of my cousin Blanche. "Don't go away yet, Sisty," said she coaxingly. "I have been waiting for you, for I heard your voice, and did not like to come in and disturb you." "And why did you wait for me, my little Blanche?" "Why, only to see you. But your eyes are red. Oh, cousin," and before I was aware of her childish impulse, she had sprung to my neck and kissed me. Now, Blanche was not like most children, and was very sparing of her caresses, so it was out of the deeps of a kind heart that that kiss came. I returned it without a word, and putting her down gently, descended the stairs and was in the streets. But I had not got far before I heard my father's voice, and he came up, and hooking his arm into mine, said, "Are there not 2 of us that suffer? Let us be together." I pressed his arm, and we walked alone in silence. But when we were near Mr. Trevanion's house, I said hesitatingly, "Would it not be better, sir, that I went in alone? If there is to be an explanation between Mr. Trevanion and myself, would it not seem as if your presence implied either a request to him that would lower us both, or a doubt of me that— You will go in alone, of course. I will wait for you." "Not in the streets. Oh no, father," cried I, touched inexpressibly. For all this was so unlike my father's habits that I felt remorse to have so communicated my young griefs to the calm dignity of his serene life. "My son, you do not know how I love you. I have only known it myself lately. Look you, I am living in you now. My firstborn, not in my other son, the great book. I must have my way. Go in. That is the door, is it not? I pressed my father's hand, and I felt then that while that hand could reply to mine, even the loss of Fanny Trevanion could not leave the world a blank. How much we have before us in life while we retain our parents. How much to strive and to hope for. What a motive in the conquest of our sorrow, that they may not sorrow with us. End of Part 9, Chapter 2. Part 9, Chapters 3 and 4 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 9, Chapter 3. I entered Trevanion's study. It was an hour in which he was rarely at home, but I had not thought of that, and I saw without surprise that, contrary to his custom, he was in his armchair, reading one of his favorite classic authors, instead of being in some committee room of the House of Commons. "A pretty fellow you are," said he, looking up, "to leave me all the morning without rhyme or reason. And my committee is postponed, chairman ill. People who get ill should not go into the House of Commons. So here I am, looking into Propertius. Parr is right, not so elegant a writer as Tibullus. But what the deuce are you about? Why don't you sit down? You look grave. You have something to say. Say it." And putting down Propertius, the acute, sharp face of Trevanion instantly became earnest and attentive. "My dear Mr. Trevanion," said I, with as much steadiness as I could assume, "you have been most kind to me, and out of my own family there's no man I love and respect more." Trevanion. What's all this?" In an undertone. "Am I going to be taken in?" Pisistratus. "Do not think me ungrateful, then, when I say I come to resign my office, to leave the house where I have been so happy." Trevanion. "Leave the house? Pooh, I have overtasked you. I will be more merciful in future. You must forgive a political economist. It is the fault of my sect to look upon men as machines." Pisistratus, smiling faintly. "No, indeed, that is not it. I have nothing to complain of, nothing I could wish altered, could I stay." Trevanion, examining me thoughtfully. "And does your father approve of your leaving me thus?" Pisistratus. "Yes, fully." Trevanion, musing a moment. "I see. He would send you to the university, make you a bookworm like himself. Pooh, that will not do. You will never become wholly a man of books. It is not in you. Young man, though I may seem careless, I read characters, when I please it, pretty quickly. You do wrong to leave me. You are made for the great world. I can open to you a high career. I wish to do so. Lady Eleanor wishes it, nay, insists on it, for your father's sake as well as yours. I never ask a favor from ministers, and I never will. But," here Trevanion rose suddenly, and with an erect mien and a quick gesture of his arm, he added, "but a minister can dispose as he pleases of his patronage. Look you, it is a secret yet, and I trust to your honor. But before the year is out, I must be in the cabinet. Stay with me. I guarantee your fortunes. 3 months ago I would not have said that. By and by I will open Parliament for you. You are not of age yet. Work till then, and now sit down and write my letters. A sad arrear." "My dear, dear Mr. Trevanion," said I, so affected that I could scarcely speak, and seizing his hand, which I pressed between both mine, "I dare not thank you. I cannot. But you don't know my heart. It is not ambition. No, if I could but stay here on the same terms forever, here," looking ruefully on that spot where Fanny had stood the night before. "But it is impossible. If you knew all, you would be the first to bid me go." "You are in debt," said the man of the world coldly. "Bad, very bad. Still, no, sir, no, worse." "Hardly possible to be worse, young man, hardly. But just as you will. You leave me, and will not say why. Goodbye. Why do you linger? Shake hands and go." "I cannot leave you thus. Sir, the truth shall out. I am rash and mad enough not to see Miss Trevanion without forgetting that I am poor, and— Ha! Interrupted Trevanion softly, and growing pale. This is a misfortune indeed. And I, who talked of reading characters. Truly, truly, we would-be practical men are fools. Fools! And you have made love to my daughter? Sir, Mr. Trevanion? No, never, never so base. In your house, trusted by you, how could you think of it? I dared, it may be, to love. At all events, to feel that I could not be insensible to a temptation too strong for me. But to say it to your heiress, to ask love in return, I would as soon have broken open your desk. Frankly, I tell you my folly. It is a folly, not a disgrace. Trevanion came up to me abruptly as I leaned against the bookcase, and grasping my hand with a cordial kindness, said, Pardon me, you have behaved as your father's son should. I envy him such a son. Now listen to me. I cannot give you my daughter. Believe me, sir, I never— Tut! Listen! I cannot give you my daughter. I say nothing of inequality. All gentlemen are equal, and if not, any impertinent affectation of superiority in such a case would come ill from one who owes his own fortune to his wife. But as it is, I have a stake in the world, won not by fortune only, but the labor of a life, the suppression of half my nature, the drudging, squaring, taming down all that made the glory and joy of my youth, to be that hard matter-of-fact thing which the English would expect in a statesman. This station has gradually opened into its natural result, power. I tell you, I shall soon have high office in the administration. I hope to render great services to England, for we English politicians, whatever the mob and the press say of us, are not selfish place-hunters. I refused office, as high as I look for now, 10 years ago. We believe in our opinions, and we hail the power that may carry them into effect. In this cabinet I shall have enemies. Oh, don't think we leave jealousy behind us at the doors of Downing Street. I shall be one of a minority. I know well what must happen. Like all men in power, I must strengthen myself by other heads and hands than my own. My daughter shall bring to me the alliance of the house in England which is most necessary to me. My life falls to the ground, like a child's pyramid of cards, if I waste. I do not say on you, but on men of 10 times your fortune, whatever that be. The means of strength which are at my disposal in the hand of Fanny Trevanion. To this end I have looked, but to this end her mother has schemed, for these household matters are within a man's hopes, but belong to a woman's policy. So much for us. But to you, my dear and frank and high-souled young friend, to you, if I were not Fanny's father, if I were your nearest relation and Fanny could be had for the asking, with all her princely dower, for it is princely, to you, I should say, fly from a load upon the heart, on the genius, the energy, the pride, and the spirit, which not one man in 10,000 can bear. Fly from the curse of owing everything to a wife. It is a reversal of all natural position. It is a blow to the manhood within us. You know not what it is. I do. My wife's fortune came not till after marriage. So far, so well. It saved my reputation from the charge of fortune-hunting. But, I tell you fairly, that if it had never come at all, I should be a prouder and a greater and a happier man than I have ever been or ever can be. With all its advantages, it has been a millstone round my neck. And yet Eleanor has never breathed a word that could wound my pride. Would her daughter be as forbearing? Much as I love Fanny, I doubt if she has the great heart of her mother. You look incredulous, naturally. Oh, you think I shall sacrifice my child's happiness to a politician's ambition. Folly of youth. Fanny would be wretched with you. She might not think so now. She would 5 years hence. Fanny will make an admirable duchess, countess, great lady, but wife to a man who owes all to her. No, no, don't dream it. I shall not sacrifice her happiness, depend on it. I speak plainly, as man to man of the world to a man just entering it, but still man to man. What say you? I will think over all you tell me. I know that you are speaking to me most generously, as a father would. Now let me go, and may God keep you and yours. Go, I return your blessing. Go. I don't insult you now with offers of service, but remember, you have a right to command them in all ways in all times. Stop, stop. Take this comfort away with you. A sorry comfort now, a great one hereafter. In a position that might have moved anger, scorn, pity, you have made a barren-hearted man honor and admire you. You, a boy, have made me, with my gray hairs, think better of the whole world. Tell your father that." I closed the door and stole out softly. But when I got into the hall, Fanny suddenly opened the door of the breakfast parlor, and seemed, by her look, her gesture, to invite me in. Her face was very pale, and there were traces of tears on the heavy lids. I stood still a moment, and my heart beat violently. I then muttered something inarticulately, and bowing low, hastened to the door. I thought, but my ears might deceive me, that I heard my name pronounced, but unfortunately the tall porter started from his newspaper and his leathern chair, and the entrance stood open. I joined my father. "It's all over," said I with a resolute smile. "And now, my dear father, I feel how grateful I should be for all that your lessons, your life, have taught me, for believe me, I am not unhappy." Beginning of Chapter 4. We came back to my father's house, and on the stairs we met my mother, whom Roland's grave looks and her Austen's strange absence had alarmed. My father quietly led the way to a little room which my mother had appropriated to Blanche and herself, and then, placing my hand in that which had helped his own steps from the stony path down the quiet vales of life, he said to me, "Nature gives you here the soother," and so saying, he left the room. And it was true. Oh, my mother, that in thy simple loving breast nature did place the deep wells of comfort. We come to men for philosophy, to women for consolation, and the thousand weaknesses and regrets, the sharp sands of the minutiae that make up sorrow, all these, which I could have betrayed to no man, not even to him, the dearest and tenderest of all men, I showed without shame to thee, and thy tears that fell on my cheek had the balm of Araby, and my heart at length lay lulled and soothed under thy moist, gentle eyes. I made an effort and joined the little circle at dinner, and I felt grateful that no violent attempt was made to raise my spirits, nothing but affection, more subdued and soft and tranquil. Even little Blanche, as if by the intuition of sympathy, ceased her babble and seemed to hush her footstep as she crept to my side. But after dinner, when we had reassembled in the drawing-room and the lights shone bright, and the curtains were let down, and only the quick roll of some passing wheels reminded us that there was a world without, my father began to talk. He had laid aside all his work, the younger but less perishable child was forgotten, and my father began to talk. "It is," he said musingly, "a well-known thing that particular drugs or herbs suit the body according to its particular diseases. When we are ill, we don't open our medicine chest at random and take out any powder or phial that comes to hand. The skilful doctor is he who adjusts the dose to the malady." "Of that there can be no doubt," quoth Captain Roland. "I remember a notable instance of the justice of what you say. When I was in Spain, both my horse and I fell ill at the same time. A dose was sent for each, and by some infernal mistake, I swallowed the horse's physic, and the horse, poor thing, swallowed mine." "And what was the result?" asked my father. "The horse died," answered Roland mournfully. "A valuable beast, bright bay with a star. And you?" "Why, the doctor said it ought to have killed me, but it took a great deal more than a paltry bottle of physic to kill a man in my regiment." "Nevertheless, we arrive at the same conclusion," pursued my father. "I with my theory, you with your experience, that the physic we take must not be chosen haphazard, and that a mistake in the bottle may kill a horse. But when we come to the medicine for the mind, how little do we think of the golden rule which common sense applies to the body?" "Anan," said the captain, "what medicine is there for the mind? Shakespeare has said something on that subject, which, if I recollect right, implies that there is no ministering to a mind diseased." "I think not, brother. He only said physic, meaning boluses and black draughts would not do it. And Shakespeare was the last man to find fault with his own art, for, verily, he has been a great physician to the mind." "Ah, I take you now, brother, books again. So you think when a man breaks his heart or loses his fortune or his daughter, Blanche, child, come here, that you only have to clap a plaster of print on the sore place and all is well. I wish you would find me such a cure. Will you try it? If it is not Greek." said my uncle. End of chapter 4. Part 9, Chapter 5 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 9, Chapter 5. My father's crotchet on the hygienic chemistry of books. If, said my father, and here his hand was deep in his waistcoat, if we accept the authority of Diodorus as to the inscription on the great Egyptian library, and I don't see why Diodorus should not be as near the mark as anyone else, added my father interrogatively, turning around. My mother thought herself the person addressed, and nodded her gracious assent to the authority of Diodorus. His opinion thus fortified, my father continued, If, I say, we accept the authority of Diodorus, the inscription on the Egyptian library was, the medicine of the mind. Now, that phrase has become notoriously trite and hackneyed, and people repeat vaguely that books are the medicine of the mind. Yes, but to apply the medicine is the thing. So you have told us at least twice before, brother, quoth the captain bluffly, and what Diodorus has to do with it, I know no more than the man of the moon. I shall never get on at this rate, said my father, in a tone between reproach and entreaty. Be good children, Roland and Blanche both, said my mother, stopping from her work and holding up her needle threateningly, and indeed inflicting a slight puncture upon the captain's shoulder. Rem acu tetigisti, my dear, said my father, borrowing Cicero's pun on the occasion. And now we shall go upon velvet, I say then, that books taken indiscriminately are no cure to the diseases and afflictions of the mind. There is a world of science necessary in the taking them. I have known some people in great sorrow fly to a novel, or the last light book in fashion. One might as well take a rose draught for the plague. Light reading does not do when the heart is really heavy. I am told that Goethe, when he lost his son, took to study a science that was new to him. Ah, Goethe was a physician who knew what he was about. In a great grief like that, you cannot tickle and divert the mind, you must wrench it away, abstract, absorb, bury it in an abyss, hurry it into a labyrinth. Therefore, for the irremediable sorrows of middle life and old age, I recommend a strict chronic course of science and hard reasoning, counter-irritation. Bring the brain to act upon the heart. If science is too much against the grain, for we have not all got mathematical heads, something in the reach of the humblest understanding, but sufficiently searching to the highest. A new language, Greek, Arabic, Scandinavian, Chinese, or Welsh. For the loss of fortune, the dose should be applied less directly to the understanding. I would administer something elegant and cordial. For as the heart is crushed and lacerated by a loss in the affections, so it is rather the head that aches and suffers by the loss of money. Here we find the higher class of poets a very valuable remedy. For observe that poets of the grander and more comprehensive kind of genius have in them two separate men, quite distinct from each other, the imaginative man and the practical circumstantial man, and it is the happy mixture of these that suits diseases of the mind, half imaginative and half practical. There is Homer, now lost with the gods, now at home with the homeliest, the very poet of circumstance, as Gray has finely called him, and yet with imagination enough to seduce and coax the dullest into forgetting, for a while, that little spot on his deck which his banker's book can cover. There is Virgil, far below him, indeed, Virgil the wise, whose verse walks highest, but not flies, as Cowley expresses it. But Virgil still has genius enough to be two men, to lead you into the fields, not only to listen to the pastoral read and to hear the bees hum, but to note how you can make the most of the glebe and the vineyard. There is Horace, charming man of the world, who will condole with you feelingly on the loss of your fortune, and by no means undervalues the good things of this life, but who will yet show you that a man may be happy with a vile modicum or parva rura. There is Shakespeare, who, above all poets, is the mysterious duel of hard sense and imperial fancy, and a great many more, whom I need not name, but who, if you take to them gently and quietly, will not, like your mere philosopher, your unreasonable Stoic, tell you that you have lost nothing, but who will insensibly steal you out of this world with its losses and crosses, and slip you into another world before you know where you are. A world where you are just as welcome, though you carry no more earth of your lost acres with you than covers the sole of your shoe. Then, for hypochondria and satiety, what is better than a brisk alternative course of travels, especially early, out-of-the-way, marvelous, legendary travels? How they freshen up the spirits! How they take you out of the humdrum yawning state you are in! See, with Herodotus, young Greece spring up into life, or note with him how already the wondrous old Orient world is crumbling into giant decay, or go with Carpini and Rubrukhi to Tartary, meet the carts of Zagatai laden with houses, and think that a great city is traveling towards you. Gaze on that vast wild empire of the Tartar, where the descendants of Genghis multiply and disperse over the immense waste desert, which is as boundless as the ocean. Sail with the early northern discoverers, and penetrate to the heart of winter among sea serpents and bears and tusked morses with the faces of men. Then, what think you of Columbus and the stern soul of Cortes, and the kingdom of Mexico, and the strange gold city of the Peruvians, with that audacious brute Pizarro, and the Polynesians, just for all the world like the ancient Britons, and the American Indians and the South Sea Islanders? How petulant and young and adventurous and frisky your hypochondriac must get upon a regimen like that! Then, for that vice of the mind which I call sectarianism, not in the religious sense of the word, but little, narrow prejudices that make you hate your next-door neighbor because he has his eggs roasted when you have yours boiled, and gossiping and prying into people's affairs and backbiting, and thinking heaven and earth are coming together if some broom touch a cobweb that you have let grow over the window-sill of your brains, what like a large and generous, mildly aperient, I beg your pardon, my dear, course of history. How it clears away all the fumes of the head, better than the hellebore with which the old leeches of the Middle Ages purged the cerebellum. There, amidst all that great whirling storm bath, as the Germans say, of kingdoms and empires and races and ages, how your mind enlarges beyond that little feverish animosity to John Styles, or that unfortunate prepossession of yours that all the world is interested in your grievances against Tom Stokes and his wife. I can only touch, you see, on a few ingredients in this magnificent pharmacy. Its resources are boundless, but require the nicest discretion. I remember to have cured a disconsolate widower who obstinately refused every other medicament by a strict course of geology. I dipped him deep into gneiss and mica schist. Amidst the first strata, I suffered the watery action to expend itself upon cooling crystallized masses, and by the time I had got him into the tertiary period, amongst the transition chalks of Maastricht and coniferous marls of Gosau, he was ready for a new wife. Kitty, my dear, it is no laughing matter. I made no less notable of a cure of a young scholar at Cambridge who is meant for the church, when he suddenly caught a cold fit of free-thinking, with great shiverings from wading out of his depth in Spinoza. None of the divines whom I first tried did him the least good in that state, so I turned over a new leaf and doctored him gently upon the chapters of faith in Abraham Tucker's book. You should read it, Sisty. Then I threw in strong doses of Fichte. After that, I put him on the Scotch metaphysicians, with plunge baths into certain German transcendentalists, and having convinced him that faith is not an unphilosophical state of mind, and that he might believe without compromising his understanding, for he was mightily conceited on that score, I threw in my divines, which he was now fit to digest, and his theological constitution, since then, has become so robust that he has eaten up 2 livings and a deanery. In fact, I have a plan for a library that, instead of heading its compartments philology, natural science, poetry, etc., one shall head them according to the diseases for which they are severally good, bodily and mental, up from a dire calamity or the pangs of the gout, down to a fit of the spleen or a slight catarrh. for which your last light reading comes in with a whey posset and barley water. But, continued my father more gravely, when some one sorrow that is yet reparable gets hold of your mind like a monomania, when you think because heaven has denied you this or that on which you had set your heart that all your life must be a blank, oh, then diet yourself well on biography, the biography of good and great men. See how little a space one sorrow really makes in life. See scarce a page, perhaps, given to some grief similar to your own, and how triumphantly the life sails on beyond it. You thought the wing was broken. Tut tut, it was but a bruised feather. See what life leaves behind it when all is done. A summary of the positive facts far out of the region of sorrow and suffering, linking themselves with the being of the world. Yes, biography is the medicine here. Roland, you said you would try my prescription. Here it is. And my father took up a book and reached it to the captain. My uncle looked over it. Life of the Reverend Robert Hall. Brother, he was a dissenter, and, thank heaven, I am a church and state man to the backbone. Robert Hall was a brave man and a true soldier under the great commander, said my father artfully. The captain mechanically carried his forefinger to his forehead in military fashion, and saluted the book respectfully. I have another copy for you, Pisistratus. That is mine which I have lent Roland. This, which I bought for you today, you will keep. Thank you, sir, said I listlessly, not seeing what great good the life of Robert Hall could do me, or why the same medicine should suit the old weather-beaten uncle and the nephew yet in his teens. I have said nothing, resumed my father, slightly bowing his broad temples, of the book of books, for that is the lignum vitae, the cardinal medicine for all. These are but the subsidiaries, for, as you may remember, my dear Kitty, that I have said before, we can never keep the system quite right unless we place just in the center of the great ganglionic system, whence the nerves carry its influence gently and smoothly through the whole frame, the saffron bag. End of chapter 5.
Part 9, Chapter 6 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 9, Chapter 6. After breakfast the next morning, I took my hat to go out, when my father, looking at me and seeing by my countenance that I had not slept, said gently, "My dear Pisistratus, you have not tried my medicine yet." "What medicine, sir?" "Robert Hall." "No, indeed, not yet," said I, smiling. "Do so, my son, before you go out. Depend on it, you will enjoy your walk more." I confess that it was with some reluctance I obeyed. I went back to my own room and sat resolutely down to my task. Are there any of you, my readers, who have not read the life of Robert Hall? If so, in the words of the great Captain Cuttle, when found, make a note of it. Never mind what your theological opinion is, Episcopalian, Presbyterian, Baptist, Pedo-Baptist, Independent, Quaker, Unitarian, philosopher, freethinker. Send for Robert Hall. Yea, if there exists yet on earth descendants of the arch-heretics which made such a noise in their day, men who believe with Saturninus that the world was made by 7 angels, or with Basilides that there are as many heavens as there are days in the year, or with the Nicolaitans that men ought to have their wives in common, plenty of that sect still, especially in the Red Republic, or with their successors, the Gnostics, who believed in Jaldabaoth, or with the Carpocratians, that the world was made by the devil, or with the Cerinthians and Ebionites and Nazarites, which last discovered that the name of Noah's wife was Oriah, and that she set the ark on fire, or with the Valentinians, who taught that there were 30 aeons, ages or worlds, born out of profundity, bathos, male, and silence, female, or with the Markites, Calabasii, and Heracleonites, who still kept up that bother about aeons, Mr. Profundity, and Mrs. Silence, or with the Orphites, who are said to have worshipped the serpent, or the Cainites, who ingeniously found out a reason for honoring Judas, because he foresaw what good would come to men by betraying our Savior, or with the Setites, who made Seth a part of the divine substance, or with the Archontics, Ascethictae, Sardonians, Marcionites, the disciples of Apelles and Severus. The last was a teetotaler, and said wine was begot by Satan, or of Tatian, who thought all the descendants of Adam were irretrievably damned except themselves. Some of those Tatiani are certainly extant. Or the Cataphresians, who were also called Tascodragitae, because they thrust their forefingers up their nostrils to show their devotion. Or the Papusians, Quintilians, and Artotyrites, but no matter. If I go through all the follies of men in search of the truth, I shall never get to the end of my chapter, or back to Robert Hall. Whatever, then, thou art, orthodox or heterodox, send for the life of Robert Hall. It is the life of a man that it does good to manhood itself to contemplate. I had finished the biography, which is not long, and was musing over it, when I heard the captain's cork leg upon the stairs. I opened the door for him, and he entered, book in hand, as I also, book in hand, stood ready to receive him. "Well, sir," said Roland, seating himself, "has the prescription done you any good?" "Yes, uncle, great." "And me, too, by Jupiter, Sisty. That same Hall was a fine fellow. I wonder if the medicine has gone through the same channels in both. Tell me first how it has affected you." "Imprimis, then, my dear uncle, I fancy that a book like this must do good to all who live in the world in the ordinary manner, by admitting us into a circle of life of which I suspect we think but little. Here is a man connecting himself directly with a heavenly purpose, and cultivating considerable faculties to that one end, seeking to accomplish his soul as far as he can, that he may do most good on earth, and take a higher existence up to heaven. A man intent upon a sublime and spiritual duty. In short, living as it were in it, and so filled with the consciousness of immortality, and so strong in the link between God and man, that without any affected stoicism, without being insensible to pain, rather, perhaps, from a nervous temperament, acutely feeling it, he yet has a happiness wholly independent of it. It is impossible not to be thrilled with an admiration that elevates while it awes you, in reading that solemn dedication of himself to God. This offering of soul and body, time, health, reputation, talents, to the divine and invisible principle of good, calls us suddenly to contemplate the selfishness of our own views and hopes, and awakens us from the egotism that exacts all and resigns nothing. But this book has mostly struck upon the chord in my own heart in that characteristic which my father indicated as belonging to all biography. Here is a life of remarkable fullness, great study, great thought, and great action, and yet, said I, coloring, how small a place those feelings which have tyrannized over me, and made all else seem blank and void, hold in that life. It is not as if the man were a cold and hard ascetic. It is easy to see in him not only remarkable tenderness and warm affections, but strong self-will, and the passion of all vigorous natures. Yes, I understand better now what existence in a true man should be. "All that is very well said," quoth the captain, "but it did not strike me. What I have seen in this book is courage. Here is a poor creature rolling on the carpet with agony, from childhood to death, tortured by a mysterious, incurable malady, a malady that is described as an internal apparatus of torture, And who does by his heroism more than bear it? He puts it out of power to affect him. And though, here is the passage, his appointment by day and by night was incessant pain, yet high enjoyment was, notwithstanding, the law of his existence. Robert Hall reads me a lesson, me, an old soldier, who thought myself above taking lessons, in courage at least. And as I came to that passage, when in the sharp paroxysms before death, he says, I have not complained, have I, sir? And I won't complain. When I came to that passage, I started up and cried, Roland de Caxton, thou hast been a coward, and thou hast had thy deserts. Thou hast been cashiered, broken, and drummed out of the regiment long ago. After all, then, my father was not so wrong. He placed his guns right, and fired a good shot. He must have been from 6 to 9 degrees above the crest of the parapet, said my uncle thoughtfully, which I take it is the best elevation, both for shot and shells, in enfilading a work. What say you then, Captain? Up with our knapsacks, and on with the march. Right, about face, cried my uncle, as erect as a column. No looking back, if we can help it. Full in the front of the enemy, up guards, and at 'em. England expects every man to do his duty. Cypress or laurel, cried my uncle, waving the book over his head. End of chapter 6, recording by John Brandon.
Part 9, Chapter 7 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 9, Chapter 7. I went out and to see Francis Vivian, for leaning on Mr. Trevanion, I was not without anxiety for my new friend's future provision. But Vivian was from home, and I strolled from his lodgings into the suburbs on the other side of the river, and began to meditate seriously on the best course now to pursue. In quitting my present occupations, I resigned prospects far more brilliant and fortunes far more rapid than I could hope to realize in any other entrance into life. But I felt the necessity, if I desired to keep steadfast to that more healthful frame of mind I had obtained, of some manly and continuous labor, some earnest employment. My thoughts flew back to the university and the quiet of its cloisters, which, until I had been blinded by the glare of the London world, and grief had somewhat dulled the edge of my quick desires and hopes, had seemed to me cheerless and unfaltering, took an inviting aspect. It presented what I needed most, a new scene, a new arena, a partial return into boyhood, repose for passions prematurely raised, activity for the reasoning powers in fresh directions. I had not lost my time in London. I had kept up, if not studies purely classical, at least the habits of application. I had sharpened my general comprehension and augmented my resources. Accordingly, when I returned home, I resolved to speak to my father. But I found he had forestalled me, and, on entering, my mother drew me upstairs into her room, with a smile kindled by my smile, and told me that she and her Austen had been thinking that it was best that I should leave London as soon as possible, that my father found he could now dispense with the library of the museum for some months, that the time for which they had taken their lodgings would be up in a few days, that the summer was far advanced, town odious, the country beautiful. In a word, we were to go home. There, I could prepare myself for Cambridge till the long vacation was over, and, my mother added hesitatingly, and with a prefatory caution to spare my health, that my father, whose income could ill afford the requisite allowance to me, counted on my soon lightening his burden by getting a scholarship. I felt how much provident kindness there was in all this, even in that hint of a scholarship, which was meant to rouse my faculties and spur me, by affectionate incentives, to a new ambition. I was not less delighted than grateful. "But poor Roland," said I, "and little Blanche, will they come with us?" "I fear not," said my mother, "for Roland is anxious to get back to his tower, and in a day or two he will be well enough to move." Do you not think, my dear mother, that somehow or other this lost son of his had something to do with Roland's illness, that the illness was as much mental as physical? I have no doubt of it, Sisty. What a sad, bad heart that young man must have. My uncle seems to have abandoned all hope of finding him in London. Otherwise, ill as he has been, I am sure we could not have kept him at home. So he goes back to the old tower. Poor man, he must be dull enough there. We must contrive to pay him a visit. Does Blanche ever speak of her brother? No, for it seems they were not brought up much together. At all events, she does not remember him. How lovely she is! Her mother must surely have been very handsome. She is a pretty child, certainly, though in a strange style of beauty. Such immense eyes! And affectionate, loves Roland as she ought to. And here the conversation dropped. Our plans being thus decided, it was necessary that I should lose no time in seeing Vivian and making some arrangement for the future. His manner had lost so much of its abruptness that I thought I could venture to recommend him personally to Trevanion, and I knew, after what had passed, that Trevanion would make a point to oblige me. I resolved to consult my father about it. As yet I had either never found or never made the opportunity to talk to my father on the subject, he had been so occupied, and if he had proposed to see my new friend, what answer could I have made in the teeth of Vivian's cynic objections? However, as we were now going away, that last consideration ceased to be of importance, and, for the first time, the student had not yet entirely settled back to his books. I therefore watched the time when my father walked down to the museum, and slipping my arm into his, I told him, briefly and rapidly, as we went along, how I had formed this strange acquaintance and how I was now situated. The story did not interest my father quite so much as I expected, and he did not understand all the complexities of Vivian's character. How could he? For he answered briefly, I should think that, for a young man apparently without a sixpence, and whose education seems so imperfect, any resource in Trevanion must be most temporary and uncertain. Speak to your Uncle Jack. He can find him some place, I have no doubt. Perhaps a readership in a printer's office, or a reporter's place on some journal, if he is fit for it, of course. But if you want to steady him, let it be something regular. Therewith my father dismissed the matter and vanished through the gates of the museum. Readership to a printer, reportership on a journal, for a young gentleman with the high notions and the arrogant vanity of Francis Vivian. His ambition, already soaring far beyond kid gloves and a cabriolet. The idea was hopeless, and, perplexed and doubtful, I took my way to Vivian's lodgings. I found him at home and unemployed, standing by his window with folded arms, and in a state of such reverie that he was not aware of my entrance till I had touched him on the shoulder. Ha, said he then, with one of his short, quick, impatient sighs, I thought you had given me up and forgotten me, but you look pale and harassed. I could almost think you had grown thinner within the last few days. Oh, never mind me, Vivian. I have come to speak of yourself. I have left Trevanion. It is settled that I should go to the university, and we all quit town in a few days. In a few days? All? Who are all? My family. Father, mother, uncle, cousin, and myself. But, my dear fellow, now let us think seriously what is best to be done for you. I can present you to Trevanion. Ha! But Trevanion is a hard, though an excellent man, and moreover, as he is always changing the subjects that engross him, in a month or so he may have nothing to give you. You said you would work. Will you consent not to complain if the work cannot be done in kid gloves? Young men who have risen high in the world have begun, it is well known, as reporters to the press. It is a situation of respectability, and, in request, not easy to obtain, I fancy. But still. Vivian interrupted me hastily. Thank you 1,000 times. But what you say confirms a resolution I had taken before you came. I shall make it up with my family and return home. Oh, I am so really glad. How wise in you. Vivian turned his head away abruptly. Your pictures of family life and domestic peace, you see, he said, seduced me more than you thought. When do you leave town? Why, I believe early next week. So soon, said Vivian thoughtfully. Well, perhaps I may ask you yet to introduce me to Mr. Trevanion, for who knows? my family and I may fall out again, but I will consider. I think I have heard you say that this Trevanion is a very old friend of your father's or uncle's. He, or rather Lady Eleanor, is an old friend of both, and therefore would listen to your recommendations of me. But perhaps I may not need them. So you have left of your own accord, a situation that seemed more enjoyable, I should think, than rooms in a college. Left? Why did you leave? And Vivian fixed his bright eyes full and piercingly on mine. It was only for a time, for a trial, that I was there, said I, evasively, out at a nurse, as it were, till the Alma mater opened her arms. Alma, indeed, she ought to be to my father's son. Vivian looked unsatisfied with my explanation, but did not question me further. He himself was the first to turn the conversation, and he did this with more affectionate cordiality than was common to him. He inquired into our general plans, into the probabilities of our return to town, and drew for me a description of our rural Tusculum. He was quiet and subdued, and once or twice I thought there was a moisture in those luminous eyes. We parted with more of the unreserved and fondness of youthful friendship, at least on my part, and seemingly on his, than had yet endeared our singular intimacy, for the cement of cordial attachment had been wanting to an intercourse in which one party refused all confidence, and the other mingled distrust and fear with keen interest and compassionate admiration. That evening, before lights were brought in, my father, turning to me, abruptly asked if I had seen my friend, and what he was about to do. He thinks of returning to his family, said I. Roland, who had seemed dozing, winced uneasily. Who returns to his family? Asked the captain. Why, you must know, said my father, that Sisti has fished up a friend of whom he can give no account that would satisfy a policeman, and whose fortunes he thinks himself under the necessity of protecting. You are very lucky that he has not picked your pocket, Sisti, but I dare say he has. What's his name? Vivian, said I, Francis Vivian. A good name in a Cornish, said my father. Some derive it from the Romans, Vivianus, others from a Celtic word which means Vivian, interrupted Roland. Vivian. I wonder if it be the son of Colonel Vivian. He is certainly a gentleman's son, said I, but he never told me what his family and connections were. Vivian, repeated my uncle, poor Colonel Vivian. So the young man is going to his father. I have no doubt it is the same. Ah! What do you know of Colonel Vivian or his son? Said I. Pray, tell me. I am so interested in this young man. I know nothing of either, except by gossip, said my uncle moodily. I did hear that Colonel Vivian, an excellent officer and honorable man, had been in Roland's voice faltered, in great grief about his son, whom, a mere boy, he had prevented from some improper marriage, and who had run away and left him. It was supposed for America. The story affected me at the time, added my uncle, trying to speak calmly. We were all silent, for we felt why Roland was so disturbed, and why Colonel Vivian's grief should have touched him home. Similarity in affliction makes us brothers even to the unknown. You say he is going home to his family. I am heartily glad of it, said the envying old soldier gallantly. The lights came in then, and after 2 minutes, Uncle Roland and I were nestled close to each other, side by side, and I was reading over his shoulder, and his finger was silently resting on that passage that had so struck him. I have not complained, have I, sir? And I won't complain. End of Part 9, Chapter 7.
Part 10, Chapters 1 and 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Gilson. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 10, Chapter 1. My uncle's conjecture as to the parentage of Francis Vivian seemed to me a positive discovery. Nothing more likely than that this wilful boy had formed some headstrong attachment which no father would sanction, and so, thwarted and irritated, thrown himself on the world. Such an explanation was the more agreeable to me, as it cleared up much that had appeared discreditable in the mystery that surrounded Vivian. I could never bear to think that he had done anything mean and criminal, however I might believe he had been rash and faulty, it was natural that the unfriended wanderer should have been thrown into a society the equivocal character of which had failed to revolt the audacity of an inquisitive mind and adventurous temper. But it was natural also that the habits of gentle birth and that silent education which English gentlemen commonly receive from their very cradle should have preserved his honour, at least, intact through all. Certainly the pride, the notions, the very faults of the well-born had remained in full force. Why not the better qualities, however smothered for the time? I felt thankful for the thought that Vivian was returning to an element in which he might repurify his mind, refit himself for that sphere to which he belonged, thankful that we might yet meet, and our present half-intimacy mature, perhaps, into healthful friendship. It was with such thoughts that I took up my hat the next morning to seek Vivian and judge if we had gained the right clue, when we were startled by what was a rare sound at our door, the postman's knock. My father was at the museum, my mother in high conference or close preparation for our approaching departure with Mrs. Primmins. Roland, I, and Blanche had the room to ourselves. "The letter is not for me," said Pisistratus. "Not for me, I am sure," said the captain, when the servant entered and confuted him, for the letter was for him. He took it up wonderingly and suspiciously, as Glumdalclitch took up Gulliver, or as, if naturalists, we take up an unknown creature that we are not quite sure will not bite and sting us. "Ah, it has stung or bit you, Captain Roland, for you start and change colour. You suppress a cry as you break the seal, you breathe hard as you read, and the letter seems short, but it takes time in the reading, for you go over it again and again. Then you fold it up, crumple it, thrust it into your breast pocket, and look round like a man waking from a dream. Is it a dream of pain or of pleasure? Verily, I cannot guess, for nothing is on that eagle face either of pain or pleasure, but rather of fear, agitation, bewilderment. Yet the eyes are bright too, and there is a smile on that iron lip." My uncle looked round, I say, and called hastily for his cane and his hat, and then began buttoning his coat across his broad breast, though the day was hot enough to have unbuttoned every breast in the metropolis. "You are not going out, uncle?" Yes. "But are you strong enough yet? Let me go with you." "No, sir, no. Blanche, come here." He took the child in his arms, surveyed her wistfully, and kissed her. "You have never given me pain, Blanche. Say, 'God bless and prosper you, father.'" "God bless and prosper my dear, dear papa," said Blanche, putting her little hands together as if in prayer. "There, that should bring me luck, Blanche," said the captain, gaily, and setting her down. Then seizing his cane from the servant, and putting on his hat with a determined air, he walked stoutly forth, and I saw him from the window march along the streets as cheerfully as if he had been besieging Badajoz. "God prosper thee too," said I, involuntarily, and Blanche took hold of my hand and said in her prettiest way, and her pretty ways were many, "I wish you would come with us, cousin Sisty, and help me to love papa. Poor papa, he wants us both. He wants all the love we can give him." "That he does, my dear Blanche, and I think it is a great mistake that we don't all live together. Your papa ought to go to that tower of his at the world's end, but come to our snug, pretty house with a garden full of flowers for you to be Queen of the May, from May to November, to say nothing of a duck that is more sagacious than any creature in the fable I gave you the other day." Blanche laughed and clapped her hands. "Oh, that would be so nice, but—" She stopped gravely and added, "But then, you see, there would not be the tower to love papa, and I am sure that the tower must love him very much, for he loves it dearly." It was my turn to laugh now. "I see how it is, you little witch," said I. "You would coax us to come and live with you and the owls, with all my heart, so far as I am concerned." "Sisty," said Blanche, with an appalling solemnity on her face, Do you know what I've been thinking?" "Not I, miss. What? Something very deep, I can see, and very horrible indeed. I fear you look so serious." "Why, I've been thinking," continued Blanche, not relaxing a muscle and without the least bit of a blush, "I've been thinking that I'll be your little wife, and then, of course, we shall all live together." Blanche did not blush, but I did. "Ask me that 10 years hence, if you dare, you impudent little thing, and now run away to Mrs. Prummins and tell her to keep you out of mischief, for I must say good morning." But Blanche did not run away, and her dignity seemed exceedingly hurt at my mode of taking her alarming proposition, for she retired into a corner pouting, and sat down with great majesty. So there I left her, and went my way to Vivian. He was out, but seeing books on his table, and having nothing to do, I resolved to wait for his return. I had enough of my father in me to turn at once to the books for company, and by the side of some graver works which I had recommended, I found certain novels in French that Vivian had got from a circulating library. I had a curiosity to read these, for except the old classic novels of France, this mighty branch of its popular literature was then new to me. I soon got interested, but what an interest! The interest that a nightmare might excite if one caught it out of one's sleep and set to work to examine it. By the side of what dazzling shrewdness, what deep knowledge of those holes and corners in the human system of which Goethe must have spoken when he said somewhere, if I recollect right and don't misquote him, which I'll not answer for, "There is something in every man's heart which, if we could know, would make us hate him." By the side of all this, and of much more that showed prodigious boldness and energy of intellect, what strange exaggeration, what mock nobility of sentiment, what inconceivable perversion of reasoning, what damnable demoralization! The true artist, whether in romance or the drama, will often necessarily interest us in a vicious or criminal character, but he does not the less leave clear to our reprobation the vice or the crime. But here I found myself called upon not only to feel interest in the villain, which would be perfectly allowable, I am very much interested in Macbeth or Lovelace, but to admire and sympathize with the villainy itself. Nor was it the confusion of all wrong and right in individual character that shocked me the most, but rather the view of society altogether, painted in colours so hideous that, if true, instead of a revolution, it would draw down a deluge. It was the hatred carefully instilled of the poor against the rich. It was the war breathed between class and class. It was that envy of all superiorities which loves to show itself by allowing virtue only to a blouse, and asserting that a man must be a rogue if he belong to that rank of society in which, from the very gifts of education, from the necessary associations of circumstance, roguery is the last thing probable or natural. It was all this, and things 1,000 times worse, that set my head in a whirl as hour after hour slipped on, and I still gazed spellbound on these chimeras and typhons, these symbols of the destroying principle. "Poor Vivian," said I, as I rose at last, "if thou readest these books with pleasure or from habit, no wonder that thou seemest to me so obtuse about right and wrong, and to have a great cavity where thy brain should have the bump of consciousness in full salience." Nevertheless, to do those demoniacs justice, I had got through time imperceptibly by their pestilent help, and I was startled to see by my watch how late it was. I had just resolved to leave a line fixing an appointment for the morrow, and so depart, when I heard Vivian's knock, a knock that had great character in it, haughty, impatient, irregular, not a neat, symmetrical, harmonious, unpretending knock, but a knock that seemed to set the whole house and street at defiance. It was a knock bullying, a knock ostentatious, a knock irritating and offensive, impiger and iracundus. But the step that came up the stairs did not suit the knock. It was a step light yet firm, slow yet elastic. The maidservant who had opened the door had no doubt informed Vivian of my visit, for he did not seem surprised to see me, but he cast that hurried, suspicious look round the room, which a man is apt to cast when he has left his papers about and finds some idler on whose trustworthiness he by no means depends, seated in the midst of the unguarded secrets. The look was not flattering, but my conscience was so unreproachful that I laid all the blame upon the general suspiciousness of Vivian's character. 3 hours at least have I been here, said I maliciously. 3 hours, again the look, and this is the worst secret I have discovered, and I pointed to those literary mannequins. Oh, said he carelessly, French novels. I don't wonder you stayed so long. I can't read your English novels, flat and insipid. There are truth and life here. Truth and life? Cried I, every hair on my head erect with astonishment. Then hurrah for falsehood and death. They don't please you. No accounting for tastes. I beg your pardon. I account for yours, if you really take for truth and life monsters so nefast and flagitious. For heaven's sake, my dear fellow, don't suppose that any man could get on in England, get anywhere but to the Old Bailey or Norfolk Island, if he squared his conduct to such topsy-turvy notions of the world as I find here. How many years are you my senior? Asked Vivian sneeringly, that you should play the mentor and correct my ignorance of the world? Vivian, it is not age and experience that speak here. It is something far wiser than they, the instinct of a man's heart and a gentleman's honour. Well, well, said Vivian, rather discomposed, let the poor books alone. You know my creed, that books influence us little one way or the other. By the great Egyptian library and the soul of Diodorus, I wish you could hear my father upon that point. Come, added I, with sublime compassion, come, it is not too late. Do let me introduce you to my father. I will consent to read French novels all my life if a single chat with Austin Caxton does not send you home with a happier face and lighter heart. Come, let me take you back to dine with us today. I cannot, said Vivian with some confusion. I cannot, for this day I leave London. Some other time perhaps, for, he added, but not heartily, we may meet again. I hope so, said I, wringing his hand, and that is likely, since in spite of yourself I have guessed your secret, your birth and parentage. How? Cried Vivian, turning pale and gnawing his lip. What do you mean? Speak. Well, then, are you not the lost runaway son of Colonel Vivian? Come, say the truth, let us be confidants. Vivian threw off a succession of his abrupt sighs, and then, seating himself, leaned his face on the table, confused, no doubt, to find himself discovered. You are near the mark, said he, at last. But do not ask me further yet. Some day, he cried impetuously, and springing suddenly to his feet, some day you shall know all. Yes, some day, if I live, when that name shall be high in the world. Yes, when the world is at my feet. He stretched his right hand as if to grasp the space, and his whole face was lighted with a fierce enthusiasm. The glow died away, and with a slight return of his scornful smile, he said, Dreams yet, dreams, and now, look at this paper. And he drew out a memorandum, scrawled over with figures. This, I think, is my pecuniary debt to you. In a few days I shall discharge it. Give me your address. Oh, said I, pained. Can you speak to me of money, Vivian? It is one of those instincts of honour you cite so often, answered he, colouring. Pardon me. That is my address, said I, stooping to write, in order to conceal my wounded feelings. You will avail yourself of it, I hope, often, and tell me that you are well and happy. When I am happy, you shall know. You do not require any introduction to Trevanion? Vivian hesitated. No, I think not. If ever I do, I will write for it. I took up my hat and was about to go, for I was still chilled and mortified, when, as if by an irresistible impulse, Vivian came to me hastily, flung his arms round my neck, and kissed me as a boy kisses his brother. Bear with me, he cried in a faltering voice. I did not think to love anyone as you have made me love you, though sadly against the grain. If you are not my good angel, it is that nature and habit are too strong for you. Certainly some day we shall meet again. I shall have time in the meanwhile to see if the world can be indeed mine oyster, which I with sword can open. I would be aut Caesar aut nullus. Very little other Latin know I to quote from. If Caesar, men will forgive me all the means to the end. If nullus, London has a river, and in every street one may buy a cord. Vivian, Vivian! Now, go, my dear friend, while my heart is softened. Go before I shock you with some return of the native Adam. Go, go! And taking me gently by the arm, Francis Vivian drew me from the room, and, re-entering, locked his door. Ah, if I could have left him Robert Hall, instead of those execrable typhons! But would that medicine have suited his case, or must grim experience write sterner prescriptions with iron hand? Chapter 2. When I got back, just in time for dinner, Roland had not returned, nor did he return till late in the evening. All our eyes were directed towards him, as we rose with one accord to give him welcome, but his face was like a mask. It was locked and rigid and unreadable. Shutting the door carefully after him, he came to the hearth, stood on it, upright and calm, for a few moments, and then asked, "Has Blanche gone to bed?" "Yes," said my mother, "but not to sleep, I am sure. She made me promise to tell her when you came back." Roland's brow relaxed. "To-morrow, sister," said he, slowly, "will you see that she has the proper mourning made for her? My son is dead." "Dead?" we cried with one voice, and surrounded him with one impulse. "Dead? Impossible! You could not say it so calmly. Dead? How do you know? You may be deceived. Who told you? Why do you think so?" "I have seen his remains," said my uncle with the same gloomy calm. "We will all mourn for him. Pisistratus, you are heir to my name now, as to your father's. Good night. Excuse me, all you dear and kind ones. I am worn out." Roland lighted his candle and went away, leaving us thunderstruck. But he came back again, looked around, took up his book, open in the favourite passage, nodded again, and again vanished. We looked at each other as if we had seen a ghost. Then my father rose and went out of the room, and remained in Roland's till the night was well nigh gone. We sat up, my mother and I, till he returned. His benign face looked profoundly sad. "How is it, sir? Can you tell us more?" My father shook his head. "Roland prays that you may preserve the same forbearance you have shown hitherto, and never mention his son's name to him. Peace be to the living as to the dead. Kitty, this changes our plans. We must all go to Cumberland. We cannot leave Roland thus." "Poor, poor Roland," said my mother through her tears. "And to think that father and son were not reconciled, but Roland forgives him now. Oh, yes, now." "It is not Roland we can censure," said my father almost fiercely. "It is... But enough, we must hurry out of town as soon as we can. Roland will recover in the native air of his old ruins." We went up to bed mournfully. And so, thought I, ends one grand object of my life. I had hoped to have brought those two together, but alas, what peacemaker like the grave? End of Chapter 2. Recording by Christopher Gilson. Part 10, Chapter 3 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Gilson. The Caxtons, a family picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 10, Chapter 3. My uncle did not leave his room for 3 days, but he was much closeted with a lawyer, and my father dropped some words which seemed to imply that the deceased had incurred debts, and that the poor captain was making some charge on his small property. As Roland had said that he had seen the remains of his son, I took it at first for granted that we should attend a funeral, but no word of this was said. On the fourth day, Roland, in deep mourning, entered a hackney coach with the lawyer, and was absent about 2 hours. I did not doubt that he had thus quietly fulfilled the last mournful offices. On his return he shut himself up again for the rest of the day, and would not see even my father. But the next morning he made his appearance as usual, and I even thought that he seemed more cheerful than I had yet known him, whether he played a part, or whether the worst was now over, and the grave was less cruel than uncertainty. On the following day we all set out for Cumberland. In the interval, Uncle Jack had been almost constantly at the house, and, to do him justice, he had seemed unaffectedly shocked at the calamity that had befallen Roland. There was indeed no want of heart in Uncle Jack whenever you went straight at it, but it was hard to find if you took a circuitous route towards it through the pockets. The worthy speculator had indeed much business to transact with my father before he left town. The Anti-Publisher Society had been set up, and it was through the obstetric aid of that fraternity that the great book was to be ushered into the world. The new journal, the Literary Times, was also far advanced, not yet out, but my father was fairly in for it. There were preparations for its debut on a vast scale, and 2 or 3 gentlemen in black, one of whom looked like a lawyer, and another like a printer, and a third uncommonly like a Jew, called twice, with papers of a very formidable aspect. All these preliminaries settled, the last thing I heard Uncle Jack say, with a slap on my father's back, was, "Fame and fortune both made now. You may go to sleep in safety, for you leave me wide awake. Jack Tibbets never sleeps." I had thought it strange that since my abrupt exodus from Trevanian's house, no notice had been taken of any of us by himself or Lady Eleanor, but on the very eve of our departure came a kind note from Trevanian to me, dated from his favourite country seat, accompanied by a present of some rare books to my father, in which he said, briefly, that there had been illness in his family which had obliged him to leave town for a change of air, but that Lady Eleanor expected to call on my mother the next week. He had found amongst his books some curious works of the Middle Ages, amongst others a complete set of Cardan, which he knew my father would like to have, and so sent them. There was no allusion to what had passed between us. In reply to this note, after due thanks on my father's part, who seized upon the Cardan, Lyon's edition, 1663, 10 volumes folio, as a silkworm does upon a mulberry leaf, I expressed our joint regrets that there was no hope of our seeing Lady Eleanor, as we were just leaving town. I should have added something on the loss my uncle had sustained, but my father thought that since Roland shrank from any mention of his son, even by his nearest kindred, it would be his obvious wish not to parade his affliction beyond that circle. And there had been illness in Trevanian's family. On whom had it fallen? I could not rest satisfied with that general expression, and I took my answer myself to Trevanian's house, instead of sending it by the post. In reply to my inquiries, the porter said that all the family were expected at the end of the week, that he had heard both Lady Eleanor and Miss Trevanian had been rather poorly, but that they were now better. I left my note with orders to forward it, and my wounds bled afresh as I came away. We had the whole coach to ourselves in our journey, and a silent journey it was till we arrived at a little town about 8 miles from my uncle's residence, to which we could only get through a cross-road. My uncle insisted on preceding us that night, and though he had written before we started to announce our coming, he was fidgety lest the poor tower should not make the best figure it could, so he went alone, and we took our ease at our inn. Betimes the next day we hired a fly coach, for a chaise could never have held us and my father's books, and jogged through a labyrinth of villainous lanes which no Marshal Wade had ever reformed from their primal chaos. But poor Mrs. Primmins and the canary bird alone seemed sensible of the jolts. The former, who sat opposite to us, wedged amidst a medley of packages, all marked "Care to be kept top uppermost." Why I know not, for they were but books, and whether they lay top or bottom, it could not materially affect their value. The former, I say, contrived to extend her arms over those disjecta membra, and griping a window-sill with the right hand and a window-sill with the left, kept her seat rampant, like the split eagle of the Austrian Empire. In fact, it would be well nowadays if the split eagle were as firm as Mrs. Primmins. As for the canary, it never failed to respond by an astonished chirp to every "Gracious me" and "Lord save us," which the delve into a rut or the bump out of it sent forth from Mrs. Primmins' lips with all the emphatic dolor of the "eh, eh," in a Greek chorus. But my father, with his broad hat over his brows, was in deep thought. The scenes of his youth were rising before him, and his memory went, smooth as a spirit's wing, over delve and bump. And my mother, who sat next him, had her arm on his shoulder and was watching his face jealously. Did she think that in that thoughtful face there was regret for the old love? Blanche, who had been very sad and had wept much and quietly since they put on her the mourning, and told her that she had no brother, though she had no remembrance of the lost, began now to evince infantine curiosity and eagerness to catch the first peep of her father's beloved tower. And Blanche sat on my knee, and I shared her impatience. At last there came in view a church spire, a church, a plain square building, near it, the parsonage, my father's old home, a long straggling street of cottages and rude shops, with a better kind of house here and there, and in the hinder ground a grey, deformed mass of wall and ruin, placed on one of those eminences on which the Danes loved to pitch camp or build fort, with one high, rude Anglo-Norman tower rising from the midst. Few trees were round it, and those either poplars or firs, save, as we approached, one mighty oak, integral and unscathed. The road now wound behind the parsonage and up a steep ascent. Such a road, the whole parish ought to have been flogged for it. If I had sent up a road like that, even on a map, to Dr. Herman, I should not have sat down in comfort for a week to come. The fly-coach came to a full stop. "Let us get out," cried I, opening the door and springing to the ground to set the example. Blanche followed, and my respected parents came next. But when Mrs. Primmins was about to heave herself into movement, "Papa," said my father, "I think, Mrs. Primmins, you must remain in to keep the books steady." "Lord love you," cried Mrs. Primmins, aghast. The subtraction of such a mass or moles, supple and elastic as all flesh is, and fitting into the hard corners of the inert matter, such a subtraction, Mrs. Primmins, would leave a vacuum which no natural system, certainly no artificial organization, could sustain. There would be a regular dance of atoms, Mrs. Primmins. My books would fly here, there, on the floor, out of the window. Corporis officium est quoniam omnia diorsum. The business of a body like yours, Mrs. Primmins, is to press all things down, to keep them tight, as you will know one of these days. That is, if you will do me the favour to read Lucretius, and master that material philosophy, of which I may say, without flattery, my dear Mrs. Primmins, that you are a living illustration. These, the first words my father had spoken since we set out from the inn, seemed to assure my mother that she need have no apprehension as to the character of his thoughts, for her brow cleared, and she said, laughing, "Only look at poor Primmins, and then at that hill. You may subtract primins if you will be answerable for the remnant, Kitty, only I warn you that is against all the laws of physics. So saying, he sprang lightly forward, and taking hold of my arm, paused and looked around and drew the loud, free breath with which we draw native air. And yet, said my father, after that grateful and affectionate inspiration, and yet it must be owned that a more ugly country one cannot see out of Cambridgeshire. Nay, said I, it is bold and large, it has a beauty of its own. Those immense, undulating, uncultivated, treeless tracts have surely their charm of wildness and solitude, and how they suit the character of the ruin. All is feudal there. I understand Roland better now. I hope to heaven Carden will come to no harm, cried my father. He is very handsomely bound, and he fitted beautifully just into the fleshiest part of that fidgety primins. Blanche, meanwhile, had run far before us, and I followed fast. There were still the remains of that deep trench, surrounding the ruins on 3 sides, leaving a ragged hilltop at the 4th, which made the favourite fortification of all the Teutonic tribes. A causeway, raised on brick arches now, however, supplied the place of the drawbridge, and the outer gate was but a mass of picturesque ruin. Entering into the courtyard, or bailey, the old castle mound, from which justice had been dispensed, was in full view, rising higher than the broken walls around it, and partially overgrown with brambles, and there stood, comparatively whole, the tower, or keep, and from its portals emerged the veteran owner. His ancestors might have received us in more state, but certainly they could not have given us a warmer greeting. In fact, in his own domain Roland appeared another man. His stiffness, which was a little repulsive to those who did not understand it, was all gone. He seemed less proud, precisely because he and his pride on that ground were on good terms with each other. How gallantly he extended, not his arm, in our modern Jack and Jill sort of fashion, but his right hand, to my mother, how carefully he led her over brake, brush, and scour, through the low vaulted door where a tall servant, who, it was easy to see, had been a soldier, in the precise livery, no doubt, warranted by the heraldic colours, his stockings were red, stood upright as a sentry. And coming into the hall, it looked absolutely cheerful. It took us by surprise. There was a great fireplace, and though it was still summer, a great fire. It did not seem a bit too much, for the walls were stone, the lofty roof open to the rafters, while the windows were small and narrow, and so high and so deep sunk that one seemed in a vault. Nevertheless, I say the room looked sociable and cheerful, thanks principally to the fire and partly to a very ingenious medley of old tapestry at one end and matting at the other, fastened to the lower part of the walls, seconded by an arrangement of furniture which did credit to my uncle's taste for the picturesque. After we had looked about and admired to our heart's content, Roland took us, not up one of those noble staircases you see in the later manorial residences, but a little winding stone stair, into the rooms he had appropriated to his guests. There was first a small chamber, which he called my father's study. In truth, it would have done for any philosopher or saint who wished to shut out the world, and might have passed for the interior of such a column as the Stylites inhabited, for you must have climbed a ladder to have looked out of the window, and then the vision of no short-sighted man could have got over the interval in the wall made by the narrow casement, which, after all, gave no other prospect than a Cumberland sky, with an occasional rook in it. But my father, I think I have said before, did not much care for scenery, and he looked round with great satisfaction upon the retreat assigned him. "We can knock up shelves for your books in no time," said my uncle, rubbing his hands. "It would be a charity," quoth my father, "for they have been very long in a recumbent position, and would like to stretch themselves, poor things. My dear Roland, this room is made for books, so round and so deep. I shall sit here, like Truth in a well." "And there is a room for you, sister, just out of it," said my uncle, opening a little, low, prison-like door into a charming room, for its window was low and it had an iron balcony. "And out of that is the bedroom for you, Pisistratus, my boy. I am afraid that it is soldiers' quarters indeed, with which you will have to put up. But never mind, in a day or two we shall make Allworthy a general of your illustrious name, for he was a great general, Pisistratus the first, was he not, brother?" "All tyrants are," said my father. "The knack of soldiering is indispensable to them." "Oh, you may say what you please here," said Roland, in high good humour, as he drew me downstairs, still apologising for my quarters, and so earnestly that I made up my mind that I was to be put into an oubliette. Nor were my suspicions much dispelled on seeing that we had to leave the keep and pick our way into what seemed to me a mere heap of rubbish on the Dexter side of the court. But I was agreeably surprised to find, amidst these wrecks, a room with a noble casement, commanding the whole country, and placed immediately over a plot of ground cultivated as a garden. The furniture was ample, though homely, the floors and walls well matted, and altogether, despite the inconvenience of having to cross the courtyard to get to the rest of the house, and being wholly without the modern luxury of a bell, I thought that I could not be better lodged. But this is a perfect bower, my dear uncle. Depend on it, it was the bower chamber of the Dames de Caxton. Heaven rest them. "No," said my uncle gravely, "I suspect it must have been the chaplain's room, for the chapel was to the right of you. An earlier chapel, indeed, formerly existed in the keep tower, for, indeed, it is scarcely a true keep without a chapel, well and hall. I can show you part of the roof of the first, and the two last are entire. The well is very curious, formed in the substance of the wall at one angle of the hall. In Charles I.'s time our ancestor lowered his only son down in a bucket and kept him there 6 hours, while a malignant mob was storming the tower. I need not say that our ancestor himself scorned to hide from such a rabble, for he was a grown man. The boy lived to be a sad spendthrift, and used the well for cooling his wine. He drank up a great many good acres. I should scratch him out of the pedigree if I were you. But pray, have you not discovered the proper chamber of that great Sir William, about whom my father is so shamefully sceptical?" "To tell you a secret," answered the captain, giving me a sly poke in the ribs, "I have put your father into it. There are the initial letters W.C. let into the cusp of the York Rose, and the date 3 years before the Battle of Bosworth over the chimney-piece." I could not help joining my uncle's grim, low laugh at this characteristic pleasantry, and after I had complimented him on so judicious a mode of proving his point, I asked him how he could possibly have contrived to fit up the ruin so well, especially as he had scarcely visited it since his purchase. "Why," said he, "some years ago that poor fellow you now see as my servant, and who is gardener, bailiff, seneschal, butler, and anything else you can put him to, was sent out of the army on the invalid list, so I placed him here, and as he is a capital carpenter and has had a very fair education, I told him what I wanted, and put by a small sum every year for repairs and furnishing. It is astonishing how little it cost me, for Bolt, poor fellow, that is his name, caught the right spirit of the thing, and most of the furniture, which you see is ancient and suitable, he picked up at different cottages and farmhouses in the neighbourhood. As it is, however, we have plenty more rooms here and there, only of late," continued my uncle, slightly changing colour, "I had no money to spare. But come," he resumed with an evident effort, "come and see my barrack. It is on the other side of the hall, and made out of what no doubt were the butteries." We reached the yard and found the fly-coach had just crawled to the door. My father's head was buried deep in the vehicle. He was gathering up his packages and sending out, oracle-like, various muttered objurgations and anathemas upon Mrs. Primmins and her vacuum, which Mrs. Primmons, standing by and making a lap with her apron to receive the packages and anathemas simultaneously, bore with the mildness of an angel, lifting up her eyes to heaven and murmuring something about poor old Bones, though as for Mrs. Primmons' bones, they had been myths these 20 years, and you might as soon have found a plesiosaurus in the fat lands of Romney Marsh as a bone amidst those layers of flesh in which my poor father thought he had so carefully cottoned up his cardan. Leaving these parties to adjust matters between them, we stepped under the low doorway and entered Roland's room. Oh, certainly Bolt had caught the spirit of the thing. Certainly he had penetrated down to the pathos that lay within the deeps of Roland's character. Boffin said, "The style is the man." There, the room was the man. That nameless, inexpressible, soldier-like, methodical neatness which belonged to Roland. That was the first thing that struck one. That was the general character of the whole. Then, in details, there, on stout oak shelves, were the books on which my father loved to jest his more imaginative brother. There they were, Froissart, Barrant, Joinville, the Morte d'Arthur, Amadis of Gaul, Spencer's Fairy Queen, a noble copy of Strutt's Horder, Malay's Northern Antiquities, Percy's Relic, Pope's Homer, books on gunnery, archery, hawking, fortification, old chivalry, and modern war together, cheek by jowl. Old chivalry and modern war. Look to that tilting helmet with the tall Caxton crest, and look to that trophy near it, a French cuirass, and that old banner, a knight's pennon, surmounting those crossed bayonets. And over the chimney-piece there, bright clean, and, I warrant you, dusted daily, are Roland's own sword, his holsters and pistols, yea, the saddle, pierced and lacerated, from which he had reeled when that leg, I gasped, I felt it all at a glance, and I stole softly to the spot. And, had Roland not been there, I could have kissed that sword as reverently as if it had been a Bayard's or a Sidney's. My uncle was too modest to guess my emotion. He rather thought I had turned my face to conceal a smile at his vanity, and said, in a deprecating tone of apology, "It was all Bolt's doing, foolish fellow." End of Chapter 3, recording by Christopher Gilson.
Part 10, Chapter 4 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 10, Chapter 4. Our host regaled us with a hospitality that notably contrasted his economical, thrifty habits in London. To be sure, Bolt had caught the great pike which headed the feast, and Bolt no doubt had helped to rear those fine chickens à bovot. Bolt, I have no doubt, made that excellent Spanish omelette, and, for the rest, the products of the sheepwalk and the garden came in as volunteer auxiliaries. Very different from the mercenary recruits by which those metropolitan condottieri, the butcher and greengrocer, hastened the ruin of that melancholy commonwealth called genteel poverty. Our evening passed cheerfully, and Roland, contrary to his custom, was talker-in-chief. It was 11 o'clock before Bolt appeared with a lantern to conduct me through the courtyard to my dormitory among the ruins, a ceremony which every night, shine or dark, he insisted upon punctiously performing. It was long before I could sleep, before I could believe that but so few days had elapsed since Roland heard of his son's death. That son whose fate had so long tortured him, and yet never had Roland appeared so free from sorrow. Was it natural? Was it effort? Several days passed before I could answer that question, and then, not wholly to my satisfaction, effort there was, or rather resolute, systematic determination. At moments Roland's head drooped, his brows met, and the whole man seemed to sink. Yet these were only moments. He would rouse himself up like a dozing charger at the sound of the trumpet, and shake off the creeping weight. But whether from the vigor of his determination or from some aid in other trains of reflection, I could not but perceive that Roland's sadness really was less grave and bitter than it had been, or than it was natural to suppose. He seemed to transfer, daily, more and more, his affections from the dead to those around him, especially to Blanche and myself. He let it be seen that he looked on me now as his lawful successor, as the future supporter of his name. He was fond of confiding to me all his little plans, and consulting me on them. He would walk with me around his domains, of which I shall say more hereafter, point out from every eminence we climbed, where the broad lands which his forefathers had owned stretched away to the horizon, unfold with tender hand the mouldering pedigree, and rest lingeringly on those of his ancestors who had held martial post or had died on the field. There was a crusader who had followed Richard to Ascalon. There was a knight who had fought at Agincourt. There was a cavalier whose picture was still extant, with fair Lovelocks who had fallen at Worcester. No doubt the same who had cooled his son in that well, which the son devoted to more agreeable associations. But of all those worthies there was none whom my uncle, perhaps from the spirit of contradiction, valued like apocryphal Sir William. And why? Because when the apostate Stanley turned the fortunes of the field at Bosworth, and when that cry of despair, "Treason! Treason!" burst from the lips of that last Plantagenet amongst the faithless, the true soldier, faithful found, had fallen in that lion rush which Richard made at his foe. Your father tells me that Richard was a murderer and usurper. Quoth my uncle, Sir, that might be true or not, but it was not on the field of battle that his followers were to reason on the character of the master who trusted them, especially when a legion of foreign hirelings stood opposed to them. I would not have descended from that turncoat Stanley to be lord of all the lands the Earls of Durbar can boast of. Sir, in loyalty men fight and die for a grand principle and a lofty passion, and this brave Sir William was paying back to the last Plantagenet the benefits he had received from the first. And yet it may be doubted, said I maliciously, whether William Caxton the printer did not. Plague, pestilence, and fire seized William Caxton the printer, and his invention too, cried my uncle barbarously. When there were only a few books, at least there were good ones, and now they are so plentiful, all they do is to confound the judgment, unsettle the reason, drive the good books out of cultivation, and draw a plowshare of innovation over every ancient landmark, seduce the woman, womanize the men, upset states, thrones, and churches, rear a race of chattering, conceited coxcombs, who can always find books in plenty to excuse them from doing their duty, make the poor discontented, the rich crotchety and whimsical, refine away the stout old virtues into quibbles and sentiments. All imagination formerly was expanded in noble action, adventure, enterprise, high deeds, and aspirations. Now a man can but be imaginative by feeding on the false excitement of passions he never felt, dangers he never shared, and he fritters away all there is of life to spare in him upon the fictitious love, sorrows of Bond Street and St. James's Sir Chivalry seized when the press rose, and to fasten upon me as a forefather, out of all men who ever lived and sinned, the very man who has most destroyed what I most valued, who by the Lord, with his cursed invention has well nigh got rid of respect for forefathers altogether, is a cruelty of which my brother had never been capable if that printer's devil had not got hold of him. That a man in this blessed 19th century should be such a vandal, and that my uncle Roland should talk in a strain that Totia would have been ashamed of, with so short a time after my father's scientific and erudite oration of the hygiena of books, was enough to make one despair the progress of intellect and the perfectibility of our species. And I have no manner of doubt that all the while my uncle had a brace of books in his pockets. Robert Hall, one of them. In truth, he had talked himself into a passion, and did not know what nonsense he was saying, but this explosion of Captain Rowland's has shattered the thread of my matter. Poof! I must take breath and begin again. Yes, in spite of my sauciness, the old soldier evidently took to me more and more, and besides our critical examination of the property and the pedigree, he carried me with him on long excursions to distant villages where some memorial of a defunct Caxton, a coat of arms, or an epitaph on a tombstone might be still seen, and he made me pore over topographical works and county histories. Forgetful, Goth that he was, that for those very authorities he was indebted to the repudiated printer, to find some anecdote of his beloved dead. In truth, the county for miles round bore the vestigia of those old Caxtons. Their handwriting was on many a broken wall, and obscure as they all were, compared to that great operative of the sanctuary at Westminster, whom my father clung to. Still that the yesterdays had lightened the way to dusty death, had cast no glare on dishonored scutcheons, seemed clear, from the popular respect and traditional affection in which I found that the name was still held in hamlet and homestead. It was pleasant to see the veneration with which the small hidalgo of some 300 a year was held, and the patriarchal affection with which he returned it. Roland was a man who would walk into a cottage, rest his cork leg on the hearth, and talk for the hour together upon all that lay nearest to the hearts of the owners. There is a peculiar spirit of aristocracy amongst agricultural peasants. They like old names and families. They identify themselves with the honors of a house as if of its clan. They do not care so much for wealth as townsfolk and the middle class do. They have pity, but a respectful one, for well-born poverty. And then this Roland, too, who would go and dine in a cook-shop and receive change for a shilling, and shun the ruinous luxury of a hack cabriolet, could be positively extravagant in his liberalities to those around him. He was altogether another being in his paternal acres. The shabby, genteel, half-pay captain, lost in the whirl of London, here luxuriated into a dignified ease of manner that Chesterfield might have admired. And if to please this is the true sign of politeness, I wish you could have seen the faces that smiled upon Captain Roland as he walked down the village, nodding from side to side. One day a frank, hearty old woman, who had known Roland as a boy, seeing him lean on my arm, stopped us, as she said bluffly, to take a good look at me. Fortunately, I was stalwart enough to pass muster, even in the eyes of a Cumberland matron, and after a compliment at which Roland seemed so much pleased, she said to me, but pointing to the captain, "Hey, sir, now you ha the braw time before you, mean try and be as good as he. And if life lasts, ye will too, for there was never war and baden of that stock. We heads kindly stooped to the least, and the lifted men flew up to the highest, and that ye all warn sin ye come from the ark, blessings on the old name. Though little pelf goes with it, it sounds in the pure man's ear like a bit of gold. Do you not see now," said Roland, as we turned away, "what we owe to a name and what to our forefathers? Do you not see why the remotest ancestor has a right to our respect and consideration, for he was a parent? Honor your parents, the law does not say. Honor your children. If a child disgrace us and the dead in the sanctity of this great heritage of their virtues, the name if he does." Roland stopped short and added fervently, "But you are my heir now, I have no fear. What matter one foolish old man's sorrows? The name, that property of generations, is saved. Thank heaven, the name." Now the riddle was solved, and I understood why amidst all his natural grief for a son's loss the proud father was consoled. For he was less himself a father than a son to the long dead. From every grave where a progenitor slept, he had heard a parent's voice. He could bear the bereaved, if the forefathers were not dishonored. Roland was more than half a Roman. The son might still cling to his household affections, but the Lairs were a part of his religion. End of chapter 4.
Part 10, Chapter 5 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 10, Chapter 5. But I ought to be hard at work preparing myself for Cambridge. The deuce! How can I? The point in academical education on which I require most preparation is Greek composition. I come to my father, who one might think was at home enough in this. But rare indeed it is to find a great scholar who is a good teacher. My dear father, if one is content to take you in your own way, there never was a more admirable instructor for the heart, the head, the principles, or the taste. when you have discovered that there is some one sore to be healed, one defect to be repaired, and you have rubbed your spectacles and got your hand fairly into that recess between your frill and your waistcoat. But to go to you cut and dry, monotonously, regularly, book and exercise in hand, to see the mournful patience with which you tear yourself from that great volume of Cardan in the very honeymoon of possession, and then to note those mild eyebrows gradually distend themselves into perplexed diagonals over some false quantity or some barbarous collocation, till there steal forth that horrible pape, which means more on your lips than I am sure it ever did when Latin was a live language, and pape a natural and unpedantic ejaculation. No, I would sooner blunder through the dark by myself 1,000 times than light my rushlight at the lamp of the Phlegethonium pape. And then my father would wisely and kindly, but wondrous slowly, erase 3/4 of one's pet verses, and intercalcate others that one saw were exquisite, but could not exactly see why. And then one asked why, and my father shook his head in despair, and said, "But you ought to feel why." In short, scholarship to him was like poetry. He could no more teach it you than Pindar could have taught you how to make an ode. You breathed the aroma, but you could no more seize and analyze it than with the opening of your naked hand you could carry off the scent of a rose. I soon left my father in peace to Cardan and to the great book, which last, by the way, advanced but slowly, for Uncle Jack had now insisted on its being published in quarto, with illustrative plates, and those plates took an immense time, and were to cost an immense sum. But that cost was the affair of the Anti-Publishers Society. But how can I settle to work by myself? No sooner have I got into my room, penitus ab orbe divisus, as I rashly think, than there is a tap at the door. Now it is my mother, who is benevolently engaged upon making curtains to all the windows, a trifling superfluity that Bolt had forgotten or disdained, and who wants to know how the draperies are fashioned at Mr. Trevanian's, a pretense to have me near her, and see with her own eyes that I am not fretting. The moment she hears I have shut myself up in my room, she is sure that it is for sorrow. Now it is Bolt who is making bookshelves for my father, and desires to consult me at every turn, especially as I have given him a Gothic design which pleases him hugely. Now it is Blanche, whom in an evil hour I undertook to teach to draw, and who comes in on tiptoe, vowing she'll not disturb me, and sits so quiet that she fidgets me out of all patience. Now, and much more often, it is the captain who wants me to walk, to ride, to fish. And by St. Hubert, saint of the chase, bright August comes, and there is more game on those barren wolds. And my uncle has given me the gun he shot with at my age, single-barreled flintlock, but you would not have laughed at it if you had seen the strange feats it did in Roland's hands, while in mine I could always lay the blame on the flintlock. Time, in short, passed rapidly, and if Roland and I had our dark hours, we chased them away before they could settle, shot them on the wing as they got up. Then, too, though the immediate scenery around my uncle's was so bleak and desolate, the country within a few miles was so full of objects of interest, of landscapes so poetically grand or lovely, and occasionally we coaxed my father from the Cardan and spent whole days by the margin of some glorious lake. Among these excursions I made one by myself to that house in which my father had known the bliss and the pangs of that stern first love, which still left its scars fresh on my memory. The house, large and imposing, was shut up. The Trevanians had not been there for years, The pleasure grounds had been contracted into the smallest possible space. There was no positive decay or ruin. That Trevenian would never have allowed. But there was the dreary look of absenteeship everywhere. I penetrated into the house with the help of my card and half a crown. I saw that memorable boudoir. I could fancy the very spot in which my father had heard the sentence that had changed the current of his life. And when I returned home, I looked with new tenderness on my father's placid brow, and blessed anew that tender helpmate, who in her patient love had chased from it every shadow. I had received one letter from Vivian a few days after our arrival. It had been redirected from my father's house, at which I had given him my address. It was short, but seemed cheerful. He said that he believed he had at last hit on the right way, and should keep to it, that he and the world were better friends than they had been, that the only way to keep friends with the world was to treat it as a tamed tiger, and have one hand on a crowbar while one fondled the beast with the other. He enclosed me a banknote, which somewhat more than covered his debt to me, and bade me pay him the surplus when he should claim it as a multimillionaire. He gave me no address in his letter, but it bore the postmark of Godalming. I had the impertinent curiosity to look into an old topographical work upon Surrey, and in a supplemental itinerary I found this passage. To the left of the beechwood, 3 miles from Godalming, you catch a glimpse of the elegant seat of Francis Vivian, Esquire. To judge by the date of the work, the said Francis Vivian might be the grandfather of my friend, his namesake. There could no longer be any doubt as to the parentage of this prodigal son. The long vacation was now nearly over, and all his guests were to leave the poor captain. In fact, we had made a considerable trespass on his hospitality. It was settled that I was to accompany my father and mother to their long-neglected penates, and start thence for Cambridge. Our parting was sorrowful. Even Mrs. Primmins wept as she shook hands with Bolt. But Bolt, an old soldier, was of course a ladies' man. The brothers did not shake hands only. They fondly embraced, as brothers of that time of life rarely do nowadays, except on the stage, and Blanche, with one arm round my mother's neck and one round mine, sobbed in my ear, "But I will be your little wife, I will." Finally the fly coach once more received us all but poor Blanche, and we looked round and missed her. End of Chapter 5. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 10, Chapter 6 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Bulwer-Lytton. Part 10, Chapter 6. Alma mater. New-fashioned folks with their large theories of education may find fault with thee, but a true Spartan mother thou art, hard and stern as the old matron who bricked up her son Pausanias, bringing the first stone to immure him, hard and stern, I say, to the worthless, but full of majestic tenderness to the worthy. For a young man to go up to Cambridge, I say nothing of Oxford, knowing nothing thereof, merely as routine work, to lounge through 3 years to a degree among the Greek word, for such a one, Oxford Street herself, whom the immortal opium eater hath so direly apostrophed, is not a more careless and stony-hearted mother. But for him who will read, who will work, who will seize the rare advantages proffered, who will select his friends judiciously, out of that vast ferment of young idea in its lusty vigor choose the good and reject the bad, there is plenty to make those 3 years rich with fruit imperishable, 3 years nobly spent, even though one must pass over the ass's bridge to get into the temple of honor. Important changes in the academical system have been recently announced, and honors are henceforth to be accorded to the successful disciples in moral and natural sciences. By the side of the old throne of Mathesis, they have placed 2 very useful fauteuils à la Voltaire. I have no objection, but in those 3 years of life, it is not so much the thing learned as the steady perseverance in learning something that is excellent. It was fortunate in one respect for me, that I had seen a little of the real world, the metropolitan, before I came to that mimic one, the cloistral. For what were called pleasures in the last, and which might have allured me, had I come fresh from school, had no charm for me now. Hard drinking and high play, a certain mixture of coarseness and extravagance, made the fashion among the idle when I was at the university, consul planco. When Wordsworth was master of Trinity, it may be altered now. But I had already outlived such temptations, and so naturally I was thrown out of the society of the idle, and somewhat into that of the laborious. Still, to speak frankly, I had no longer the old pleasure in books. If my acquaintance with the great world had destroyed the temptation to puerile excesses, it had also increased my constitutional tendency to practical action. And alas! In spite of the benefit I had derived from Robert Hall, there were times when memory was so poignant that I had no choice but to rush from the lonely room haunted by tempting phantoms, too dangerously fair, and sober down the fever of the heart by some violent bodily fatigue. The ardor which belongs to early youth, and which it best dedicates to knowledge, had been charmed prematurely to shrines less severely sacred. Therefore, though I labored, it was with that full sense of labor which, as I found at a much later period of life, the truly triumphant student never knows. Learning, that marble image, warms into life, not at the toil of the chisel, but the worship of the sculptor. The mechanical workman finds but the voiceless stone. At my uncle's, such a thing as a newspaper rarely made its appearance. At Cambridge, even among reading men, the newspapers had their due importance. Politics ran high, and I had not been 3 days at Cambridge before I heard Trevelyan's name. Newspapers, therefore, had their charms for me. Trevelyan's prophecy about himself seemed about to be fulfilled. There were rumors of changes in the cabinet. Trevelyan's name was bandied to and fro, struck from praise to blame, high and low as a shuttlecock. Still, the changes were not made, and the cabinet held firm. Not a word in the Morning Post under the head of fashionable intelligence as to rumors that would have agitated me more than the rise and fall of governments. No hint of the speedy nuptials of the daughter and sole heiress of a distinguished and wealthy commoner. Only now and then, in enumerating the circle of brilliant guests at the house of some party chief, I gulped back the heart that rushed to my lips when I saw the names of Lady Eleanor and Miss Trevelyan. But amongst all that prolific progeny of the periodical press, remote offspring of my great namesake and ancestor, for I hold the faith of my father, where was the Literary Times? What had so long retarded its promised blossoms? Not a leaf in the shape of advertisements had yet emerged from its mother earth. I hoped from my heart that the whole thing was abandoned, and would not mention it in my letters home, lest I should revive the mere idea of it. But in default of the Literary Times, there did appear a new journal. A daily journal, too. A tall, slender, and meagre stripling, with a vast head, by way of prospectus, which protruded itself for 3 weeks successively at the top of the leading article, with a fine and subtle body of paragraphs, and the smallest legs, in the way of advertisements, that any poor newspaper had ever stood upon. And yet this attenuated journal had a plump and plethoric title, a title that smacked of turtle and venison, an aldermanic, portly, grandiose, Falstafflian title. It was called The Capitalist, and all those fine subtle paragraphs were larded out with recipes how to make money. There was an El Dorado in every sentence. To believe that paper, you would think no man had ever yet found a proper return for his pounds, shillings, and pence. You would turn up your nose at 20%. There was a great deal about Ireland, not her wrongs, thank heaven, but her fisheries. A long inquiry what had become of the pearls for which Britain was once so famous, a learned disquisition upon certain lost gold mines now happily rediscovered, a very ingenious proposition to turn London smoke into manure by a new chemical process. recommendations to the poor to hatch chickens in ovens like the ancient Egyptians, agricultural schemes for sowing the waste lands in England with onions, upon the system adopted near Bedford, net produce £100 an acre. In short, according to that paper, every rood of the ground might well maintain its man, and every shilling be, like Hobson's money bag, the fruitful parent of 100 more. For 3 days at the newspaper room of the Union Club, men talked of this journal. Some pished, some sneered, some wondered, till an ill-natured mathematician, who had just taken his degree and had spare time on his hands, sent a long letter to the Morning Chronicle, showing up more blunders in some article to which the editor of The Capitalist had specially invited attention, than would have paved the whole island of Laputa. After that time, not a soul read The Capitalist. How long it dragged on its existence, I know not, but it certainly did not die of a malady de langueur. Little thought I, when I joined in the laugh against The Capitalist, that I ought rather to have followed it to its grave, in black crape and weepers, unfeeling wretch that I was. But like a poet, O capitalist, thou wert not discovered and appreciated and prized and mourned till thou wert dead and buried, and the bill came in for thy monument. The first term of my college life was just expiring when I received a letter from my mother, so agitated, so alarming, at first reading so unintelligible, that I could only see that some great misfortune had befallen us, and I stopped short and dropped on my knees to pray for the life and health of those whom that misfortune more specially seemed to menace, and then, towards the end of the last blurred sentence, read twice, thrice over. I could cry. Thank heaven, it is only then money after all. End of chapter 6.
Part 11, Chapter 1 of The Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 11, Chapter 1. The next day, on the outside of the Cambridge Telegraph, there was one passenger who ought to have impressed his fellow travelers with a very respectful idea of his lore in the dead languages, for not a single syllable in a live one did he vouchsafe to utter from the moment he ascended that bad eminence to the moment in which he regained his Mother Earth. Sleep, says honest Sancho, covers a man better than a cloak. I am ashamed of thee, honest Sancho. Thou art a sad plagiarist, for Tibullus said pretty nearly the same thing before thee. Te somnus fusco velavit amictu. But is not silence as good a cloak as sleep? Does it not wrap a man round with as obfusc and impervious a fold? Silence, what a world it covers! What busy schemes, what bright hopes and dark fears! What ambition or what despair! Do you ever see a man in any society sitting mute for hours and not feel an uneasy curiosity to penetrate the wall he thus builds up between others and himself? Does he not interest you far more than the brilliant talker at your left, the airy wit at your right, whose shafts fall in vain on the sullen barrier of the silent man? Silence, dark sister of Nox and Erebus, how, layer upon layer, shadow upon shadow, blackness upon blackness, thou stretchest thyself from hell to heaven over thy two chosen haunts, man's heart and the grave. So, then, wrapped in my greatcoat and my silence, I performed my journey, and on the evening of the second day I reached the old-fashioned brick house. How shrill on my ears sounded the bell! How strange and ominous to my impatience seemed the light gleaming across the windows of the hall! How my heart beat as I watched the face of the servant who opened the gate to my summons! "All well?" cried I. "All well, sir," answered the servant cheerfully. "Mr. Squills, indeed, is with master, but I don't think there is anything the matter." But now my mother appeared at the threshold, and I was in her arms. "Sisty, Sisty, my dear, dear son, beggared perhaps, and my fault, mine." "Yours? Come into this room out of hearing. Your fault?" "Yes, yes, for if I had had no brother, or if I had not been led away, if I had, as I ought, entreated poor Austin not to—" "My dear, dearest mother, you accuse yourself for what, it seems, was my uncle's misfortune. I am not sure even his fault." I made a gulp there. "No, lay the fault on the right shoulders, the defunct shoulders of that horrible progenitor William Caxton, the printer, for though I don't yet know the particulars of what has happened, I will lay a wager it is connected with that fatal invention of printing. Come, come, my father is well, is he not?" "Yes, thank heaven." "And I too, and Roland, and little Blanche?" "Why, then you are right to thank heaven, for your true treasures are untouched." "But sit down and explain, pray." "I cannot explain. I do not understand anything more than that he, my brother, mine, has involved Austin in... A fresh burst of tears. I comforted, scolded, laughed, preached, and adjured in a breath, and then, drawing my mother gently on, entered my father's study. At the table was seated Mr. Squills, pen in hand, and a glass of his favorite punch by his side. My father was standing on the hearth, a shade more pale, but with a resolute expression on his countenance which was new to its indolent, thoughtful mildness. He lifted his eyes as the door opened, and then, putting his finger to his lips as he glanced towards my mother, he said gaily, "No great harm done. Don't believe her. Women always exaggerate and make realities of their own bugbears. It is the vice of their lively imaginations, as Wierus has clearly shown in accounting for the marks, moles, and hair lips which they inflict upon their innocent infants before they are even born. My dear boy," added my father, as I here kissed him and smiled in his face, "I thank you for that smile. God bless you." He wrung my hand and turned a little aside. "It is a great comfort," renewed my father, after a short pause, "to know, when a misfortune happens, that it could not be helped. Squills has just discovered that I have no bump of cautiousness, so that, craniologically speaking, if I had escaped one imprudence, I should certainly have run my head against another." "A man with your development is made to be taken in," said Mr. Squills, consolingly. "Do you hear that, my own Kitty? And have you the heart to blame Jack any longer? A poor creature cursed with a bump that would take in the stock exchange? And can any one resist his bump, Squills?" "Impossible," said the surgeon authoritatively. "Sooner or later it must involve him in its airy meshes, Squills? Entrap him into its fatal cerebral cell. There his fate waits him, like the ant-lion in its pit." "Too true," quoth Squills. "What a phrenological lecturer you would have made." "Go then, my love," said my father, "and lay no blame but on this melancholy cavity of mine, where cautiousness is not. Go, and let Sisty have some supper, for Squills says that he has a fine development of the mathematical organs, and we want his help. We are hard at work on figures, Pisistratus." My mother looked broken-hearted, and, obeying submissively, stole to the door without a word. But as she reached the threshold, she turned round and beckoned to me to follow her. I whispered my father and went out. My mother was standing in the hall, and I saw by the lamp that she had dried her tears, and that her face, though very sad, was more composed. "Sisty," she said, in a low voice which struggled to be firm, "promise me that you will tell me all, the worst, Sisty. They keep it from me, and that is my hardest punishment. For when I don't know all that Austin suffers, it seems to me as if I had lost his heart. Oh, Sisty, my child, don't fear me. I shall be happy whatever befalls us. If I once get back my privilege, Sisty, to comfort, to share. Do you understand me?" "Yes, indeed, my mother, and with your good sense and clear woman's wit, if you will but feel how much we want them, you will be the best counselor we could have. So never fear, you and I will have no secrets." My mother kissed me and went away with a less heavy step. As I re-entered, my father came across the room and embraced me. "My son," he said in a faltering voice, "if your modest prospects in life are ruined—" "Father, father, can you think of me at such a moment? Me? Is it possible to ruin the young and strong and healthy? Ruin me with these thews and sinews? Ruin me with the education you have given me? Thews and sinews of the mind? Oh, no, their fortune is harmless. And you forget, sir, the saffron bag." Squills leaped up, and wiping his eyes with one hand, gave me a sounding slap on the shoulder with the other. "I am proud of the care I took of your infancy, Master Caxton. That comes of strengthening the digestive organs in early childhood. Such sentiments are a proof of magnificent ganglions in a perfect state of order. When a man's tongue is as smooth as I am sure yours is, he slips through misfortune like an eel." I laughed outright. My father smiled faintly, and seating myself, I drew towards me a paper filled with Squills's memoranda, and said, "Now to find the unknown quantity. What on earth is this? Supposed value of books £750. Oh, father, this is impossible. I was prepared for anything but that. Your books, they are your life." "Nay," said my father, "after all, they are the offending party in this case, and so ought to be the principal victims. Besides, I believe I know most of them by heart. But in truth, we are only entering all our effects, to be sure," added my father proudly, "that come what may, we are not dishonored." "Humor him," whispered Squills. "We will save the books." Then he added aloud, as he laid finger and thumb on my pulse, 1, 2, 3, about 70. Capital pulse, soft and full. He can bear the whole. Let us administer it." My father nodded. "Certainly, but Pisistratus, we must manage your dear mother. Why she should think of blaming herself because poor Jack took wrong ways to enrich us, I cannot understand. But, as I have had occasion before to remark, Sphinx is a noun feminine." My poor father, that was a vain struggle for thy wonted innocent humor. The lips quivered. Then the story came out. It seems that when it was resolved to undertake the publication of the Literary Times, a certain number of shareholders had been got together by the indefatigable energies of Uncle Jack, and in the deed of association and partnership my father's name figured conspicuously as the holder of a fourth of this joint property. If in this my father had committed some imprudence, he had at least done nothing that, according to the ordinary calculations of a secluded student, could become ruinous. But just at the time when we were in the hurry of leaving town, Jack had represented to my father that it might be necessary to alter a little the plan of the paper, and in order to allure a larger circle of readers, touch somewhat on the more vulgar news and interests of the day. A change of plan might involve a change of title, and he suggested to my father the expediency of leaving the smooth hands of Mr. Tibbets altogether unfettered as to the technical name and precise form of the publication. To this my father had unwittingly assented, on hearing that the other shareholders would do the same. Mr. Peck, a printer of considerable opulence and highly respectable name, had been found to advance the sum necessary for the publication of the earlier numbers upon the guarantee of the said act of partnership and the additional security of my father's signature to a document authorizing Mr. Tibbets to make any change in the form or title of the periodical that might be judged advisable, concurrent with the consent of the other shareholders. Now, it seems that Mr. Peck had in his previous conferences with Mr. Tibbets thrown much cold water on the idea of the Literary Times, and had suggested something that should catch the moneyed public. The fact being, as was afterwards discovered, that the printer, whose spirit of enterprise was congenial to Uncle Jack's, had shares in 3 or 4 speculations to which he was naturally glad of an opportunity to invite the attention of the public. In a word, no sooner was my poor father's back turned than the Literary Times was dropped incontinently, and Mr. Peck and Mr. Tibbets began to concentrate their luminous notions into that brilliant and comet-like apparition which ultimately blazed forth under the title of The Capitalist. From this change of enterprise, the more prudent and responsible of the original shareholders had altogether withdrawn. A majority, indeed, were left, but the greater part of those were shareholders of that kind most amenable to the influences of Uncle Jack, and willing to be shareholders in anything, since as yet they were the possessors of nothing. Assured of my father's responsibility, the adventurous Peck put plenty of spirit into the first launch of The Capitalist. All the walls were placarded with its announcements. Circular advertisements ran from one end of the kingdom to the other. Agents were engaged, correspondence levied en masse. The invasion of Xerxes on the Greeks was not more munificently provided for than that of the capitalist upon the credulity and avarice of mankind. But as Providence bestows upon fishes the instrument of fins, whereby they balance and direct their movements, however rapid and erratic, through the pathless deeps, so to the cold-blooded creatures of our own species that may be classed under the genus money-makers, the same protective power accords the fin-like properties of prudence and caution wherewith your true money-getter buoys and guides himself majestically through the great seas of speculation. In short, the fishes the net was cast for were all scared from the surface at the first splash. They came round and smelt at the mesh with their sharp bottle noses, and then, plying those invaluable fins, made off as fast as they could, plunging into the mud, hiding themselves under rocks and coral banks. Metaphor apart, the capitalists buttoned up their pockets and would have nothing to say to their namesake. Not a word of this change, so abhorrent to all the notions of poor Augustine Caxton, had been breathed to him by Peck or Tibbets. He ate and slept and worked at the great book, occasionally wondering why he had not heard of the advent of the Literary Times, unconscious of all the awful responsibilities which the capitalist was entailing on him, knowing no more of the capitalist than he did of the last loan of the Rothschilds. Difficult was it for all other human nature save my father's not to breathe an indignant anathema on the scheming head of the brother-in-law who had thus violated the most sacred obligations of trust and kindred, and so entangled an unsuspecting recluse. But to give even Jack Tibbets his due, he had firmly convinced himself that the capitalist would make my father's fortune, and if he did not announce to him the strange and anomalous development into which the original sleeping chrysalis of the Literary Times had taken portentous wing, it was purely and wholly in the knowledge that my father's prejudices, as he termed them, would stand in the way of his becoming a Croesus. And in fact, Uncle Jack had believed so heartily in his own project that he had put himself thoroughly into Mr. Peck's power, signed bills in his own name to some fabulous amount, and was actually now in the Fleet, whence his penitential and despairing confession was dated, arriving simultaneously with a short letter from Mr. Peck, wherein that respectable printer apprised my father that he had continued at his own risk the publication of The Capitalist as far as a prudent care for his family would permit, that he need not say that a new daily journal was a very vast experiment, that the expense of such a paper as The Capitalist was immeasurably greater than that of a mere literary periodical, as originally suggested, and that now being constrained to come upon the shareholders for the sums he had advanced, amounting to several thousands, He requested my father to settle with him immediately, delicately implying that Mr. Caxton himself might settle as he could with the other shareholders, most of whom, he grieved to add, he had been misled by Mr. Tibbets into believing to be men of substance, when in reality they were men of straw. Nor was this all the evil. The great anti-bookseller publishing society, which had maintained a struggling existence, evinced by advertisements of sundry forthcoming works of solid interest and enduring nature, wherein, out of a long list amidst a pompous array of poems, dramas not intended for the stage, essays by Phileuthyros, Philanthropos, Philopolis, Philodemus, and Philalethes, stood prominently forth The History of Human Error, Volumes 1 and 2, quarto, with illustrations. The anti-bookseller society, I say, that had hitherto evinced nascent and budding life by these exfoliations from its slender stem, died of a sudden blight the moment its son, in the shape of Uncle Jack, set in the Cimmerian regions of the Fleet. And a polite letter from another printer, William Caxton, fatal progenitor, informing my father of this event, stated complimentarily that it was to him, as the most respectable member of the association, that the said printer would be compelled to look for expenses incurred, not only in the very costly edition of the History of Human Error, but for those incurred in the print and paper devoted to poems, dramas not intended for the stage, essays by Phileuthyros, Philanthropos, Philopolis, Philodemus, and Philalethes, with sundry other works, no doubt of a very valuable nature, but in which a considerable loss in a pecuniary point of view must be necessarily expected. I own that as soon as I had mastered the above agreeable facts, and ascertained from Mr. Squills that my father really did seem to have rendered himself legally liable to these demands, I leaned back in my chair, stunned and bewildered. "So you see," said my father, "that as yet we are contending with monsters in the dark. In the dark all monsters look larger and uglier. Even Augustus Caesar, though certainly he had never scrupled to make as many ghosts as suited his convenience, did not like the chance of a visit from them, and never sat alone in tenebris. What the amount of the sums claimed from me may be, we know not. What may be gained from the other shareholders is equally obscure and undefined. But the first thing to do is to get poor Jack out of prison." "Uncle Jack out of prison!" exclaimed I. "Surely, sir, that is carrying forgiveness too far." "Why, he would not have been in prison if I had not been so blindly forgetful of his weakness, poor man. I ought to have known better, but my vanity misled me. I must needs publish a great book, as if," said Mr. Caxton, looking round the shelves, "there were not great books enough in the world. I must needs, too, think of advancing and circulating knowledge in the form of a journal, I who had not knowledge enough of the character of my own brother-in-law to keep myself from ruin. Come what will, I should think myself the meanest of men to let that poor creature, whom I ought to have considered as a monomaniac, rot in prison because I, Austin Caxton, wanted common sense. And," concluded my father resolutely, "he is your mother's brother, Pisistratus. I should have gone to town at once, but hearing that my wife had written to you, I waited till I could leave her to the companionship of hope and comfort, two blessings that smile upon every mother in the face of a son like you. Tomorrow I go." "Not a bit of it," said Mr. Squills firmly. "As your medical adviser, I forbid you to leave the house for the next 6 days. End of Chapter 1. Read by Tad Davis.
Part 11, Chapter 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, a family picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 11, Chapter 2. Sir, continued Mr. Squills, biting off the end of a cigar which he pulled from his pocket, you concede to me that it is a very important business on which you propose to go to London. Of that there is no doubt, replied my father, and the doing of business well or ill entirely depends upon the habit of body, cried Mr. Squills triumphantly. Do you know, Mr. Caxton, that while you are looking so calm and talking so quietly, just on purpose to sustain your son and delude your wife, do you know that your pulse, which is naturally little more than 60, is nearly 100? Do you know, sir, that your mucous membranes are in a state of high irritation, apparent by the papillae at the tip of your tongue? And if with a pulse like this and a tongue like that, you think of settling money matters with a set of sharp-witted tradesmen, all I can say is that you are a ruined man. But, began my father. Did not Squire Rollick, pursued Mr. Squills. Squire Rollick, the hardest head at a bargain I know of. Did not Squire Rollick sell that pretty little farm of his, Scranny Holt, for 30% below its value? And what was the cause, sir? The whole county was in a maze. What was the cause but an incipient simmering attack of the yellow jaundice, which made him take a gloomy view of human life and the agricultural interest? On the other hand, did not Lawyer Cool, the most prudent man in the 3 kingdoms, Lawyer Cool, who was so methodical that all the clocks in the county were set by his watch, plunge one morning head over heels into a frantic speculation for cultivating the bogs in Ireland? His watch did not go right for the next 3 months, which made our whole shire an hour in advance of the rest of England. And what was the cause of that nobody knew, till I was called in and found the cerebral membrane in a state of acute irritation, probably just in the region of his acquisitiveness and ideality. No, Mr. Caxton, you will stay at home and take a soothing preparation I shall send you, of lettuce leaves and marshmallows. But I, continued Squills, lighting a cigar and taking 2 determined whiffs, but I will go up to town and settle the business for you, and take with me this young gentleman, whose digestive functions are just in a state to deal safely with those horrible elements of dyspepsia, the LSD. As he spoke, Mr. Squills set his foot significantly upon mine. But, resumed my father mildly, though I thank you very much, Squills, for your kind offer, I do not recognize the necessity of accepting it. I am not so bad a philosopher as you seem to imagine, and the blow I have received has not so deranged my physical organization as to render me unfit to transact my affairs. Grunted Squills, starting up and seizing my father's pulse. 96. 96, if a beat. And the tongue, sir. Pshaw, quoth my father. You have not even seen my tongue. No need of that. I know what it is by the state of the eyelids. Tip scarlet, sides rough as a nutmeg grater. Pshaw, again said my father, this time impatiently. Well, said Squills, solemnly, it is my duty to say. Here my mother entered to tell me that supper was ready. And I say it to you, Mrs. Caxton, and to you, Mr. Pisistratus Caxton, as the parties most nearly interested, that if you, sir, go to London upon this matter, I'll not answer for the consequences. Oh, Austin, Austin, cried my mother, running up and throwing her arms round my father's neck, while I, little less alarmed by Squill's serious tone and aspect, represented strongly the inutility of Mr. Caxton's personal interference at the present moment. All he could do on arriving in town would be to put the matter into the hands of a good lawyer, and that we could do for him. It would be time enough to send for him when the extent of the mischief done was more clearly ascertained. Meanwhile, Squills gripped my father's pulse, and my mother, hung on his neck. 96, 97, groaned Squills in a hollow voice. I don't believe it, cried my father, almost in a passion. Never better, never cooler in my life. And the tongue, look at his tongue, Mrs. Caxton. A tongue, Mom, so bright that you could see to read by it. Oh, Austin, Austin! My dear, it is not my tongue that is in fault, I assure you, said my father, speaking through his teeth. And the man knows no more of my tongue than he does of the mysteries of Eleusis. Put it out, then, exclaimed Squills, and if it not be as I say, you have my leave to go to London, and throw your whole fortune into 2 great pits you have dug for it. Put it out. Mr. Squills, said my father, coloring. Mr. Squills, for shame. Dear, dear Austin, your hand is so hot. You are feverish, I am sure. Not a bit of it. But, sir, only just gratify Mr. Squills, said I coaxingly. There, there, said my father, fairly baited into submission, and shyly exhibiting for a moment the extremest end of the vanquished organ of eloquence. Squills darted forward, his lynx-like eyes, red as a lobster, and rough as a gooseberry bush, cried Squills, in a tone of savage joy. Chapter 3. How was it possible for one poor tongue, so reviled and persecuted, so humbled, insulted, and triumphed over, to resist 3 tongues in league against it? Finally, my father yielded, and Squills, in high spirits, declared that he would go to supper with me, to see that I ate nothing that would tend to discredit his reliance on my system. Leaving my mother still with her Austin, the good surgeon then took my arm, and as soon as we were in the next room, shut the door carefully, wiped his forehead, and said, I think we have saved him. Would it really, then, have injured my father so much? So much? Why, you foolish young man, don't you see that with his ignorance of business, where he himself is concerned, though for any other one's business neither Rollick nor Cool has a better judgment, and with his damned chaotic spirit of honor worked up into a state of excitement, he would have rushed to Mr. Tibbets and exclaimed, How much do we owe you? There it is, settled in the same way with these printers, and come back with the 6pence, whereas you and I can look coolly about us and reduce the inflammation to the minimum. I see, and thank you heartily, Squills. Besides, said the surgeon with more feeling, your father has really been making a noble effort over himself. He suffers more than you would think. Not for himself, for I do believe that if he were alone in the world, he would be quite contented if he could save £50 a year and his books, but for your mother and yourself. And a fresh access of emotional excitement, all the nervous anxiety of a journey to London on such a business might have ended in a paralytic or epileptic affection. Now we have him here snug, and the worst news we can give him will be better than what he will make up his mind for. But you don't eat. Eat? How can I, my poor father? The effect of grief upon the gastric juices through the nervous system is very remarkable, said Mr. Squills philosophically, and helping himself to a broiled bone. It increases the thirst, while it takes away hunger. No, don't touch port. Heating. Sherry and water. End of Chapter 3. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 11, Chapters 4 and 5 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlotte Rose. The Caxtons, a family picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 14, Chapter 4. The house door had closed upon Mr. Squills, that gentleman having promised to breakfast with me the next morning, so that we might take the coach from our gate. And I remained alone, seated by the supper table, and revolving all I had heard, when my father walked in. "Pisistratus," said he gravely, and looking round him. "Your mother! Suppose the worst. Your first care, then, must be to try and secure something for her. You and I are men. We can never want, while we have health of mind and body. But a woman? And if anything happens to me—" My father's lip writhed as it uttered these brief sentences. "My dear, dear father," said I, suppressing my tears with difficulty, "all evils, as you yourself said, look worse by anticipation. It is impossible that your whole fortune can be involved. The newspaper did not run many weeks, and only the first volume of your work is printed. Besides, there must be other shareholders who will pay their quota. Believe me, I feel sanguine as to the result of my embassy. As for my poor mother, it is not the loss of fortune that will wound her. Depend on it, she thinks very little of that. It is the loss of your confidence." "My confidence?" "Ah, yes, tell her all your fears, as your hopes. Do not let your affectionate pity exclude her from one corner of your heart." It is that, Austen! My husband, my joy, my pride, my soul, my all!" cried a soft, broken voice. My mother had crept in, unobserved by us. My father looked at us both, and the tears which had before stood in his eyes forced their way. Then opening his arms, into which his Kitty threw herself joyfully, he lifted those moist eyes upward, and by the movement of his lips I saw that he thanked God. I stole out of the room. I felt that those two hearts should be left to beat and to blend alone. And from that hour I am convinced that Augustine Caxton acquired a stouter philosophy than that of the Stoics. The fortitude that concealed pain was no longer needed, for the pain was no longer felt. Chapter 5. Mr. Squills and I performed our journey without adventure, and as we were not alone on the coach, with little conversation. We put up at a small inn in the city, and the next morning I sallied forth to see Trevanion, for we agreed that he would be the best person to advise us. But on arriving at St. James's Square, I had the disappointment of hearing that the whole family had gone to Paris 3 days before, and were not expected to return till the meeting of Parliament. This was a sad discouragement, for I had counted much on Trevanion's clear head and that extraordinary range of accomplishment in all matters of business, all that related to practical life, which my old patron preeminently possessed. The next thing would be to find Trevanion's lawyer, for Trevanion was one of those men whose solicitors are sure to be able and active. But the fact was that he left so little to lawyers that he had never had occasion to communicate with one since I had known him, and I was therefore in ignorance of the very name of his solicitor. Nor could the porter, who was left in charge of the house, enlighten me. Luckily, I bethought myself of Sir Zedley Beaudesert, who could scarcely fail to give me the information required, and who, at all events, might recommend to me some other lawyer. So to him I went. I found Sir Sedley at breakfast with a young gentleman who seemed about 20. The good baronet was delighted to see me. but I thought it was with a little confusion, rare to his cordial ease, that he presented me to his cousin, Lord Castleton. It was a name familiar to me, though I had never before met its patrician owner. The Marquis of Castleton was indeed a subject of envy to young idlers, and afforded a theme of interest to grey-bearded politicians. Often had I heard of that lucky fellow Castleton, who when of age would step into one of those colossal fortunes which would realize the dreams of Aladdin, a fortune that had been out to nurse since his minority. Often had I heard graver gossips wonder whether Castleton would take any active part in public life, whether he would keep up the family influence. His mother, still alive, was a superior woman, and had devoted herself, from his childhood, to supply a father's loss and fit him for his great position. It was said that he was clever, had been educated by a tutor of great academic distinction, and was reading for a double first class at Oxford. This young Marquis was indeed the head of one of those few houses still left in England that retain feudal importance. He was important, not only from his rank and his vast fortune, but from an immense circle of powerful connections, from the ability of his two predecessors, who had been keen politicians and cabinet ministers, from the prestige they had bequeathed to his name, from the peculiar nature of his property, which gave him the returning interest in no less than 6 parliamentary seats in Great Britain and Ireland, besides the indirect ascendancy which the head of the Castletons had always exercised over many powerful and noble allies of that princely house. I was not aware that he was related to Sir Sedley, whose world of action was so remote from politics. And it was with some surprise that I now heard that announcement, and certainly with some interest that I, perhaps from the verge of poverty, gazed on this young heir of fabulous Eldorados. It was easy to see that Lord Castleton had been brought up with a careful knowledge of his future greatness, and its serious responsibilities. He stood immeasurably aloof from all the affectations common to the youth of minor patricians. He had not been taught to value himself on the cut of a coat or the shape of a hat. His world was far above St. James's Street and the clubs. He was dressed plainly, though in a style peculiar to himself. A white neckcloth, which was not at that day quite so uncommon for morning use as it is now, trousers without straps, thin shoes, and gaiters. In his manner there was nothing of the supercilious apathy which characterizes the dandy introduced to someone whom he doubts if he can nod to from the bow window at White's. None of such vulgar coxcombries had Lord Castleton. And yet a young gentleman more emphatically coxcomb it was impossible to see. He had been told, no doubt, that as the head of a house which was almost in itself a party in the state, he should be bland and civil to all men. And this duty being grafted upon a nature singularly cold and unsocial, gave to his politeness something so stiff, yet so condescending that it brought the blood to one's cheek, though the momentary anger was counterbalanced by a sense of the almost ludicrous contrast between this gracious majesty of deportment and the insignificant figure, with the boyish beardless face, by which it was assumed. Lord Castleton did not content himself with a mere bow at our introduction. Much to my wonder how he came by the information he displayed, he made me a little speech after the manner of Louis XIV. To a provincial noble, studiously modelled upon that royal maxim of urbane policy which instructs a king that he should know something of the birth, parentage, and family of his meanest gentleman. It was a little speech in which my father's learning and my uncle's services and the amiable qualities of your humble servant were neatly interwoven, delivered in a falsetto tone, as if learned by heart, though it must have been necessarily impromptu. And then, reseating himself, he made a gracious motion of the head and hand, as if to authorize me to do the same. Conversation succeeded by galvanic jerks and spasmodic starts. A conversation that Lord Castleton contrived to talk so completely out of poor Sir Sedley's ordinary course of small and polished small talk, that charming personage, accustomed, as he well deserved, to be corypheus at his own table, was completely silenced. With his light reading, his rich stores of anecdote, his good-humoured knowledge of the drawing-room world, he had scarce a word that would fit into the great, rough, serious matters which Lord Castleton threw upon the table as he nibbled his toast. Nothing but the most grave and practical subjects of human interest seemed to attract this future leader of mankind. The fact is that Lord Castleton had been taught everything that relates to property, a knowledge which embraces a very wide circumference. It had been said to him, "You will be an immense proprietor. Knowledge is essential to your self-preservation. You will be puzzled, bubbled, ridiculed, duped every day of your life if you do not make yourself acquainted with all by which property is assailed or defended, impoverished or increased. You have a vast stake in the country. You must learn all the interests of Europe, nay, of the civilized world. For those interests react on the country, and the interests of the country are of the greatest possible consequence to the interests of the Marquis of Castleton." Thus the state of the continent, the policy of Metternich, the condition of the papacy, the growth of dissent, the proper mode of dealing with the general spirit of democracy, which was the epidemic of European monarchies, the relative proportions of the agricultural and manufacturing population, corn laws, currency, and the laws that regulate wages, a criticism on the leading speakers of the House of Commons, with some discursive observations of the importance of fattening cattle, the introduction of flax into Ireland, emigration, the condition of the poor, the doctrines of Mr. Owen, the pathology of potatoes, the connection between potatoes, pauperism, and patriotism, these and such like stupendous subjects for reflection, all branching more or less intricately from the single idea of the Castleton property, the young lord discussed and disposed of in half a dozen prim, poised sentences, evincing, I must say in justice, no inconsiderable information, and a mighty solemn turn of mind. The oddity was that the subjects so selected and treated should not come rather from some young barrister, or mature political economist, than from so gorgeous a lily of the field. Of a man less elevated in rank one would certainly have said, "Cleverish, but a prig." But there really was something so respectable in a personage born to such fortunes, and having nothing to do but to bask in the sunshine, voluntarily taking such pains with himself and condescending to identify his own interests, the interests of the Castleton property, with the concerns of his lesser fellow mortals, that one felt the young Marquis had in him the stuff to become a very considerable man. Poor Sir Sedley, to whom all these matters were as unfamiliar as the theology of the Talmud, after some vain efforts to slide the conversation into easier grooves, fairly gave in, and with a compassionate smile on his handsome countenance, took refuge in his easy chair and the contemplation of his snuff-box. At last, to our great relief, the servant announced Lord Castleton's carriage. And with another speech of overpowering affability to me, and a cold shake of the hand to Sir Sedley, Lord Castleton went his way. The breakfast parlour looked on the street, and I turned mechanically to the window as Sir Sedley followed his guest out of the room. A travelling carriage with 4 post horses was at the door, and the servant, who looked like a foreigner, was in waiting with his master's cloak. As I saw Lord Castleton step into the street, and wrap himself in his costly mantle lined with sables, I observed, more than I had while he was in the room, the enervate slightness of his frail form, and the more than paleness of his thin, joyless face. And then, instead of envy, I felt compassion for the owner of all this pomp and grandeur, felt that I would not have exchanged my hardy health and easy humour and vivid capacities of enjoyment in things the slightest and most within the reach of all men, for the wealth and greatness which that poor youth perhaps deserved the more for putting them so little to the service of pleasure. "Well," said Sir Sedley, "and what do you think of him?" "He is just the sort of man Trevanion would like," said I evasively. "That is true," answered Sir Sedley, in a serious tone of voice, and looking at me somewhat earnestly. "Have you heard? But no, you cannot have heard yet." "Heard what?" "My dear young friend," said the kindest and most delicate of all fine gentlemen, sauntering away, that he might not observe the emotion he caused, "Lord Castleton is going to Paris to join the Trevanions. The object Lady Eleanor has had at heart for many a long year is won, and our pretty Fanny will be Marchioness of Castleton when her betrothed is of age, that is, in 6 months. The 2 mothers have settled it all between them." I made no answer, but continued to look out of the window. "This alliance," resumed Sir Sedley, "was all that was wanting to assure Trevanion's position. When Parliament meets, he will have some great office. Poor man, how I shall pity him! It is extraordinary to me," continued Sir Sedley, benevolently going on, that I might have full time to recover myself, "how contagious that disease called business is in our foggy England. Not only Trevanion, you see, has the complaint in its very worst and most complicated form, but that poor dear cousin of mine who is so young," here Sir Sedley sighed, "and might enjoy himself so much, is worse than you were when Trevanion was fagging you to death. But, to be sure, a great name and position, like Castleton's, must be a very heavy affliction to a conscientious mind. You see how the sense of its responsibilities has aged him already. Positively, 2 great wrinkles under his eyes. Well, after all, I admire him and respect his tutor. A soil naturally very thin, I suspect, has been most carefully cultivated. And Castleton, with Trevanion's help, will be the first man in the peerage. Prime Minister some day, I dare say. And when I think of it, how grateful I ought to feel to his father and mother, who produced him quite in their old age. For if he had not been born, I should have been the most miserable of men. Yes, positively, that horrible marquisate would have come to me. I never think over Horace Walpole's regrets when he got the earldom of Orford, without the deepest sympathy, and without a shudder at the thought of what my dear Lady Castleton was kind enough to save me from. All owing to the Ems waters, after 20 years' marriage! Well, my young friend, and how are all at home? As when, some notable performer not having yet arrived behind the scenes, or having to change his dress, or not having yet quite recovered an unlucky extra tumbler of exciting fluids, and the green curtain has therefore unduly delayed its ascent. You perceive that the furrow bass in the orchestra charitably devotes himself to a prelude of astonishing prolixity, calling in Lodoiska, or Der Freischütz, to beguile the time, and allow the procrastinating histrio leisure sufficient to draw on his fresh-coloured pantaloons and give himself the proper complexion for a Coriolanus or Macbeth. Even so had Sir Sedley made that long speech requiring no rejoinder, till he saw the time had arrived when he could artfully close, with the flourish of final interrogative, in order to give poor Pisistratus Caxton all preparation to compose himself and step forward. There is certainly something of exquisite kindness and thoughtful benevolence in that rarest of gifts, fine breeding. And when now, remanned and resolute, I turned round and saw Sir Sedley's soft blue eye shyly, but benignantly, turned to me, while, with a grace no other snuff-taker ever had since the days of Pope, he gently proceeded to refresh himself by a pinch of the celebrated Beau Desert mixture. I felt my heart as gratefully moved towards him as if he had conferred on me some colossal obligation. And this crowning question, "And how are all at home?" restored me entirely to my self-possession, and for the moment distracted the bitter current of my thoughts. I replied by a brief statement of my father's involvement, disguising our apprehensions as to its extent, speaking of it rather as an annoyance than a possible cause of ruin, and ended by asking Sir Sedley to give me the address of Trevanian's lawyer. The good baronet listened with a great attention, and that quick penetration which belongs to a man of the world enabled him to detect that I had smoothed over matters more than became a faithful narrator. He shook his head, and, seating himself on the sofa, motioned me to come to his side. Then, leaning his arm over my shoulder, he said in his seductive, wincing way, "We two young fellows should understand each other when we talk of money matters. I can say to you what I could not say to my respectable senior, by 3 years, your excellent father. Frankly, then, I suspect this is a bad business. I know little about newspapers, except that I have to subscribe to one in my country, which costs me a small income. But I know that a London daily paper might ruin a man in a few weeks. And as for shareholders, my dear Caxton, I was once teased into being a shareholder in a canal that ran through my property, and ultimately ran off with £30,000 of it. The other shareholders were all drowned in the canal, like Pharaoh and his host in the Red Sea. But your father is a great scholar, and must not be plagued with such matters. I owe him a great deal. He was very kind to me at Cambridge, and gave me the taste for reading to which I owe the pleasantest hours of my life. So, when you and the lawyers have found out what the extent of the mischief is, you and I must see how we can best settle it. What the deuce! My young friend, I have no encumbrances, as the servants, with great want of politeness, call wives and children. And I am not a miserable, great landed millionaire, like that poor dear Castleton, who owes so many duties to society that he can't spend a shilling except in a grand way and purely to benefit the public. So go, my boy, to Trevanian's lawyer. He is mine too. Clever fellow, sharp as a needle, Mr. Pike, in Great Ormond Street. Name on a brass plate. And when he has settled the amount, we young scapegraces will help each other, without a word to the old folks. What good it does to a man, throughout life, to meet kindness and generosity like this in his youth. I need not say that I was too faithful a representative of my father's scholarly pride and susceptible independence of spirit to accept this proposal. And probably Sir Sedley, rich and liberal as he was, did not dream of the extent of which his proposal might involve him. But I expressed my gratitude so as to please and move this last relic of the Coverleys, and went from his house straight to Mr. Pike's office, with a little note of introduction from Sir Sedley. I found Mr. Pike exactly the man I had anticipated from Trevanian's character. Short, quick, intelligent, in question and answer. Imposing and somewhat domineering in manner. Not overcrowded with business, but with enough for experience and respectability. Neither young or old. Neither a pedantic machine of parchment, nor a jaunty off-hand coxcomb of West End manners. "It is an ugly affair," said he, "but one that requires management. Leave it all in my hands for 3 days. Don't go near Mr. Tibbets nor Mr. Peck. And on Saturday next, at 2 o'clock, if you will call here, you shall know my opinion of the whole matter." With that Mr. Pike glanced at the clock, and I took up my hat and went. There is no place more delightful than a great capital if you are comfortably settled in, have arranged the methodical disposal of your time, and know how to take business and pleasure in due proportions. But a flying visit to a great capital in an unsettled, unsatisfactory way, at an inn in the city, too, with a great, worrying load of business on your mind, of which you are to hear no more for 3 days, and an aching, jealous, miserable sorrow at the heart such as I had, leaving you no labor to pursue and no pleasure that you have the heart to share in. Oh, a great capital that is indeed forlorn, wearisome, and oppressive. It is the castle of indolence, not as Thomson built it, but as Beckford drew in his Hall of Eblis, a wandering up and down, to and through, a great awful space, with your hand pressed to your heart, and, oh, for a rush on some half-tamed horse through the measureless green wastes of Australia. That is the place for a man who has no home in the Babel, and whose hand is ever pressing to his heart, with its dull, burning pain. Mr. Squills decoyed me the second evening into one of the small theatres, and very heartily did Mr. Squills enjoy all he saw and all he heard. And while, with a convulsive effort of the jaws, I was trying to laugh too, suddenly in one of the actors, who was performing the worshipful part of a parish beadle, I recognized a face that I had seen before. 5 minutes afterwards I had disappeared from the sight of Squills, and was amidst that strange world, behind the scenes. My beadle was much too busy and important to allow me a good opportunity to accost him till the piece was over. I then seized hold of him as he was amicably sharing a pot of porter with a gentleman in black shorts and a laced waistcoat, who was to play the part of a broken-hearted father in the domestic drama in 3 acts that would conclude the amusements of the evening. "Excuse me," said I apologetically, "but as the Swan pertinently observes, should old acquaintance be forgot?" "The Swan, sir!" cried the beadle aghast. "The Swan never demeaned himself by such the broad Scotch as that." "The Tweed has its swans as well as the Avon, Mr. Peacock." "St, hush, hush, hush," whispered the beadle in great alarm, and eyeing me with savage observation under his corked eyebrows. Then, taking me by the arm, he jerked me away. When he had got as far as the narrow limits of that little stage would allow, Mr. Peacock said, "Sir, you have the advantage of me. I don't remember you." "Ah, you need not look. By gad, sir, I am not to be bullied. It was all fair play. If you will play with gentlemen, sir, you must run the consequences." I hastened to appease the worthy man. "Indeed, Mr. Peacock, if you remember, I refused to play with you. And so far from wishing to offend you, I now come on purpose to compliment you on your excellent acting, and to inquire if you have heard anything lately of your young friend, Mr. Vivian." "Vivian? Never heard the name, sir." "Vivian? Pooh, you are trying to hoax me. Very good." "I assure you, Mr. St. How the deuce did you know that I was once called that is, people called me A friendly nickname, no more." "Drop it, sir, or you touch me with noble anger." Well, well, the rose by any name will smell as sweet as the swan, this time at least, judiciously observes. But Mr. Vivian, too, seems to have other names at his disposal. I mean a young, dark, handsome man, or rather boy, with whom I met you in company by the roadside one morning." "Oh," said Mr. Peacock, looking much relieved. "I know whom you mean, though I don't remember to have had the pleasure of seeing you before. No, I have not heard anything of the young man lately. I wish I did know something of him. He was a gentleman in my own way. Sweet Will has hit him off to a hair. The courtier's, soldier's, scholar's eye, tongue, sword. Such a hand with Q. You should have seen him seek the bubble reputation at the cannon's mouth, I may say," continued Mr. Peacock, emphatically, "that he was a regular trump, he reiterated with a start, as if the world had stung him. "Trump! He was a brick!" Then, fixing his eyes on mine, dropping his arms, interlacing his fingers in the manner recorded of Talma in the celebrated Qu'en dis-tu, he resumed in a hollow voice, slow and distinct, "When saw you him, young man?" Finding the tables thus turned on myself, and not willing to give Mr. Peake any clue to poor Vivian, who thus appeared to my great satisfaction to have finally dropped an acquaintance more versatile than reputable, I contrived, by a few evasive sentences, to keep Mr. Peacock's curiosity at a distance till he was summoned in haste to change his attire for the domestic drama. And so we parted. End of chapter 5. Part 11, chapters 6 and 7 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlotte Rose. The Caxtons, a family picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 11, Chapter 6. I hate law details as cordially as my readers can, and therefore I shall content myself with stating that Mr. Pike's management at the end, not of 3 days, but of 2 weeks, was so admirable that Uncle Jack was drawn out of prison, and my father extracted from all his liabilities by a sum 2/3 less than was first startlingly submitted to our indignant horror. And that, too, in a manner that would have satisfied the conscience of the most punctilious formalist whose contribution to the National Fund for an omitted payment to the income tax the Chancellor of the Exchequer ever had the honor to acknowledge. Still, the sum was very large in proportion to my poor father's income. And what with Jack's debts, the claims of the Anti-Publisher Society's printer, including the very expensive plates that had been so lavishly bespoken, and in great part completed, for the history of human error, and, above all, the liabilities incurred on the capitalist. What with the planned, as Mr. Peck technically phrased, a great upholstery of a total, branching out into types, cases, printing presses, engines, etc., all now to be resold at a third of their value. What with advertisements and bills that had covered all the dead walls by which rubbish might be shot, throughout the 3 kingdoms. What with the dues of reporters and salaries of writers who had been engaged for a year at least to the capitalist, and whose claims survived the wretch they had killed and buried. What, in short, with all that the combined ingenuity of Uncle Jack and Printer Peck could supply for the utter ruin of the Caxton family, even after all deductions, curtailments, and after all that one could extract in the way of just contribution from the least unsubstantial of those shadows called the shareholders. My father's fortune was reduced to a sum of between 7,000 and 8,000 pounds, which being placed at a mortgage at 4%, yielded just £372 10 a year. Enough for my father to live upon, but not enough to afford also his son Pisistratus the advantages of education at Trinity College, Cambridge. The blow fell rather upon me than my father, and my young shoulders bore it without much wincing. This settled to our universal satisfaction, I went to pay my farewell visit to Sir Sedley Bodesert. He had made much of me during my stay in London. I had breakfasted and dined with him pretty often. I had presented squills to him, who no sooner set eyes upon that splendid conformation than he described his character with the nicest accuracy, as the necessary consequence of such a development for the rosy pleasures of life. We had never once retouched on the subject of Fanny's marriage, and both of us tacitly avoided even mentioning the Trevanions. But in this last visit, though he maintained the same reserve as to Fanny, he referred without scruple to her father. "Well, my young Athenian," said he, after congratulating me on the result of the negotiations, and endeavouring again in vain to bear at least some share in my father's losses. "Well, I see I cannot press this further. But at least I can press on you any little interest I may have in obtaining some appointment for yourself in one of the public offices. Trevanion could of course be more useful, but I can understand that he is not the kind of man you would like to apply to. Shall I own you, my dear Sir Sedley, that I have no taste for official employment? I am too fond of my liberty. Since I have been at my uncle's old tower, I account for half my character by the borderer's blood that is in me. I doubt if I am meant for the life of cities. And I have odd floating notions in my head that will serve to amuse me when I get home, and may settle into schemes. And now to change the subject, may I ask what kind of person has succeeded me as Mr. Trevanion's secretary? Why, he has got a broad-shouldered, stooping fellow, in spectacles and cotton stockings, who has written upon rent, I believe. An imaginative treatise in his case, I fear, for rent is a thing he could never have received, and not often been trusted to pay. However, he is one of your political economists, and wants Trevanion to sell his pictures as unproductive capital. Less mild than Pope's Narcissa, to make a wash, he would certainly stow a child. Besides this official secretary, Trevanion trusts, however, a good deal to a clever, good-looking young gentleman who is a great favourite with him. What is his name? His name? Oh, Gower. A natural son, I believe, one of the Gower family. Here 2 of Sir Sedley's fellow fine gentlemen lounged in, and my visit ended. Chapter 7. I swear, cried my uncle, that it shall be so. And with a big frown and a truculent air he seized the fatal instrument. Indeed, brother, it must not, said my father, laying one pale, scholar-like hand mildly on Captain Roland's brown, bellicose, and bony fist, and with the other, outstretched, protecting the menaced, palpitating victim. Not a word had my uncle heard of our losses until they had been adjusted and the sum paid. For we all knew that the old tower would have been gone, sold to some neighbouring squire or jobbing attorney, at the first impetuous impulse of Uncle Roland's affectionate generosity. Austen endangered! Austen ruined! He would never have rested till he came, cash in hand, to his deliverance. Therefore, I say, not till all was settled did I write to the captain and tell him gaily what had chanced. And however light I made of our misfortunes, the letter brought the captain to the red brick house the same evening on which I myself reached it, and about an hour later. My uncle had not sold the tower, but he came prepared to carry us off to it vide et armis. We must live with him and on him, let or sell the brick house, and put out the remnant of my father's income to nurse and accumulate. And it was on finding my father's resistance stubborn, and that hitherto he had made no way, that my uncle, stepping back into the hall, in which he had left his carpet bag, etc., returned with an old oak case, and, touching a spring roller, out flew the Caxton pedigree. Out it flew, covering all the table, and undulating, Nile-like, till it had spread over books, papers, my mother's work-box, and the tea-service. For the table was large and compendious, emblematic of its owner's mind. And then, flowing on the carpet, dragged its slow length along till it was stopped by the fender. Now, said my uncle solemnly, there never have been but 2 causes of difference between you and me, Austen. One is over. Why should the other last? Aha! I know why you hang back. You think that we may quarrel about it. About what, Roland? About it, I say, and I'll be damned if we do, cried my uncle, reddening. And I have been thinking a great deal upon the matter, and I have no doubt you are right. So I brought the old parchment with me, and you shall see me fill up the blank just as you would have it. Now, then, you will come and live with me, and we can never quarrel any more. Thus saying, Uncle Roland looked round for pen and ink, and having found them, not without difficulty, for they had been submerged under the overflow of the pedigree, he was about to fill up the lacuna, or hiatus, which had given rise to such memorable controversy, with the name of William Caxton, printer in the sanctuary, when my father, slowly recovering his breath, and aware of his brother's purpose, intervened. It would have done your heart good to hear them, so completely, in the inconsistency of human nature, had they changed sides upon the question. My father now all for Sir William de Caxton, the hero of Bosworth. My uncle all for the immortal printer. And in this discussion they grew animated, their eyes sparkled, their voices rose. Roland's voice deep and thunderous, Austen's sharp and piercing. Mr. Squills stopped his ears. Thus it arrived at that point, when my uncle doggedly came to the end of all argumentation. "I swear that it shall be so." And my father, trying the last resource of pathos, looked pleadingly into Roland's eyes, and said with a tone soft as mercy, "Indeed, brother, it must not." Meanwhile the dry parchment crisped, creaked, and trembled in every pore of its yellow skin. "But," said I, coming in opportunely, like the Horatian deity, "I don't see that either of you gentlemen has a right so to dispose of my ancestry. It is quite clear that a man has no possession in posterity. Posterity may possess him, but deuce a bit will he ever be the better for his great-great-grandchildren." Squills. "Hear, hear." Pisistratus, warming. "But a man's ancestry is a positive property to him. How much, not only of acres, but of his constitution, his temper, his conduct, character, and nature, he may inherit from some progenitor 10 times removed. Nay, without that progenitor would he ever have been born? Would a Squills ever have introduced him into the world, or a nurse ever have carried him appo colpo?" Squills. "Hear, hear." Pisistratus, with dignified emotion. "No man, therefore, has a right to rob another of a forefather, with a stroke of his pen, from any motive, howsoever amiable. In the present instance you will say, perhaps, that the ancestor in question is apocryphal. It may be the printer, it may be the knight. Granted, but here, where history is in fault, shall a mere sentiment decide? While both are doubtful, my imagination appropriates both. At one time I can reverence industry and learning in the printer, at another, valor and devotion in the knight. This kindly doubt gives me 2 great forefathers, and, through them, 2 trains of idea that influence my conduct under different circumstances. I will not permit you, Captain Roland, to rob me of either forefather, either train of idea. Leave, then, this sacred void unfilled, unprofaned, and accept this compromise of chivalrous courtesy while my father lives with the captain. We will believe in the printer. When away from the captain, we will stand firm to the knight." "Good," cried Uncle Roland as I paused, a little out of breath. "And," said my mother softly, "I do think, Austen, there is a way of settling the matter which will please all parties. It is quite sad to think that poor Roland and dear little Blanche should be all alone in the tower. And I am sure that we should be much happier altogether." "There!" cried Roland triumphantly. "If you are not the most obstinate, hard-hearted, unfeeling brute in the world, which I don't take you to be, Brother Austen, after that really beautiful speech of your wife's, there is not a word to be said further." "But we have not yet heard Kitty to the end, Roland." "I beg your pardon 1,000 times, ma'am, sister," said the captain, bowing. "Well, I was going to add," said my mother, "that we will go and live with you, Roland, and club our little fortunes together. Blanche and I will take care of the house, and we shall be just twice as rich together as we are separately." "Pretty sort of hospitality, that," grunted the captain. "I did not expect you to throw me over in that way. No, no, you must lay by for the boy there. What's to become of him?" "But we shall all lay by for him," said my mother simply. "You as well as Austen. We shall have more to save if we have more to spend." "Ah, save! That is easily said. There would be a pleasure in saving, then. said the captain mournfully. And what's to become of me? Cried Squills very petulantly. Am I to be left here in my old age, not a rational soul to speak to, and no other place in the village where there's a drop of decent punch to be had? A plague on both your houses, as the chap said at the theatre the other night. There's room for a doctor in our neighbourhood, Mr. Squills, said the captain. The gentleman in your profession who does for us wants, I know, to sell the business. Said Squills. A horribly healthy neighbourhood, I suspect. Why, it has that misfortune, Mr. Squills, but with your help, said my uncle slyly, a great alteration for the better may be effected in that respect. Mr. Squills was about to reply when a ring, a ting, ring, ting. There came such a brisk, impatient, make oneself at home kind of tintinnabullar alarum at the great gate that we all started up and looked at each other in surprise. Who could it possibly be? We were not kept long in suspense, for in another moment Uncle Jack's voice, which was always very clear and distinct, pealed through the hall, and we were still staring at each other when Mr. Tibbets, with a brand new muffler round his neck, and a peculiarly comfortable greatcoat, best double Saxony, equally new, dashed into the room, bringing with him a very considerable quantity of cold air, which he hastened to thaw, first in my father's arms, next in my mother's. He then made a rush at the captain, who ensconced himself behind the dumb waiter with a "Hum, Mr. Sir, Jack, sir, hum." Failing there, Mr. Tibbets rubbed off the remaining frost upon his double Saxony against your humble servant, patted Squills affectionately on the back, and then proceeded to occupy his favourite position before the fire. Took you by surprise, eh? Said Uncle Jack, unpeeling himself by the hearth rug. But no, not by surprise. You must have known Jack's heart. You at least, Austin Caxton, who know everything. You must have seen that it overflowed with the tenderest and most brotherly emotions. That once delivered from that cursed fleet, you have no idea what a place it is, sir. I could not rest night or day till I had flown here. Here to the dear family nest, poor wounded dove that I am, added Uncle Jack, pathetically, and taking out his pocket handkerchief from the double Saxony, which he had now flung over my father's armchair. Not a word replied to this eloquent address, with its touching peroration. My mother hung down her pretty head and looked ashamed. My uncle retreated quite into the corner and drew the dumb waiter after him, so as to establish a complete fortification. Mr. Squills seized the pen that Roland had thrown down, and began mending it furiously, that is, cutting it into slivers, thereby denoting, symbolically, how he would like to do with Uncle Jack, could he once get him safe and snug under his manipular operations. I bent over the pedigree, and my father rubbed his spectacles. The silence would have been appalling to any other man. Nothing appalled Uncle Jack. Uncle Jack turned to the fire, and warmed his first one foot, then the other. This comfortable ceremony performed, he again faced the company, and resumed, musingly, and as if answering some imaginary observations. Yes, you are right there. And a deuced unlucky speculation it proved too. But I was overruled by that fellow Peck. Says I to him, says I, capitalist, pshaw, no popular interest there. It don't address the great public. Very confined class, the capitalists, better throw ourselves boldly on the people. Yes, said I. Call it the anti-capitalist. By Jove, sir, we should have carried all before us. But I was overruled. The anti-capitalist, what an idea! Address the whole reading world, there, sir. Everybody hates the capitalist. Everybody would have his neighbor's money. The anti-capitalist, sir, we should have gone off in the manufacturing towns like wildfire. But what could I do? John Tibbets, said my father solemnly. Capitalist or anti-capitalist, thou hadst the right to follow thine own bent in either. But always provided it had been with thine own money. Thou seest not the thing, John Tibbets, in the right point of view, and the little repentance in the face of those thou hast wronged would not have misbecome thy father's son and thy sister's brother. Never had so severe a rebuke issued from the mild lips of Austin Caxton. And I raised my eyes with a compassionate thrill, expecting to see John Tibbets gradually sink and disappear through the carpet. Repentance! Cried Uncle Jack, bounding up as if he had been shot. And do you think I have a heart of stone, of pumice stone? Do you think I don't repent? I have done nothing but repent. I shall repent to my dying day. Then there is no more to be said, Jack, cried my father, softening and holding out his hand. Yes, cried Mr. Tibbets, seizing the hand and pressing it to the heart he had thus defended from the suspicion of being pumice. Yes, that I should have trusted that dunder-headed, rascally curmudgeon Peck. That I should have let him call it the capitalist, despite all my convictions, when the Shaw! Interrupted my father, drawing away his hand. John, said my mother gravely and with tears in her voice, you forget who delivered you from prison. You forget whom you have nearly consigned to prison yourself. You forge... Hush, hush, said my father. This will never do. And it is you who forget, my dear, the obligations I owe to Jack. He has reduced my fortune 1/2, it is true. But I verily think he has made the 3 hearts, in which lie my real treasures, twice as large as they were before. Pisistratus, my boy, ring the bell. My dear Kitty, cried Jack whimperingly, and stealing up to my mother. Don't be so hard on me. I fought to make all your fortunes. I did indeed. Here the servant entered. See that Mr. Tibbets' things are taken up to his room, and that there is a good fire, said my father. And, continued Jack loftily, I will make all your fortunes yet. I have it here. And he struck his head. Stay a moment, said my father to the servant, who had got back to the door. Stay a moment, said my father, looking extremely frightened. Perhaps Mr. Tibbets may prefer the inn. Austin, said Uncle Jack with emotion. If I were a dog with no home but a dog kennel, and you came to me for a shelter, I would turn out, to give you the best of the straw. My father was thoroughly melted this time. Primmins will be sure to see everything is made comfortable for Mr. Tibbets, said he, waving his hand to the servant. Something nice for supper, Kitty, my dear, and the largest punch bowl. You like punch, Jack? Punch, Austin, said Uncle Jack, putting his handkerchief to his eyes. The captain pushed aside the dumb waiter, strode across the room, and shook hands with Uncle Jack. My mother buried her face in the apron, and fairly ran off. And Squills said in my ear, "It all comes of the biliary secretions. Nobody could account for this who did not know the peculiarly fine organization of your father's liver." End of chapter 7.
Part 12, Chapter 1 of the Caxtons. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 12, Chapter 1. The Hegira is completed. We have all taken roost in the old tower. My father's books have arrived by the wagon, and have settled themselves quietly in their new abode, filling up the apartment dedicated to their owner, including the bedchamber and 2 lobbies. The duck also has arrived, under wing of Mrs. Primmins, and has reconciled herself to the old stew pond, by the side of which my father has found a walk that compensates for the peach wall, especially as he has made acquaintance with sundry respectable carps, who permit him to feed them after he has fed the duck, a privilege of which, since if anyone else approaches, the carps are off in an instant, my father is naturally vain. All privileges are vulnerable in proportion to the exclusiveness of their enjoyment. Now, from the moment the first carp had eaten the bread my father threw to it, Mr. Caxton had mentally resolved that a race so confiding should never be sacrificed to Ceres and Primmins. But all the fishes on my uncle's property were under the special care of that Proteus Bolt, and Bolt was not a man likely to suffer the carps to earn their bread without contributing their full share to the wants of the community. But, like master, like man, Bolt was an aristocrat fit to be hung a la lantern. He out-Rollanded Rolland in the respect he entertained for sounding names and old families, and by that bait my father caught him with such skill that you might see that if Austin Caxton had been an angler of fishes, he could have filled his basket full any day, shine or rain. "You observe, Bolt," said my father, beginning artfully, "that those fishes, dull as you may think them, are creatures capable of syllogism, and if they saw that, in proportion to their civility to me, they were depopulated by you, they would put 2 and 2 together, and renounce my acquaintance." "Is that what you call being silly gems, sir?" said Bolt. "Faith, there is many a good Christian not half so wise." "Man," answered my father thoughtfully, "is an animal less syllogistical or more sillygemical than many creatures popularly esteemed his inferiors. Yes, let but one of those Cyprinidae, with his fine sense of logic, see that if his fellow fishes eat bread, they are suddenly jerked out of their element and vanish forever. And though you broke a quartern loaf into crumbs, he would snap his tail at you with enlightened contempt. If, said my father, soliloquizing, I had been as syllogistic as those scaly logicians, I should never have swallowed that hook which, there, least said soonest mended. But, Mr. Bolt, to return to the Cyprinidae. What's the hard name you call them, carp, your honour? Asked Bolt. Cyprinidae, a family of the section Malacoptergi abdominalis, replied Mr. Caxton. Their teeth are generally confined to the pharyngenes, and their braniostegus rays are but few, marks of distinction from fishes vulgar and voracious. Sir, said Bolt, glancing to the stew-pond, if I had known they had been a family of such importance, I am sure I should have treated them with more respect. They are a very old family, Bolt, and have been settled in England since the 14th century. A younger branch of the family has established itself in a pond in the gardens of Peterhof, the celebrated palace of Peter the Great, Bolt, an emperor highly respected by my brother, for he killed a great many people very gloriously in battle, besides those whom he savoured for his own private amusement. And there is an officer or servant of the imperial household, whose task it is to summon those Russian Cyprinidae to dinner, by ringing a bell, shortly after which you may see the emperor and empress, with all their waiting ladies and gentlemen, coming down in their carriages to see the Cyprinidae eat in state. So you perceive, Bolt, that it would be a republican, Jacobinical proceeding to stew members of a family so intimately associated with royalty. "Dear me, sir," said Bull, "I am very glad you told me. I ought to have known they were genteel fish. They are so mighty shy, as all your real quality are." My father smiled, and rubbed his hands gently. He had carried his point, and henceforth the Cyprinidae of the section Malacoptergi abdominals were as sacred in Bolt's eyes as cats and ichneumons were in those of a priest in Thebes. "My poor father, with what true and unostentatious philosophy thou didst accommodate thyself to the great change thy quiet, harmless self had known since it had passed out of the brief, burning cycle of the passions. Lost was the home endeared to thee by so many noiseless victories of the mind, so many mute histories of the heart, for only the scholar knoweth how deep a charm lies in monotony, in the old associations, the old ways and habitual clockwork of peaceful time. Yet the home may be replaced. Thy heart built its home round itself everywhere, and the old tower might supply the loss of the brick house, and the walk by the stew pond became as dear as the haunts by the sunny peach wall. But what shall replace to thee the bright dream of thine innocent ambition, that angel wing which has glittered across thy manhood in the hour between its noon and its setting? What replaced to thee the magnum opus, the great book, fair and broad-spreading tree, lone amidst the sameness of the landscape, now plucked up by the roots? The oxygen was subtracted from the air of thy life, for be it known to you, O my compassionate readers, that with the death of the Anti-Publisher Society, the bloodstreams of the great book stood still, its pulse was arrested, its full heart beat no more. 3,000 copies of the first 7 sheets in quarto, with sundry unfinished plates, anatomical, architectural, and graphic, depicting various developments of the human skull, the temple of human error. From the Hottentot to the Greek, sketches of ancient buildings, Cyclopean and Pelasgic, pyramids and pewters, all signs of races whose handwriting was on their walls, landscapes to display the influence of nature upon the customs, creeds, and philosophy of men, here showing how the broad Chaldean wastes led to the contemplation of the stars, and illustrations of the zodiac, in elucidation of the mysteries of the symbol worship, fantastic vagaries of earth fresh from the deluge, tending to impress on early superstition the awful sense of the rude powers of nature, views of the rocky Delphis of Laconia, Sparta, neighbored by the silent Amyclae, explaining, as it were, geographically the iron customs of the warrior colony, Arctories amidst the shift and roar of Hellenic democracies, contrasted by the seas and coasts and creeks of Athens and Ionia, tempting to adventure, commerce, and change. Ye, my father, in his suggestions to the artist of those few imperfect plates, had thrown as much light on the infancy of earth and its tribes as by the shining words that flowed from his calm, starry knowledge. Plates and copies all rested now in peace and dust, housed with darkness and with death, on the sepulchral shelves of the lobby to which they were consigned. Rays intercepted, worlds incompleted. The Prometheus was bound, and the fire he had stolen from heaven lay embedded in the flints of his rock. For so costly was the mold in which Uncle Jack and the Anti-Publisher Society had contrived to cast this exposition of human error that every bookseller shied at its very sight, as an owl blinks at daylight, or human error at truth. In vain, Squills and I, before we left London, had carried a gigantic specimen of the magnum opus into the back parlors of firms the most opulent and adventurous. Publisher after publisher started, as if we had held a blunderbuss to his ear. All Paternoster Row uttered, "A Lord deliver us." Human error found no man so egregiously its victim as to complete those 2 quartos, with the prospect of 2 others, at his own expense. Now, I had earnestly hoped that my father, for the sake of mankind, would be persuaded to risk some portion, and that, I own, not a small one, of his remaining capital on the conclusion of an undertaking so elaborately begun. But there my father was obdurate. No big words about mankind and the advantage to unborn generations could stir him an inch. Stuff, said Mr. Caxton peevishly. A man's duties to mankind and posterity begin with his own son. And having wasted half your patrimony, I will not take another huge slice out of the poor remainder to gratify my vanity. For that is the plain truth of it. Man must atone for sin by expiation. By the book I have sinned, and the book must expiate it. Pile the sheets up in the lobby, so that at least one man may be wiser and humbler by the sight of human error every time he walks by so stupendous a moment of it. Verily, I know not how my father could bear to look at those dumb fragments of himself, strata of the Caxtonian confirmation lying layer upon layer, as if packed up and disposed for the inquisitive genius of some moral Murchison or Mantel. But for my part, I never glanced at the repose in the dark lobby without thinking, Courage, Pisistratus! Courage! There is something worth living for. Work hard, grow rich, and the great book shall come out at last. Meanwhile, I wandered over the country and made acquaintance with the farmers and with Trevanian Steward, an able man and a great agriculturist, and I learned from them a better notion of the nature of my uncle's domains. Those domains covered an immense acreage, which, save a small farm, was of no value at present, but land of the same sort had been lately redeemed by a simple kind of draining, now well known in Cumberland, and, with capital, Rollins barren moors might become a noble property. But capital, where was that to come from? Nature gives us all, except the means to turn her into marketable account, as old Plautus said so wittingly. Day, night, water, sun, and moon are to be had gratis. For everything else, down with your dust. End of chapter 1.
Part 12, Chapter 2 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Caxtons, A Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Part 12, Chapter 2. Nothing has been heard of Uncle Jack. Before we left the brick house, the captain gave him an invitation to the tower, more I suspect out of compliment to my mother than from the unbidden impulse of his own inclinations. But Mr. Tibbets politely declined it. During his stay at the brick house, he had received and written a vast number of letters. Some of those he received, indeed, were left at the village post office, under the alphabetical addresses of A, B, or XY, for no misfortune ever paralyzed the energies of Uncle Jack. In the winter of adversity he vanished, it is true, but even in vanishing he vegetated still. He resembled those algae termed the Proloculus nivalis, which give a rose color to the polar snows that conceal them, and flourish unsuspected amidst the general dissolution of nature. Uncle Jack, then, was as lively and sanguine as ever, though he began to let fall vague hints of intentions to abandon the general cause of his fellow creatures, and to set up business henceforth purely on his own account. Wherewith my father, to the great shock of my belief in his philanthropy, expressed himself much pleased. And I strongly suspect that when Uncle Jack wrapped himself up in his new double Saxony and went off at last, he carried with him something more than my father's good wishes in aid of his conversion to egotistical philosophy. "That man will do yet," said my father, as the last glimpse was caught of Uncle Jack standing up on the stagecoach box, beside the driver, partly to wave his hand to us as we stood at the gate, and partly to array himself more commodiously in a box coat with 6 capes, which the coachman had lent him. "Do you think so, sir?" said I doubtfully. "May I ask why?" "Mr. Caxton, on the cat principle that he tumbles so lightly, you may throw him down from St. Paul's, and the next time you see him he will be scrambling atop of the monument." Pisistratus. But a cat, the most vicarious, is limited to 9 lives, and Uncle Jack must now be far gone in his 8th. Mr. Caxton, not heeding that answer, for he has got his hand in his waistcoat. The earth, according to Apuleius in his treatise on the philosophy of Plato, was produced from right-angled triangles, but fire and air from the scalene triangle, the angles of which, I need not say, are very different from those of a right-angled triangle. Now, I think there are people in the world of whom one can only judge rightly according to those mathematical principles applied to their original construction. For if air or fire predominates in our natures, we are scalene triangles. If earth, right-angled. Now, as air is so notably manifested in Jack's conformation, he is nolens volens, produced in conformity with his preponderating element. He is a scalene triangle, and must be judged accordingly, upon irregular, lopsided principles, whereas you and I, commonplace mortals, are produced like the earth, which is our preponderating element, with our triangles all right-angled, comfortable, and complete, for which blessing let us thank Providence, and be charitable to those who are necessarily windy and gaseous. From that unlucky scalene triangle, upon which they have had the misfortune to be constructed, and which you perceive is quite at variance with the mathematical constitution of the earth. Pisistratus. Sir, I am very happy to hear so simple, easy, and intelligible an explanation of Uncle Jack's peculiarities, and I only hope that, for the future, the sides of his scalene triangle may never be produced to our rectangular conformations. Mr. Caxton, descending from his stilts with an air as mildly reproachful as if I had been cavilling at the virtues of Socrates. You don't do your uncle justice, Pisistratus. He is a very clever man, and I am sure that in spite of his scalene misfortune, he would be an honest one. That is, added Mr. Caxton, correcting himself, not romantically or heroically honest, but honest as men go, if he could but keep his head long enough above water. But, you see, when the best man in the world is engaged in the process of sinking, he catches hold of whatever comes in his way, and drowns the very friend who is swimming to save him. Pisistratus. Perfectly true, sir, but Uncle Jack makes it his business to be always sinking. Mr. Caxton, with naivete. And how could it be otherwise, when he has been carrying all his fellow creatures in his breeches pockets? Now he has got rid of that dead weight, I should not be surprised if he swam like a cork. Pisistratus, who since the capitalist has become a strong anti-Jackian. But if, sir, you really think Uncle Jack's love for his fellow creatures is genuine, that is surely not the worst part of him. Mr. Caxton, O literal ratiocinator, and dull to the true logic of Attic irony, can't you comprehend that an affection may be genuine as felt by the man, yet its nature be spurious in relation to others? A man may generally believe he loves his fellow creatures, when he roasts them like Torquemada, or guillotines them like St. Just. Happily, Jack's scalene triangle, being more produced from air than from fire, does not give to his philanthropy the inflammatory character which distinguishes the benevolence of inquisitors and revolutionists. The philanthropy, therefore, takes a more flatulent and innocent form, and expends its strength in mounting paper balloons, out of which Jack pitches himself, with all the fellow creatures he can coax into sailing with him. No doubt Uncle Jack's philanthropy is sincere when he cuts the string and soars up out of sight, but the sincerity will not much mend their bruises when himself and fellow creatures come tumbling down neck and heels. It must be a very wide heart that can take in all mankind, and of a very strong fibre to bear so much stretching. Such hearts there are, heaven be thanked, and all praise to them. Jack's is not of that quality. He is a scalene triangle. He is not a circle, and yet, if he would but let it rest, it is a good heart. A very good heart, continued my father, warming into a tenderness quite infantine, all things considered. Poor Jack! That was prettily said of him, that if he were a dog, and he had no home but a dog kennel, he would turn out to give me the best of the straw. Poor brother Jack! So the discussion was dropped, and in the meanwhile Uncle Jack, like the short-faced gentleman in The Spectator, distinguished himself by a profound silence. End of Chapter 2. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 12, Chapter 3 of the Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 12, Chapter 3 of the Caxtons, A Family Picture, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Blanche has contrived to associate herself, if not with my more active diversions, in running over the country and making friends with the farmers, still in all my more leisurely and domestic pursuits. There is about her a silent charm that it is very hard to define, but it seems to arise from a kind of innate sympathy with the moods and humours of those she loves. If one is gay, there is a cheerful ring in her silver laugh that seems gladness itself. If one is sad and creeps away into a corner to bury one's head in one's hand and muse, by and by, and at just the right moment, when one has mused one's fill, and the heart wants something to refresh and restore it, one feels two innocent arms round one's neck, looks up, and lo! Blanche's soft eyes full of wistful, compassionate kindness, though she has the tact not to question, it is enough for her to sorrow with your sorrow. She cares not to know more. A strange child, fearless, and yet seemingly fond of things that inspire children with fear, fond of tales of fay, sprite, and ghost, which Mrs. Primmins draws fresh and new from her memory as a conjurer draws pancakes hot and hot from a hat. And yet so sure is Blanche of her own innocence that they never trouble her dreams in her lone little room, full of colliginous corners and nooks, with the winds moaning round the desolate ruins and the casements rattling hoarse in the dungeon-like wall. She would have no dread to walk through the ghostly keep in the dark, or cross the churchyard, what time, by the moon's doubtful and malignant night, the gravestones look so spectral, and the shade from the yew-trees lies so still on the sward. When the brows of Roland are gloomiest and the compression of his lips makes sorrow look sternest, be sure that Blanche is couched at his feet, waiting for the moment when, with some heavy sigh, the muscles relax, and she is sure of the smile if she climbs to his knee. It is pretty to chance on her gliding up broken turret stairs or standing hushed in the recess of shattered casements, and you wonder what thoughts of vague awe and solemn pleasure can be at work under that still little brow. She has a quick comprehension of all that is taught to her. She already tasks to the full my mother's educational arts. My father has had to rummage his library for books to feed, or extinguish, her desire for further information, and has promised lessons in French and Italian, at some golden time in the shadowy by and by, which are received so gratefully that one might think Blanche mistook Télémaque and Novelle Morale for baby houses and dolls. Heaven send her through French and Italian with better success than attended Mr. Caxton's lessons in Greek to Pisistratus. She has an ear for music which my mother, who is no bad judge, declares to be exquisite. Luckily, there is an old Italian settled in a town 10 miles off, who is said to be an excellent music master, and who comes the round of the neighborhood squirearchy twice a week. I have taught her to draw, an accomplishment in which I am not without skill, and she has already taken a sketch from nature, which, barring the perspective, is not so amiss. Indeed, she has caught the notion of idealizing, which promises future originality from her own natural instincts, and, given to the old wych elm that hangs over the stream, just the bough that it wanted to dip into the water and soften off the hard lines. My only fear is that Blanche should become too dreamy and thoughtful. Poor child, she has no one to play with. So I look out and get her a dog, frisky and young, who abhors sedentary occupations. A spaniel, small and coal-black, with ears sweeping the ground. I baptize him Juba, in honor of Addison's Cato, and in consideration of his sable curls and Mauritanian complexion. Blanche does not seem so eerie and elf-like while gliding through the ruins when Juba barks by her side and scares the birds from the ivy. One day I had been pacing to and fro the hall, which was deserted, and the sight of the armor and portraits, dumb evidences of the active and adventurous lives of the old inhabitants, which seemed to reprove my own inactive obscurity, had set me off on one of those Pegasian hobbies on which youth mounts to the skies, delivering maidens on rocks and killing gorgons and monsters, when Juba bounded in, and Blanche came after him, her straw hat in her hand. Blanche. I thought you were here. Sisty, may I stay? Pisistratus. Why, my dear child, the day is so fine that instead of losing it indoors, you ought to be running in the fields with Juba. Juba. Bow wow. Blanche. Will you come too? If Sisty stays in, Blanche does not care for the butterflies. Pisistratus, seeing that the thread of his daydreams is broken, consents with an air of resignation. Just as they gain the door, Blanche pauses and looks as if there were something on her mind. Pisistratus. What now, Blanche? Why are you making knots in that ribbon, and writing invisible characters on the floor with the point of that busy little foot? Blanche, mysteriously. I have found a new room, Sisty. Do you think we may look into it? Pisistratus. Certainly, unless any Bluebeard of your acquaintance told you not. Where is it? Blanche. Upstairs, to the left. Pisistratus. That little old door, going down 2 stone steps, which was always kept locked. Blanche. Yes, it is not locked today. The door was ajar, and I peeped in, but I would not do more until I came and asked you if you thought it would not be wrong. Pisistratus. Very good in you, my discreet little cousin. I have no doubt it is a ghost trap. However, with Juba's protection, I think we might venture together. Pisistratus, Blanche, and Juba ascend the stairs and turn off down a dark passage to the left, away from the rooms in use. We reach the arch-pointed door of oak planks nailed roughly together. We push it open, and we perceive that a small stair winds down from the room. It is just over Roland's chamber. The room has a damp smell, and has probably been left open to be aired, for the wind comes through the unbarred casement and a billet turns on the hearth. The place has that attractive, fascinating air which belongs to a lumber room, than which I know nothing that so captivates the interest and fancy of young people. What treasures, to them, often lie hid in those quaint odds and ends which the elder generations have discarded as rubbish. All children are by nature antiquarians and relic hunters. Still, there is an order and precision with which the articles in that room are stowed away that belies the true notion of lumber. None of the mildew and dust which give such mournful interest to things abandoned to decay. In one corner are piled up cases and military-looking trunks of outlandish aspect, with RDC in brass nails on their sides. From these we turn with involuntary respect and call off Juba, who has wedged himself behind in pursuit of some imaginary mouse. But in the other corner is what seems to me a child's cradle. Not an English one, evidently. It is of wood, seemingly Spanish rosewood, with the railwork at the back of twisted columns, and I should scarcely have known it to be a cradle but for the fairy-like quilt and the tiny pillows which proclaimed its usage. On the wall above the cradle were arranged sundry little articles that had, perhaps once, made the joy of a child's heart. Broken toys with the paint rubbed off, a tin sword and trumpet, and a few tattered books, mostly in Spanish, by their shape and look, doubtless children's books. Near these stood, on the floor, a picture with its face to the wall. Juba had chased the mouse, that his fancy still insisted on creating, behind this picture, and as he abruptly drew back, the picture fell into the hands I stretched forth to receive it. I turned the face to the light, and was surprised to see merely an old family portrait. It was that of a gentleman in a flowered vest and stiff ruff, which referred the date of his existence to the reign of Elizabeth, a man with a bold and noble countenance. On the corner was placed a faded coat of arms, beneath which was inscribed, Herbert de Caxton, EQ, R. État 35. On the back of the canvas, I observed, as I now replaced the picture against the wall, a label in Roland's handwriting, though in a younger and more running hand than he now wrote. The words were these: "The best and bravest of our line, he charged by Sidney's side on the field of Zutphen. He fought in Drake's ship against the armament of Spain. If ever I have a—" The rest of the label seemed to have been torn off. I turned away, and felt a remorseful shame that I had so far gratified my curiosity, if by so harsh a name the powerful interest that had absorbed me must be called. I looked round for Blanche. She had retreated from my side to the door, and, with her hands before her eyes, was weeping. As I stole towards her, my glance fell on a book that lay on a chair near the casement, and beside those relics of an infancy once pure and serene. By the old-fashioned silver clasps, I recognized Roland's Bible. I felt as if I had been almost guilty of profanation in my thoughtless intrusion. I drew away Blanche, and we descended the stairs noiselessly, and not till we were on our favourite spot, amidst a heap of ruins on the feudal justice hill, did I seek to kiss away her tears and ask for the cause. "My poor brother," sobbed Blanche, "they must have been his, and we shall never, never see him again. And poor Papa's Bible, which he reads when he is very, very sad. I did not weep enough when my brother died. I know better what death is now. Poor Papa, poor Papa. Don't die too, Sisty." There was no running after butterflies that morning, and it was long before I could soothe Blanche. Indeed, she bore the traces of dejection in her soft looks for many, many days, and she often asked me, sighingly, "Don't you think it was very wrong in me to take you there?" Poor little Blanche, true daughter of Eve. She would not let me bear my due share of the blame. She would have it all, in Adam's primitive way of justice. The woman tempted me, and I did eat. And since then, Blanche has seemed more fond than ever of Roland, and comparatively deserts me to nestle close to him, and closer still, till he looks up and says, "My child, you are pale. Go and run after those butterflies." And she says now to him, not to me, "Come too," drawing him out into the sunshine with a hand that will not lose its hold. Of all Roland's line, this Herbert de Caxton was the best and bravest, yet he had never named that ancestor to me, never put any forefather in comparison with the dubious and mythical Sir William. I now remembered once that, in going over the pedigree, I had been struck by the name of Herbert, the only Herbert in the scroll, and had asked, "What of him, uncle?" And Roland had muttered something inaudible and turned away. And I remembered also that in Roland's room there was the mark on the wall where a picture of that size had once hung. The picture had been removed thence before we first came, but must have hung there for years to have left that mark on the wall, perhaps suspended by bolt during Roland's long continental absence. If ever I have a— What were the missing words? Alas, did they not relate to the sun, missed forever, evidently not forgotten still? End of Part 12, Chapter 3. Part 12, Chapter 4 of The Caxtons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Caxtons, a Family Picture by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, Part 12, Chapter 4. My uncle sat on one side of the fireplace, my mother on the other, and I, at a small table between them, prepared to note down the results of their conference, for they had met in high council to assess their joint fortunes, determine what should be brought into the common stock and set apart for the civil list, and what should be laid aside as a sinking fund. Now, my mother, true woman as she was, had a womanly love of show in her own quiet way, of making a genteel figure in the eyes of the neighbourhood, of seeing that sixpence not only went as far as sixpence ought to go, but that in the going it should emit a mild but imposing splendour. Not, indeed, a gaudy flash, a startling Borellian coruscation, which is scarcely within the modest and placid idiosyncrasies of sixpence, but a gleam of gentle and benign light, just to show where a sixpence had been, and allow you time to say, "Behold," before the jaws of darkness did devour it up. Thus, as I once before took occasion to apprise the reader, We had always held a very respectable position in the neighborhood round our square brick house, been as sociable as my father's habits would permit, given our little tea parties and our occasional dinners, and without attempting to vie with our richer associates, there had always been so exquisite a neatness, so notable a housekeeping, in short, of all the properties indigenous to a well-spent sixpence in my mother's management, that there was not an old maid within 7 miles of us who did not pronounce our tea parties to be perfect, and the great Mrs. Rollick, who gave 40 guineas a year to a professed cook and housekeeper, used regularly, whenever we dined at Rollick Hall, to call across the table to my mother, who therewith blushed up to her ears, to apologize for the strawberry jelly. It is true that, when, on returning home, my mother adverted to that flattering and delicate compliment in a tone that revealed the self-conceit of the human heart, my father, whether to sober his Kitty's vanity into a proper and Christian mortification of spirit, or from that strange shrewdness which belonged to him, would remark that Miss Rollick was of a querulous nature, that the compliment was meant not to please my mother, but to spite the professed cook and housekeeper, to whom the butler would be sure to repeat the invidious apology. In settling at the Tower and assuming the head of its establishment, my mother was naturally anxious that poor, battered, invalid though the Tower was, it should still put its best leg foremost. Sundry cards, despite the thinness of the neighborhood, had been left at the door. Various invitations, which my uncle had hitherto declined, had greeted his occupation of the ancestral ruin and had become more numerous since the news of our arrival had gone abroad, so that my mother saw before her a very suitable field for her hospitable accomplishments, a reasonable ground for her ambition that the Tower should hold up its head as became a tower that held the head of the family. But not to wrong thee, O dear mother, as thou sittest there opposite the grim captain so fair and so neat, with thine apron as white and thy hair as trim and as sheen, and thy morning cap with its ribbons of blue as coquettishly arranged as if thou hadst a fear that the least negligence on thy part might lose thee the heart of thine Austen, not to wrong thee by setting down to frivolous motives alone thy feminine visions of the social amenities of life, I know that thine heart, in its provident tenderness, was quite as much interested as ever thy vanities could be in the hospitable thoughts on which thou wert intent. For, first and foremost, it was the wish of thy soul that thine Austen might, as little as possible, be reminded of the change in his fortunes, might miss as little as possible those interruptions to his abstracted scholarly moods at which, it is true, he used to fret and to pshaw and cry papa, but which nevertheless always did him good and freshened up the stream of his thoughts. And next, it was the conviction of thine understanding that a little society and boon companionship, and the proud pleasure of showing his ruins and presiding at the hall of his forefathers, would take Roland out of those gloomy reveries into which he still fell at times. And thirdly, for us young people, ought not Blanche to find companions in children of her own sex and age? Already in those large black eyes there was something melancholy and brooding, as there is in the eyes of all children who live only with their elders. And for Pisistratus, with his altered prospects and the one great gnawing memory at his heart, which he tried to conceal from himself, but which a mother, and a mother who had loved, saw at a glance, what could be better than such union and interchange with the world around us, small though that world might be, as woman's sweet binder and blender of all social links might artfully effect? So that thou didst not go like the awful Florentine, sopra for venita che par persona, over thin shadows that mocked the substance of real forms, but rather it was the real forms that appeared as shadows, or venita. What a digression! Can I never tell my story in a plain, straightforward way? Certainly, I was born under cancer, and all my movements are circumlocutory, sideways and crab-like. Beginning of Chapter 5. I think, Roland, said my mother, that the establishment is settled. Bolt, who is equal to 3 men at least, Primmins, cook and housekeeper, Molly, a good stirring girl and willing, though I've had some difficulty in persuading her to submit not to be called Anna Maria. Their wages are but a small item, my dear Roland. Hem, said Roland, since we can't do with fewer servants at less wages, I suppose we must call it small. It is so, said my mother with mild positiveness, and indeed, what with the game and fish, and the garden and poultry yard, and your own mutton, our housekeeping will be next to nothing. said again the thrifty Roland, with a slight infection of the beetle brows. "It may be next to nothing, ma'am, sister, just as a butcher's shop may be next to Northumberland House, but there is a vast deal between nothing and that next neighbor you have given it." This speech was so like one of my father's, so naive an imitation of that subtle reasoner's use of the rhetorical figure called antanaclasis, or repetition of the same words in a different sense, that I laughed and my mother smiled. But she smiled reverently, not thinking of the antanaclasis, as laying her hand on Roland's arm, she replied in the yet more formidable figure of speech called epiphonema, or exclamation. "Yet, with all your economy, you would have had us—" "Tut!" cried my uncle, parrying the epiphonema with a masterly aposiopesis, or breaking off. "Tut! If you had done what I wished, I should have had more pleasure for my money." My poor mother's rhetorical armory supplied no weapon to meet that artful aposiopesis, so she dropped the rhetoric altogether and went on with that unadored eloquence natural to her, as to other great financial reformers. "Well, Roland, but I'm a good housewife, I assure you, and don't scold, but that you never do. I mean, don't look as if you would like to scold. The fact is, that even after setting aside L100 a year for our parties—" "Little parties? 100 a year!" cried the captain aghast. My mother pursued her way remorselessly. "Which we can well afford, and without counting your half-pay, which you must keep for pocket money and your wardrobe and Blanche's, I calculate that we can allow Pisistratus L150 a year, which, with the scholarship he is to get, will keep him at Cambridge." At that, seeing the scholarship was as yet amidst the pleasures of hope, I shook my head doubtfully. "And," continued my mother, not heeding that sign of dissent, "we shall still have something to lay by." The captain's face assumed a ludicrous expression of compassion and horror. He evidently thought my mother's misfortunes had turned her head. His tormentor continued. "For," said my mother, with a pretty calculating shake of her head and a movement of the right forefinger towards the 5 fingers of the left hand, £370, the interest of Austin's fortune, and £50, that we may reckon for the rent of our house, make £420 a year. Add your £330 a year from the farm, sheep walk, and cottages that you let, and the total is £750. Now, with all we get for nothing for our housekeeping, as I said before, we can do very well with £500 a year, and indeed make a handsome figure. So, after allowing Sisti £150, we still have £100 to lay by for Blanche." "Stop, stop, stop!" cried the captain in great agitation. "Who told you that I had £330 a year?" "Why, Bolt. Don't be angry with him. Bolt is a blockhead. From £330 a year, take £200, and the remainder is all my income, besides my half-pay." My mother opened her eyes, and so did I. "To that £130, add, if you please, £130 of your own. All that you have over, my dear sister, is yours or Austin's, or your boy's, but not a shilling can go to give luxuries to a miserly, battered old soldier. Do you understand me?" "No, Roland," said my mother, "I don't understand you at all." "Does not your property bring in £330 a year?" "Yes, but it has a debt of £200 a year on it," said the captain, gloomily and reluctantly. "Oh, Roland," cried my mother tenderly, and approaching so near that, had my father been in the room, I am sure she would have been bold enough to kiss the stern captain, though I never saw him look sterner and less kissable. "Oh, Roland," cried my mother, concluding that famous epiphonema which my uncle's aposiopesis had before nipped in the bud, "and yet you would have made us, who are twice as rich, rob you of this little all." "Ah," said Roland, trying to smile, "but I should have had my own way then, and starved you shockingly. No talk, then, of little parties, and such like. But you must not now turn the tables against me, nor bring your £420 a year as a set-off for my £130. "Why," said my mother generously, "you forget the money's worth that you contribute, all that your grounds supply, and all that we save by it. I'm sure that that's worth a yearly £300 at the least." "Madam, sister," said the captain, "I'm sure you don't want to hurt my feelings. All I have to say is, that if you add to what I bring an equal sum, to keep up the poor old ruin, it is the utmost that I can allow, and the rest is not more than Pisistratus can spend." So saying, the captain rose, bowed, and before either of us could stop him, hobbled out of the room. "Dear me, Sisti," said my mother, wringing her hands, I have certainly displeased him. How could I guess he had so large a debt on the property? Did he not pay his son's debts? Is not that the reason that— Ah, interrupted my mother, almost crying, and it was that which ruffled him, and I not to guess it. What shall I do? Set to work at a new calculation, dear mother, and let him have his own way. But then, said my mother, your uncle will mope himself to death, and your father will have no relaxation, while you see that he has lost his former object in his books, and Blanche, and you too. If we were only to contribute what dear Roland does, I do not see how, with £260 a year, we could ever bring our neighbours round us. I wonder what Austen would say. I have half a mind. No, I'll go and look over the week books with Primmins. My mother went her way sorrowfully, and I was left alone. Then I looked out on the stately old hall, grand in its forlorn decay, and the dreams I had begun to cherish at my heart swept over me and hurried me along, far, far away into the golden land whither hope beckons youth. To restore my father's fortunes, reweave the links of that broken ambition which had knit his genius with the world, rebuild those fallen walls, cultivate those barren moors, revive the ancient name, glad the old soldier's age, and be to both the brothers what Roland had lost, a son. These were my dreams, and when I woke from them, lo, they had left behind an intense purpose, a resolute object. Dream, O youth, dream manfully and nobly, and thy dreams shall be prophets. End of chapter 5.